Wow.
Okay.
Okay.
Not confirmed by TMZ yet, but according to sources on the Hill, they just got the news at the Capitol.
Was she here or at home?
I don't know where she is. Oh, he's on CNN?
Okay. So we'll continue on rules of engagement. To the greatest extent possible, please hold all your questions until the end of the presentations. Again, our normal process is we'll take our name cards, turn them up on its edge to signify, identify to the chair or myself that you have a question or comment. And you did a great job yesterday. Prior to making your comments, the mics work great. We don't have to chase microphones. We had plenty of them to provide to the table. Just identify yourself for my records keepers and for the record. So again, this is being recorded, so it helps them when they actually produce the minutes. And again, you heard this meeting is being recorded. And with that said, that's all I have unless there's any questions about what we're going to do today. You all should still have your copy of the agenda. Very good. I'll turn it over to the chair, Lieutenant General Hopper.
Thank you very much, Eugene, and good morning, everybody. Very sad news about Senator Feinstein. Not quite a peer, but I remember her from most of my life. In fact, had a chance to meet her once when I was the wing commander at Norton Air Force Base in California. And Senator Feinstein came out because we were closing the base. And if you've ever met her, I, for one, did not realize how tall she was. She was a statuesque lady and commanding, a very commanding presence. So she'll certainly be missed. So I've never heard the DFO so complimentary of your behavior yesterday. I'll agree, I guess, that you were on your best P's and Q's. I lost control of the open mic process, side conversation, so I'll try to remember that today. We've got a great agenda today as a follow-up to yesterday, and I'm really looking forward to it. Last evening, we looked like foraging soldiers as we descended on one of the local restaurants and had really a very good dinner. In fact, I'm very pleased. Dr. Bamberger and Dr. Wellish both performed an intervention and kept Mr. Begman from ordering the fried chicken livers. I was concerned about his health there, but we were able to do that. Our agenda today includes several briefings. All of them, we're looking forward to these updates. We'll end the day with some discussions and hopefully some votes on some recommendations going forward. And in the last part of the day, we'll talk a little bit about ourselves and this evolution as we roll off members of the board and bring some new members on. So, without further ado, let me ask Mr. Mangano. Welcome, sir. You are just in time for your opening comments.
Well, thank you so much, General Hopper. As I think most of you know, some of us are terming out. I'm terming out, and I think the one thing I wanted to leave is the idea that in many places, veterans aren't particularly priorities. In fact, just a few years ago, there was an effort in Washington to terminate the HUD-VASH program, and some of us had to beat that back. So I think constant vigilance is absolutely required in terms of the work that we do. And so I would be remiss if I didn't ask that this group on a continuing basis, especially given what we heard yesterday from HUD, focus its attention on the HUD-VASH program, that incredible resource for veterans, unlike any other in the federal government, the most important homelessness program ever established by the federal government. Many of those, I would say, essentially platinum lead kind of vouchers, HUD-VASH vouchers, remain dormant in desks across our country. There are something on the order of 23,000 of them unutilized, 5,500 or so in California, and about 2,500 in Los Angeles. So I know there's a difficulty leasing up HUD-VASH, and I think we'll probably hear today from Sally the good work that's going on that she and John are doing. But again, ever vigilance. When we hear from HUD that 6 years later, after we brought this issue to their attention, that there's no quantitative change difference in what's occurred, that's so frustrating, as it long has. So with that, I just say I've enjoyed my time with the VCOEB and commend to you the lives of our homeless veterans, and wish for both your intellectual, as I said yesterday, and your experiential skills to be put to work for them, so that we can say that the mission is finally accomplished. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Munger.
Thank you very much, Philip. We appreciate those comments and your wonderful and long-standing dedication to helping our veterans. Next, we'll get some comments from Mr. Bursler is, in fact, in his normal morning meeting, so he is not here right now. He will be in later. Dr. Harris.
Good morning. I'll keep my comments brief. I thought yesterday was really good. I wanted to specifically comment on the session with HUD. I thought it was an important substantive exchange. I wanted to offer kudos especially to Rob and Josh. I know firsthand the kind of rabbit hole you both had to go down in terms of learning the technicalities of that work. I thought you acquitted yourselves well. You represented the board and veterans well. I'm not sure what people's expectations going into that session were. We never expected HUD to smile and say, okay, we're going to do everything you're suggesting and asking. We had the exchange we expected. I think it's a pretty clear path now as to kind of what seems possible versus not. So I thought it was a really important session, and kudos to both of you and the board as a whole for that. Thanks.
Thank you, Dr. Harris. Mr. Merchant, Rob Merchant.
Good morning, everybody. There we go. Good morning, everybody. Rob Merchant for the record. Just a couple of things that I want to say this morning. One is a follow-up to a question that Mr. Mangano had yesterday about staff retention at GLA following our briefing on human resources. But first, I really want to thank my colleagues from VA Greater Los Angeles, those that are here in person, Sally Hammett, Chelsea Black, Andrew Strain, and those that are grinding away back at the house in LA. It's the end of the fiscal year. That means a lot of activity is going on at the same time while we're here. Chelsea's in this side over there. There's not a dime sitting on the table that Chelsea hasn't swept into her account so that we can execute on this plan. And I really do appreciate your efforts here at the last couple days of the fiscal year. Mr. Mangano, you asked yesterday about staff retention and some of the reasons that people are joining us but then not staying. And a couple of factors that I think are playing into that in a significant amount are, one, burnout, particularly among clinicians, but also among non-clinical staff as well. And then the competition that we have among VA itself for remote positions, either here at central office or in our regional network, that are opportunities for promotion and are completely virtual or remote and don't require that face-to-face presence in the hospital every day. Those positions are very attractive to people, and we are competing with ourselves in many cases. And it's a challenge, particularly in some of those frontline clerk positions, those folks you see right when you walk in the hospital, but also as the VISN is growing and building its clinical resource hubs. These are clinicians who work across our regional networks. We are actually losing frontline providers to that important asset, which has served GLA well, but it's created internal competition for us.
And that would be the case with Philip Mangano, that would be the case with social workers particularly? Is it the burnout issue with them?
Yes, absolutely.
So the frontline workers who would be assessing people for the HUD-VASH certificate and then supporting them in the housing, those, we have burnout on that front.
Absolutely. And we have hired, it's actually a centrally funded position, something called a Chief Clinical Wellbeing Officer to get after those issues and develop programs to help address them. We are the first facility in VISN 22 to have one of those positions, and her name is Dr. Christine Holland, a psychologist. She started with us this summer.
So if I might just follow up for 1 second. So is the lack of commitment of HUD-VASH vouchers in this most recent round that was just announced this week, is that related to the lack of social workers to do the work to integrate them into the HUD-VASH program and to support them in housing, or are there other factors for that? Because we've heard in the past in this very group over a number of years that one of the reasons why the HUD-VASH vouchers weren't being utilized was there were insufficient staffing at VA, in fact, to place people in housing. We didn't have the people who could determine their certification or then support them in the housing. So I'm wondering, the loss of those, I would say the loss of those vouchers, is it related to this issue, or is there another factor at play?
I'm going to
Happy to answer that.
go ahead, John. Thank you.
So we have made it a policy at GLA not to stop housing placements because of the staffing issues. So we continue to place veterans because it's certainly more dangerous to have somebody homeless and on the street, even if services aren't what we want them to be, rather than hold people in a situation that's untenable for them. So staffing itself has not directly caused the vouchers to be withheld. Now, that said, obviously staffing does impact the pace at which we can place people. You need staff to get through the process of placement. It's ultimately voucher utilization that leads to placement rates, to new allocations of vouchers. So indirectly, yes, there's some contribution to the staffing and the allocation. The hope is that with these new contracts that we've just awarded, which takes some time to do, considering the size of the awards, and with the one team that you'll hear more about today from Sally and Jim and Chris, we'll pick up the pace of voucher utilization, and then in subsequent allocations, we'll get more vouchers.
I appreciate that input, John. But do you know if, again, the lack of award to LA County for the HUD-VASH that was announced this week, is that related? Is it related to the two housing authorities not meeting a threshold of utilization, or is it related? Yes. And is that related to the lack of staffing? It's round and round we go, it seems.
It is utilization, and it's indirectly staffing. Now, there is, I say indirectly because there is criteria within the VA stating that you need to have only a certain number of cases per caseworker. So we can't assign 100 people to a single caseworker. So, but we have decided that some veterans will go with very limited services so that we can continue to place them. We've essentially taking the risk that someone will have inadequate services because we feel that risk is less than the risk of leaving them homeless. Not the kind of choice we want to make, but the choice we had to make. However, we have taken some steps to try to improve the flow, which we hope we will see in this coming year. And that's including as I described, the contracting and the one team efforts. So
I'll just end with this, John. do I understand that there's a movement toward kind of presumptive eligibility in terms of that burden of certification? Is there something like that moving forward?
Well,
You know, it's akin to what we did with, go ahead.
Anyone who's eligible for HUD-VASH, we want to place. We don't want to wait for a HUD-VASH social worker or staff member to be available to work with them. We are going to place them, whether that's through SSVF or contractors. We're not waiting for HUD-VASH staff to be available given the staffing concerns. That's been true for the past year. I think we put more teeth into it in the past number of months with this new, again, the new contracts and with the blending of resources in a way you'll hear about in one team.
Right, well, I want to reiterate.
Impact.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate my appreciation of what you're doing to expedite matters in this regard and to utilize those HUD-VASH vouchers. And I realize that if we had secured more in LA County, they might be sitting in the draw with the other 2,500 or so that are unutilized to this point. So again, I appreciate the effort that you are making. I know you're familiar with that issue, and I really look forward to hear what Sally will be talking about later on today. So your attention to this, John, is so important in terms of making a turnaround in Los Angeles. Thank you.
And I also, the last piece I wanted to add was the recently issued HUD waivers, which we worked so hard to advocate for and obtain. I do believe will make a difference on those TBVs as well. It really lowers some pretty significant barriers for veterans who are trying to attain permanent housing. So I think we've taken a number of strategies which should result in pretty robust gains in our placement rates through HUD-VASH.
Thank you very much, John. Rob, if I could interrupt your comments for just a second. We're fortunate to have Madam Deputy Secretary Bradshaw here with us this morning, and I'll ask her for some opening comments.
Good morning. I just had to come down after hearing about the passing of Senator Feinstein, and really we would not be so far if it wasn't for her fierce legislation when it came to West LA. So I just wanted to come down and acknowledge and thank her and her legacy for everything that she has done that allows us to be where we're at today. And so I just wanted, and thank you for everything that you guys are doing. And John, always thank you for the hard work. We're pushing and with collaborating a lot with HUD in new ways. And so while we still don't have the resolution on the AMI, they are definitely pushing in areas and working with their public housing authorities and trying to make sure that they're communicating effectively across the nation, especially in California. But I don't want to pull anything off track, but did just want to pop down and acknowledge Senator Feinstein's legacy. And I hope you guys have a great meeting and safe travels if I don't see you. And thanks for everything. And we'll definitely miss the team that's rolling off, but we look forward to meeting our new members at the next VCOEB and have a wonderful and safe Friday. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Secretary, very much. We appreciate it. Rob, we interrupted you, I think, so please continue. You were done. Okay, very good. Okay, we'll go ahead and go with our first briefing item. And I thought I saw Mr. Sims. There you are. Mr. Brett Sims from the Executive Director of the Office of Asset Enterprise Management. Welcome, sir. We're delighted to have you.
Okay, testing. Got it. Okay. Good morning, everyone.
A little bit closer.
A little bit closer.
There you go.
Okay.
Next slide.
Got it. Okay. Good morning to everyone. Topic today that I'm going to be talking a little bit about is the selection of parcels that ultimately has resulted in the development of some housing with certainly more to come. So if you want to go to the next slide, please, I'll get started. So first, I want to talk a little bit broadly, and then I'll start digging into a little bit more details about some of the specific considerations and also the timing considerations, because that's important on the parcel side. So at the top level, this was not a one-time shot. So just to be clear, this has been 7+ years of discussion about what parcels could be used for housing since the 2016 West LA Leasing Act that allowed us to do housing via EUL. There's been lots of iterative processes that we've gone through to result in where we are today, which still may not be the end state. So just keep that in mind. It is iterative. It does continue to change as we move forward on here. One of the biggest pieces of that really is what factors that we bring into it. So at a top level, there's physical factors. So conditions of buildings, locations of buildings, infrastructure and utilities that support those buildings. Those all have to be brought into case. We also have to think about access to the buildings from roadways, pathways, et cetera. So the mobility aspect of it, where things are located. And then you think about the input aspect of it. And we've worked with lots of different partners. This is not necessarily in priority order, but it is in a way, in the sense that the veteran community is the biggest input into the overall process when it comes to the development of the ultimate North Campus housing components there. But it's not the only factor. We've got a lot of other partners that we've worked with over the years. So we've tried to collate that, bring that all together, and what I'll talk about is sort of that process that we went from a very large potential set of parcels down to where we are today, and what some of those key factors were. So if you want to go to the next slide, please. So I'll talk to a couple of these. I think the 2016 was really the start of the process. You know, prior to that, there was no ability to do the housing on the campus there. So the West LA Leasing Act opened the door for the ability to develop housing on campus. With that, we had the 2016 draft master plan, which had a set of parcels identified in it, close to 100 parcels identified in it, not all of which the preferred alternative was housing, but it could have been a secondary or a third potential alternative that we looked at there. So it scanned the entire campus of where could we put potential housing and identified those parcels. We moved into the next two steps, which kind of ran in parallel, but the PEIS, so the NEPA process, started first. And that is an important piece of the puzzle. That also ran in tandem a little bit to the principal developer solicitation and selection that we went through. And I say in tandem because the PEIS process was going on at the time that we selected the PD team. When we selected the principal developer, one of the requirements is that they get engaged in the PEIS process and to both provide input and take output from that PEIS process as they then developed their development plan for the North Campus there. So I'm going to talk just specifically about the PEIS. When we started with 100 or so parcels out there, the PEIS identified a series of alternatives. Alternative D was the one that was ultimately recommended, which was a mix of new construction and retrofit of existing buildings out there. Other options had different parcels because they were either heavier on new construction or heavier on redevelopment of existing buildings, but ultimately the recommendation was a balancing act. It was trying to get both new and existing buildings into the long-term plan. So the selection under the PEIS was probably the most critical down select of parcels from the overarching list of 100 down to a much smaller set of buildings that would fit that bill of a mix of redevelopment plus new construction. So because it was a mix of new construction and redevelopment, it included both open space, so parking lots, MacArthur Field, et cetera, and existing buildings that would be retrofitted. That fed into the principal developer process. So they were on board as the PEIS was being finalized. They were actually working on 207, which 207 was not part of the PEIS. It was done separately. So they were already working on that, but they were then participating in the overarching PEIS discussions so that they could then frame the actual development plan and the timeline associated with developing those assets under the PEIS record of decision that was put out there. That then translated into what you see as the 2022 master plan update. So there are obviously significant changes from the original through the PEIS, through the PD selection into the 2022 version of the master plan. But even that is still just a plan, and things do change. And I think as we presented probably 2 VCOEBs ago, there were a couple of buildings that we flipped that were earlier in the schedule, that we moved later in the schedule, and a couple that we moved forward in there. And I'll talk a little bit about some of those considerations on why that could happen there. But even now, it is still a plan. It is still something that we're working through. It's iterative, and it can change going forward. Okay, next slide, please. So I've talked a good bit about this, but I do just want to talk about how this kind of all comes together there. So it wasn't a one-time shot, as I mentioned. This is something that has been iterative over a series of different actions to result in where we are now, which is roughly 25 parcels for development of housing under the current plan that we have in place there. The biggest change, I think, from the original to now is we've concentrated all of the housing on the North Campus. That wasn't the case originally. There were parcels on the South Campus, but the decision through the 2016 draft master plan and PEIS was not to pursue that, was to move everything north, do everything housing related on the North Campus there to create that community vision, everything together, not individual housing units spread out across the campus, but actually bring them together in that North Village concept that's out there. That is reflected in the PDE well that is out there. And while the PDE well doesn't include several buildings, it does include that concept of community and bringing everything together so that it's more than just the housing component that we're looking at there. It includes those supportive services that are necessary to bring it into that community aspect there. And then with that, I think we being VA, also have a lot of stuff going on that campus. As Rob can attest to, there's a whole lot of construction and other projects going on. You've got the NCA columbarium that is also out there. So there's other factors outside of what we're trying to do under the housing side of it that also have to be brought to bear as we kind of step through what is feasible from a timing standpoint. So this is, up to now, has really been talking about the why, like how we got from a big set of parcels down to a smaller set of parcels. If you want to go to the next slide, there's 2 factors that come into sort of the timing of those. So this gets more into the parcel turnovers and actually the development sequence of those parcels. So I will talk briefly about the VA GLA perspective, and then certainly offer GLA the opportunity to correct me or add on to that as I go through. And then there's the development aspect from our development partners. So on the GLA side, you know, their first and foremost priority is operating the hospital. So the operations of that medical center have a wide-ranging impact across the campus out there. That is one of their biggest considerations. And that could take the form of having people in buildings that we're ultimately going to redevelop into housing. So how does that transition of people in buildings today to move them someplace else on the South Campus? You can imagine there's a lot of dependencies, there's funding considerations, there's things like that that ultimately drive when particular buildings might be available to redevelop out there. The condition of the buildings and the condition of the infrastructure to support those buildings is also a big factor. I think right now, as we've talked about in past VCOEBs, the water system is an example of that. It might be sufficient to support a certain number of buildings or a certain type of building, but it may not be sufficient without more investment to support all of the things that we want to do. So that consideration is something that is, from an operational standpoint, important to GLA and can affect when parcels are available to be turned over there. Parking, access, that's obviously a huge consideration too. So a lot of this development was taking place in parking lots. So you can't just take all of the parking lots out of service at one time to build new buildings on it without having to factor in the parking considerations there. So while it might be a logistical issue, it is a very important operational issue that can affect the timing of when parcels show up in the development pattern there. So I hit a couple of the big ones, but I would offer, if Rob or Chelsea want to add anything else from the GLA standpoint of key considerations here, please do so.
Thanks, Brett. Rob Merchant for the record. A couple of the other activities going on that impact all the construction that we have going on campus right now are, of course, the Metro construction project and all of the activities surrounding that right at the front door of the hospital and at that very important juncture between Bonsall and Wilshire, which is that main entranceway to the campus. That work will be going on for quite a few more years. Also, we have a critically important project going on where and that's the infrastructure for the new electronic health record that is being deployed at VA facilities across the country. This is requiring the laying down of new fiber to every building on the whole campus, and there is a lot of construction associated with that. Chelsea and her team have worked very hard to identify new and creative laydown areas to help manage all this construction, because as Brett said, the need to maintain parking for employees and veterans visiting the campus while still having that laydown space to support the construction is very important. We are building a lot of new parking lots, and honestly, it makes me a little bit sad to see that green space get paved, but it's what we have to do. And Chelsea, I'd invite you to there she is.
Thank you. Chelsea Black. I think one more critical consideration is actually staff relocation as well. So as we turn over parcels, we have also a need to move staff from one building to the next, and that is a heavy lift in terms of relocating services. I think the work involved with notifications, and that is the heavier lift aside from the construction projects. So that's something that we're dealing with the release of Building 158. That was a very challenging situation. So again, another consideration as far as the timing's concerned and making sure that we have enough time to successfully turn over those parcels. So that's all. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. If you want to go to the next slide, the next piece is really on the developer side and actually doing the redevelopment efforts for these buildings out there. And again, I'll flag a couple and then see if the PD team wants to comment here. First one really is just the feasibility. So the assessments of that. 156, 157, for example, had significant amounts of environmental contamination that needed to be dealt with. So being able to get in there and look at that, assess that, figure out how that can be tackled is important and can affect the timing. If that is something that adds additional cost or time before they can do the redevelopment, that's got to be factored in when that parcel would be available out there. Same goes for the assessments of the utilities. So, I think we've done a lot of work on some of the dry utilities through the trunk line work that was done, but even the trunk line work isn't enough to support all of the buildings on the North Campus. So there's additional work to be done. Being able to assess and figure out where that investment is needed is important. Funding, I think we've talked about this many a times, the ability to secure funding to do the development of it through the various funding sources obviously drives the ability to development. We have, in some cases, actually had to push back schedules. I think MacArthur Field is an example of that, where the funding application was not successful the first time. They were not able to get the development financing needed. So that affects, obviously, the ability to develop some of these. If we put a lot into the hopper in a limited amount of funding availability, you simply cannot do everything from a funding standpoint that's necessary to move these forward. So that's a factor on there. I think Chelsea mentioned, or Rob mentioned, the laydown space. Again, if you're doing development, both from a VA standpoint and from a PD standpoint, of 10 things at one time, the ability to coordinate that on a campus becomes increasingly difficult, if not impossible. You simply don't have the space and the capacity to do all of that at the same time. So those are a couple of pieces of it. I will again pause here and see if, I think Brian was here a minute ago, if the PD team wants to add anything to that of their considerations.
Okay. Thanks, Brett. Brian DeAndrea, Century Housing, part of the PD team. Just a few things I would add to what Brett shared. One is the infrastructure was no small task, and it's an ongoing task. Our early assessments, and we spent months and months working with engineers, was that it would cost nearly $100 million to upgrade all of the necessary infrastructure. You're talking about systems that are 80 to 100 years old. The VA has stepped up to the plate and moved mountains to improve the infrastructure, make the connections necessary. Clearly, there's backbones that have gone in, and like Brett said, there's more work to do, but that constraint has largely been addressed, and we appreciate the VA's work on that front. Secondly, on the funding, and I think this is something that came up yesterday, it takes years to stack the capital. We weren't granted a blank check by the federal government to build this housing, and so we're relying on both private and public funding programs, city, county, state, et cetera. Each of those programs have different application cycles. They have different requirements in terms of affordability, in terms of population, and it's one of the constraints that we're managing to. I think you heard from HUD yesterday on the AMI issue, and unfortunately, it's not just a matter of the tax credit programs regulations as it relates to affordability. We're bound by the affordability requirements of all of the other funding sources that we rely on to build out our development budgets. And lastly, and Brett just alluded this, but on the logistics front, there is a lot of work happening on the North Campus right now. So laydown, access, circulation, these are all major issues that we're grappling with on an ongoing basis. I think we have four, between the PD and core, we have 4 live construction projects. We'll break ground on 2 more by the end of the year between MacArthur B and 158, not to mention all of the surrounding infrastructure work that the VA and its contractors are doing. So that has been a 3D chess match trying to figure all that out. And it's been, I think, a great partnership with the VA to make that happen.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, that is all the slides that I had prepared, so I will stop there and open it up to any questions.
Mr. Allen.
Brett, how you doing? Thanks for coming. It's good to meet in person. I think before we've only done things virtually. You mentioned the PEIS quite a few times, and so because I know a lot of people haven't read this particular section, so I just want to read it, I guess, into the record. This is page 59 of the PDF, and so it says, Alternative D also includes the construction of approximately 680,850 square feet of additional buildings on currently vacant or underutilized land to accommodate new supportive housing for homeless veterans. The current locations considered for new building construction include MacArthur Field, Heroes Golf Course, the northeast corner of Veterans Barrington Park, a parcel between the golf course and Veterans Barrington Park, and/or open land south of the Calvet facility. In addition, up to an additional 450,000 square feet of new construction is projected for the development of a new multi-use town center on the existing vacant land and parking lots. Because you mentioned the PEIS a lot, there's some changes with respect to Master Plan 2022, where we see housing in areas that weren't identified in the PEIS. So for example, we see permanent supportive housing in the previous town center area, but we don't see housing on the golf course. What consideration was made in Master Plan 2022 that changed?
So I would say that it's not one consideration, it's a lot of considerations. I mean, infrastructure is an example of that.
So we didn't have any infrastructure, right? I mean, we only had infrastructure to sustain 233 units, and everything after that has to be put in place. So we have to put in new infrastructure anyway, right?
In some cases, not all, but in some.
Right, to a certain extent. Most of the infrastructure for the housing will be fairly new. If we're talking about building 1,200 units, and we were only able to get 233 units permitted, most of the infrastructure is going to be new, I assume. I mean, you would know better than me, right?
Or expanded.
Expanded, that's a better way to describe it. So, with respect to the infrastructure, the principal developer just mentioned it's going to cost at least $100 million. Well, thankfully, in February, we heard that VA committed $361 million at least, with potentially more money on the table. So, thank God for that. Otherwise, we would have been stuck. And I wanted to talk about this in June. I had reached out, and so I'm sorry that this is going to be new. Did you get the handout over here?
I don't have a copy.
Okay. Good. Sorry. So for members of the public, this is going to come up later. We couldn't get these slides into the deck, but we have the parcel release schedule. So this is as of August 1st, which I think is a great document. It's super helpful in terms of understanding where VA is in the parcel release process, the status of each building. It's a great document. However, I think it's hard for people who are not super familiar with the campus to spatially recognize where these buildings are. in relation to one another. So I created a map to help people visualize everything that's going on. And again, this is not a VA map. This is something I created, and there's a legend. So the two primary colors identify the projects that get VA to 1,200 units, or 1,215 in this case, and they're identified as green. And then those that are in the potential category, over 1,215 units, which are identified in blue. And then there are subcategories within active. So for example, you see a black circle around 209, which has been open for quite a while. 207, 205, 208 are yellow, lease up in progress. We have MacArthur Field 1, 402, 156, 157, and 404 in construction. Everything looks great. Same with 158 in MacArthur Field 2. Preliminary planning. Building 300 looks great. And again, this is just my opinion. 210. To me, I think we have a critical decision to make with respect to 408. So 408 is set to be released according to the schedule in May of 2024. So a couple issues with 408. This federal advisory committee has mentioned concerns regarding selection and legal authority. VA has issued this ULI report. Final report is still not available yet. Hopefully we'll have that soon. But put all those things aside, those three issues aside. If you just look at the map here, just by the color code, VA, by its own standard, is saying it may or may not complete the town center. Right? So 410 is in the potential category. Right? So may or may not. Is that fair?
Well, I don't think it's fair because it's what are you defining as the town center?
Well, Master Plan 2022 defines the town center as buildings 410, 407, 408, 409, and 13. Master Plan 2022, the town center concept is around this Main Street idea, right? So if VA is telling us we may not build 410, we may not finish the town center. This is according to the Master Plan 2022, not talking about 2016 at all whatsoever. But further, if we go north of Nimitz, according to the current parcel release schedule, 257 and 206 remain potentially undeveloped. So we have a hole in the northern community. And so when I've been telling people, I'm concerned that we're Swiss cheesing the campus, I think we're starting things here and there without finishing what we started. And I think prior to February, there was a very legitimate rationale as to why that was the case, because we didn't have the funding. Everything was out of cycle. We'll get money here, we'll get money there. It's going to be hard to move things around. But when February came and we heard the great news that VA had invested $361 million, we have money now to operationalize a plan that I think should be comprehensive. And I'm concerned that the current list doesn't quite get there. And so I just want to propose an alternative and just see what you think as far as the considerations, because I agree, parking, lay down, staff location, all legitimate issues, with all the other construction projects going on the campus. So do we have the other parcel list? Now, the parcel list is just a visualization. It doesn't specify what the release schedule would look like. I think that's, this is more for feedback, and VA can think about it or not think about it. And again, I apologize to members of the public, but I think they'll see it later today when we address the recommendations. Thanks. So I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Are you finished?
I was going to just go over the alternative list real quick. Sir.
Yeah. Go ahead.
So in this scenario, everything is largely the same with respect to three different areas that differ. So what this does is it puts all Master Plan 2022 Town Center projects in the potential category. It's not saying we'll never do it. It's not saying don't ever do it, it's just saying we're not quite there yet. We have issues that I think we need to work out prior to moving forward. So in the interim, this addresses, I think, two things. It fills in 257 and 206 so that the northern residential community for chronically homeless veterans is complete. So everything north of Nimitz is filled in, right? And those residents would receive their supportive services based around Building 300. So to me, this looks more complete. We hold 410, 407, 408, 409, 13 for the time being, which I think could be critical swing space if you're talking about needing space for parking, lay down facilities. We're keeping this area open so that we can fill the complete the northern community. And then we move 413, 414, 415 into the active list. Now, some people might say, well, this looks disconnected. Why would this cluster be not with the other northern residential community? And the answer to that is I think that this area is potentially right to serve a different population of veterans, right? So the EUL program, you're authorized currently to house not only chronically homeless or homeless veterans, but veterans who are at risk, correct?
Correct.
Right. And so a few months ago, I asked, how does VA define an at-risk veteran of homelessness? And it wasn't really clear at the time. And so the one thing I think we're going to propose later today is, I think that the secretary should deem student veterans in the local community college system to be at risk, because the California community colleges are saying that 1 in 5 students in the LA district are homeless or at risk of homelessness. And so I think that while the northern residential community focused around Building 300 for supportive services addresses the chronically homeless population, this trio of buildings could be a radically new idea for VA in terms of addressing the needs of student veterans who may be at risk due to the housing scarcity in Los Angeles. So they are different by design. And so the one thing I would throw out there is, well, financing concerns, right? Are these veterans going to be eligible for HUD-VASH? Probably not, but they are eligible for the GI Bill, which comes with the monthly housing allowance that can be treated similarly to HUD-VASH. And with respect to the capital cost, the California community college system is spending millions, hundreds of millions of dollars right now trying to secure housing for their student population. So I realize that this is a lot of information and it's radically different, but I think it's something to consider. And obviously, this is all new information. I don't expect a response. I think that this is a cleaner approach until we finalize what's going on in the middle. That's my opinion.
Understood.
Okay, no comment there other than it's brand new to you. I know it's new to you, Brett, so, okay. Mr. Baglin.
Good morning, Brett. As Anthony said, I think that the development of the parcel release schedule a couple years ago, about 1.5 years ago, was a great way to go about this because it allowed you guys to do a lot more forecasting and to share it with us. I have a lot of the same concerns that Anthony raised, but I'm going to tackle them a little differently, which is, and you've probably heard this from me before, as a planning exercise, the master plan is kind of like the strategic plan that we're all obligated to follow until something better or different comes along. And it committed to an estimate of 1,200 units, approximately 1,200 units of housing. It's super important that we have a plan that redevelops the campus, assuming no more than 1,200 units of housing are built by the principal developer. I know that sounds trite to probably say, but the reason I think it becomes important is I need to know what currently would VA would propose to do with 206 and 257 if they were not redeveloped as housing.
So I can ask Rob and Chelsea if they have anything, but I mean, I think the short answer is to be developed for housing. It means that VA has no use for it. So it would be a vacant building sitting on the campus that's what it would be.
Rob, I'm sorry.
Yeah, no one's in the buildings right now, right,
So
Rob?
currently 257, the Homeless Veteran Welcome Center was relocated to the South Campus in 402, I believe. I'm sorry, Anthony Allman for the record. We have the Oasis Women's Program, which is something that this Federal Advisory Committee really challenged VA to get, more transitional housing for female veterans, but the vendor that VA selected can't staff, and I believe that program is less than 50% capacity. Sally, would you know? And then I believe there's some HUD-VASH offices in there. And 206, I believe, currently is still the Veterans Legal Clinic. Did they move? Okay, they moved. Yeah, I'm not sure what's left in 206.
I guess my general point is, I'm thinking about this from the point of view of asset management. You have an old structure, and it sounds like no plans under the 1,200 unit goal for it to be improved. And while I appreciate that those buildings are being put to use currently, if we just step back and think about like development, it would be crazy to end up in an outcome where we have the entirety of the North Campus developed with beautiful rehab buildings and two buildings that were not. It just strikes me as a matter of good planning, we ought to be looking for a way to get the entirety of that area above Nimitz redeveloped with the 1,200 unit goal. I don't think we should count on the expansion of a master plan beyond 1,200 units. There's a lively debate about the level of HUD-VASH voucher utilization in LA and whether it ought to be, actually we all know it ought to be higher. The question will be, once it gets higher, what level of residual need is there for permanent supportive housing? And there's a lively debate about the level of funding that LA is going to make available in the next few years. So you've heard this from me before. I just think 1,200 units is the goal. And I think we ought to have a plan for everything north of Nimitz within that goal of 1,200 units. So, I mean, has the principal developer come to you and said they're not willing to redevelop 206 or 257?
No. And I would say, just from a spatial awareness standpoint, the blue is still part of the plan. I understand your position that it shouldn't be, but it is part of the plan because it's a minimum of 1,200 units. So in our mind, we don't have a crystal ball, like I don't think anyone does, of what the demand will look like 3, 4, 5, 6 years from now, and whether 1,200 is the right number. So 1,200 is sort of the floor, the minimum. We feel it's in the best interest to have a plan that goes above that up to the PEIS level that was assessed, which was the 1691 or somewhere in that area there. So this has nothing to do with the PD not being willing to develop it. It is in the plan. It's just called potential because it exceeds the 1,200, and we can't see the need aspect beyond 1,200 at this point. We will at some point as these things flesh out and more housing becomes available, whatever happens with HUD-VASH, as that becomes more clear, it's our take that having a plan that accounts for that is better than having no plan and reacting to it.
From your point of view, is there anything about the characteristics of those two buildings, 205 or 257, that makes them unsuitable for housing?
I'm not an architectural expert, but I would say there's very few buildings that you can't turn into housing. So I don't think it's that piece of it, but there could be other components in there that I'm not aware of that make it less ideal, but I think it could be developed as housing as we've got planned now.
I think we'll probably be offering a recommendation along these lines. I'd really encourage you to think about prioritizing those two with the principal developer as within the 1,200 unit goal.
Understood.
Really appreciate it.
Jim Zenner.
Jim Zenner, thanks for the presentation. First of all, I don't think any of us would agree that housing should be held up. I mean, I think this is a great alternative, but this doesn't hold up housing. We don't propose that. I don't think any of us do, I hope. So security in these contracts with the principal sorry, I suck at this. Thank you, Rob. So in the contracts with the PD, is security mandatory, or what does that look like?
So in a general sense, security of the buildings themselves, the UL premise, is required. So they're responsible for that within each of the individual EULs. It does not go beyond that. So common areas outside of the EULs, we can't mandate the PD have a requirement to provide security there. With that said, as part of the community backbone that we're looking at, that is something that they have offered to work with VA on how to provide that.
Okay, thank you. And, just being a housing provider and a social worker by training and working mostly in transitional, not so much permanent supportive housing, but kind of seeing how, when Sepulveda, the 2 buildings up on Sepulveda campus rolled out, some of the issues that the Addictive Behaviors Clinic had up there and with some of those issues. The way the parcel release is now trickling down south of Nimitz, it's a little bit concerning because, really this campus should be for all veterans. And the way this parcel release looks, it looks like we're turning it into one big permanent supportive housing place with some mixed use on the bottom. And that just, to me, that doesn't say like, I want to bring my family there. We can't live in a utopia. If there's a lot of actively using veterans that are out front or veterans struggling with mental health and responding to internal stimuli hanging around the building, the community and other veterans are not going to want to use that space. One of my friends said they, think about it. Like, would you ever want your family to go to, say, like, let's go to Villages of Cabrillo? That's been used as a model for this work. I don't think anybody wants to, tell their family, hey, let's go check out Villages of Cabrillo, unless we live there. So I think that's kind of my big concern is the way this is looking. It looks like we're just turning this into a big supportive housing unit, and it's really kind of going to cut off access for the rest of the veteran community. And so I just wanted to say that piece.
Dr. Bennett.
I just want to comment on the Allman University housing idea at 415, 413, 14. So just kidding. So I try to stay in my lane and share with you experience as a physician. And I can't tell you how many times I've cared for people in San Francisco who've moved to San Francisco to go to the Academy of Arts on the GI Bill. And then I see them a year later homeless. This is a very common feeder for homelessness in this country, and it breaks my heart because people come to the very expensive city of San Francisco thinking that this is going to be their chance, and then they either don't do well or can't get a job at Pixar and end up on the streets. The idea of using the GI Bill as a funding source for housing is brilliant. I think this is fantastic, Anthony. And we use HUD-VASH as a way to basically go to banks and get loans. And that works really well for developers when they can have the cost of the land handed to them. This is another fantastic strategy to use existing funding through the GI Bill to anchor development of housing to prevent some of our most vulnerable young people from becoming homeless. And I've never heard this concept before of using the GI Bill for development of housing, but I think it's fantastic. And I really am excited to hear you present this to us. And I think that we should really explore with our development partners if this could be a strategy to expand housing and stop the inflow of homelessness, which is crushing us. For every person I house, 2 more before become homeless. This is great. So thank you for bringing this idea to us.
Thanks, Josh. I appreciate it.
Let me just a second, Anthony. Let me get John Kuhn, who's online.
Yeah, I wanted to lend my voice. Josh, I'm glad to hear your support for this too. I think Anthony's idea is certainly one worth exploring. We do need to look at opportunities to make this a more mixed community. We don't want to create a situation where, as Jim described, it's a place that no one wants to go to. We know mixed communities are more sustainable, more desirable. If we make a community that we know is going to be composed of folks who have high rates of mental illness and substance use disorders, we're at risk of creating this very large open psychiatric ward. So we have, I think it would be in our benefit to start thinking about what a mixed community could look like, where we serve at-risk folks as well as folks who are unsheltered. So that way we can create a community that people want to live in.
Sir, can I add one more?
Thank you, John. Anthony?
Yeah, I just want to be just very clear here with respect to 413, 414, 415. I do think that this is absolutely consistent with the existing EUL authority and the principal developer selection. So I'm not advocating that this is somehow separate and apart from the master EUL or whatever we're calling it. I think that this is in line with it. Whereas for literally years now, I've been saying that the town center concept was not. So I just wanted to be clear that, I think that this is 100% within the existing EUL authority specific to this campus.
Okay, thank you, Anthony. Brett, Josh, let me just get a question in here and I'll get with you, okay? So just to go back and get into somebody's pocket, we've all been excited about the $360 million in infusion. How does that relate to the parcel release plan? Is that fully funded now going forward in the master plan 2022?
It's a great question. So I think the short answer is it's fully funded to the extent that we know what the requirements are. And that unfortunately does change as we develop some of these buildings, the infrastructure components of those buildings until we get to them, we're assessing at sort of the outside what we think that's going to cost. Same thing with the utility components. And that's an important aspect. Even if we keep everything on the map as it is right now, there's an assumption about a cost of utilities. And as Brian Penn, it could be 100 million, could be more, could be less. But in that range, if we change things as we move forward, which is completely viable that we could do, those costs could change. So the short answer is today, we believe that it fully funds the requirement from the VA standpoint. Again, this doesn't help the PD on their financing, but from the VA standpoint, we believe it does. There is additional money in that bucket. So the 391 roughly is part of the overall $922 million allocated to be used for entering into EULs under the PACT Act. We've got certainly lots of other EULs across the country that are using some of this funding. West LA is our biggest development, therefore is using the biggest amount of money, but we've not allocated all of that 922. So it is possible if we need to go up or down from there, there is additional money.
Okay, thank you. Anthony, are you still up?
And sorry, one more point of clarification because I know it's all new information. With respect to 408, 407, 410, 409, and 13, it's not, don't ever think about developing it. I just don't think that the timing is appropriate right now when we are about to, according to the current parcel release schedule, May 2024, I think it's really premature. And so maybe we come back to it. Maybe something else happens. I don't know. But I think we just need some time. Maybe we can use that space to fill in the northern community, do whatever we need to do for potentially student veteran housing, and then come back to this area once, potentially maybe after Master Plan 2025.
Okay, I see no further questions. Mr. Sims, thanks very much. We certainly appreciate the information and your time and frankly your effort all across this spectrum.
Thank you.
He's online. Okay. Okay, our next presenter is Mr. Franklin True, the Fire Department Program Manager, talking about emergency services provided by VA and VHA medical centers. Mr. True, are you up?
Yes. Good morning. Thank you. You need for me to share my slides? I'm not sure if I updated my slides from what you have.
We can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, sir, I can. Okay.
Don't speak up.
Mr. True, could you speak up?
Good morning. Can you hear me okay?
No, we cannot. I can barely hear you.
If I can change microphone. Not sure what's happening with this WebEx. I just tried it all on Teams and it was working fine.
No.
Is that any better?
No, sir, it is not any better. Just give us a second here while we do a bit of troubleshooting.
Ask him if he's using a headset.
Mr. True, are you trying to use a headset?
I am not, sir. I use a mic that's on my desk, and it was working fine 2 minutes ago.
Okay, you are back up now. It sounds loud and clear. Please go ahead.
Okay, can I share my screen? Because I think my slides might be a little changed from yours. Or we can do it with us.
Mr. True, these are the slides you sent me. This is Eugene Skinner, so these are the ones I'm using.
Okay, and that's fine. I think I might update it a little bit, but that's fine. We can go with here. I don't want to waste our time. So.
Okay, thanks, Mr. True. Go ahead.
Yes, sir. Well, as again, my name is Franklin True. I appreciate you giving me the opportunity here to talk about VA fire departments this morning. If you could change the next slide. A little bit about, so we'll do a quick introduction of myself. We'll talk about the criteria for fire protection. We'll talk about what a typical VA fire department looks like, additional capabilities that the fire departments can combine, and then we'll take some questions at the end. But we should have plenty of time for questions at the end. But during the presentation, please feel free to ask questions then. And I'll pause a few times, especially when we're talking the criteria. I know that's something that you guys really wanted to know about. I know we got about 45 minutes. So again, there's plenty of time for questions as we go forward. Go ahead, next slide, please. Again, my name's Franklin True. I've been a firefighter since 1987. I've been a federal firefighter since 2001. I came to the VA in 2005 as a fire chief. I progressed up to the VHA Fire Department Program Manager in 2016. I'm also a member of a couple of NFPA technical committees, one of them being the NFPA 1710, which is the deployment of suppression and operations of fire department personnel, as well as I'm an alternate on NFPA 25, which is the inspection, testing, and maintenance of water-based fire protection equipment. Next slide, please. Let's talk about VA fire department criteria, what it takes to be able to provide fire protection to the VA. To be considered adequate for protection of a VA medical facility in which patients are housed overnight, and that's important to understand, we're talking about where patients stay the night, a non-VA fire department must meet the following criteria. Next slide. They must provide a fire station within 3.5 miles of the entrance of the medical center. They have to respond with at least one fire apparatus or one engine with a minimum capacity of 1,000 gallon per minute pumper that is equipped with the hoses and other accessories that comply with NFPA 1901. What 1901 is it's the standard that tells you how much hose you have to have on the truck, how much supply hose, how much attack hose, appliances like nozzles and adapters and things that way there. That's the equipment you typically would see on a fire truck. Next slide, please. They also have to respond to the VA Medical Center, and this is the biggest one, with the minimum of 4 trained full-time professional firefighters. Now, those firefighters are permitted to arrive on more than one vehicle, but they still need to be located within that 3.5 mile travel distance, as we stated above. So what that does is it kind of eliminates volunteers from providing fire protection to VA medical centers. So in the Northeast and on the East Coast, we see a lot more volunteer firefighters out here than we do when you go west. It's not as prevalent out that way. Which is why we see more VA fire departments located out here in the Northeast. And the final criteria is they have to have adequate staff and equipment to respond to a second alarm. And what's that mean is if the municipality or the fire company is at your local Walmart on a fire alarm there and something happens at the VA, they have to have a plan to be able to get personnel and equipment to the VA at the same time. So a kind of a simultaneous alarm they need to make sure they have the adequate staffing to do that. Next slide. If the municipal firefighting service is not available in accordance with the criteria that we just talked about, a contract for such services can be entered into with any fire department or firefighting organization that does meet our requirements. Where we would see something like that, an example of that would be where a municipality meets our requirements, but they don't have the jurisdiction to respond to the medical center. Meaning, a lot of times you see a municipal fire department that doesn't respond outside the city limits, and the VA medical center is located outside of the city limits, so they don't have the legal responsibility to respond to them. But so the organization or the medical center can contract with that fire department, if you will, to provide services to them. This isn't something that we typically see, but that would be an example of something where that statement would meet. Next slide, please. So when firefighting services, as we described above, are not available, that's when we would create and maintain a VA fire department. So let me summarize that real quick, because I kind of went through that fast, and I know this is a point that you guys really wanted to make. We have to be considered adequate to the VA to provide protection to us where we have patients that stay the night. You have to be located 3.5 miles away. You have to have 4 full-time firefighters. You have to have at least 1 engine that responds to the medical center that meets 1901 with a 1,000-gallon-minute pump. And you have to have enough staff and equipment to be able to respond to a simultaneous alarm or a second alarm at that time. So I know that I went through that pretty fast, but why don't we open it up to see if anybody's got any questions about the criteria.
Mr. Beglin.
Rob Beglin for the Master Plan Subcommittee. Thank you, Mr. True, for the presentation. It sounds like you've set forth a standard for what's the minimum. Is that set by regulation or by internal VA policy?
So that's internal VA policy or our directive that sets those minimum requirements.
Okay. And then kind of the related question is, you've told us the minimum, in other words, if they're not in place, what VA as a matter of policy does. Does VA as a matter of discretion sometimes provide for a fire department even where the minimum conditions are met?
So currently, there are no locations where that the minimum requirements are met that we've created a VA fire department. No, that doesn't exist currently.
Okay. I mean, obviously, and I'm sure you're familiar with it, the situation that this campus presents is a little unusual. It's a very substantial VA property with its largest medical center, but it also sits in the center of one of America's largest cities. So between Westwood and the adjacent communities, there's tons of firefighting support. So I can see how it meets the minimum test. Is there anything analogous to this in your experience? In other words, is there any campus like this where VA has afforded a firefighting station?
No, sir. As you stated, your campus is pretty unique there. But no, we don't have any other campus that provides fire protection or even comes close to what you guys have out there.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's kind of a one-size-fits-all policy. I mean, it basically VA is taking the view that so long as there's fire suppression support nearby, there's not a reason to do it. Have you ever done an individual assessment of the campus for example, earthquake risk or fire risk?
So no, sir. For like earthquake risk and stuff like that, that's typically would be your engineers that would try and look at that. So I guess I'd have to clarify the question. When you're talking about risk of collapse, risk of it happening, I guess I need a little bit.
It would be not so much risk of collapse. It's the question of the scope of response. In other words, I'll give you one of the interesting backstories is one of the VA's hospital assets in this area 80 years ago was destroyed by an earthquake, and it produced a very large loss of life. And so I'm wondering if, for example, anyone within the VA has ever studied the extent of emergency response that would be required on this campus if we had another significant earthquake or fire event.
Not that I'm aware of, sir. That would probably be more of an emergency management question. I know they've got a lot of, especially in those areas where that could happen. I suspect that they would plan out for some of those scenarios. Not necessarily what's needed for fire protection, but as far as I know, I'm not aware of any studies or of that happening.
All right. Well, thank you very much.
Anthony. Ms. Marshall.
Jennifer Marshall for the record. Thank you so much for joining us today. I do have a question. So does the VA abide by NFPA guidelines?
We abide by many of them, but not all of them. It's based on reference. So like specifically NFPA 101 we do, but not necessarily, we would not abide by like 1710 as I spoke of. I'm on that committee. So the quick answer is we follow some of them, but not all. That helps.
And what would be the reason that the VA would not abide by 1710?
So the 1710, I think it's more, I'm going to give you my opinion. I don't have an answer or why we wouldn't follow that, other than it may be cost prohibited. I mean, 1710 talks about two engine companies and a ladder company. There's a lot of personnel, 17 personnel versus only having to have a staffing of 4. I think it may be overkill as well for some of our facilities, but I suspect it's probably cost driven that way.
I agree that many of the standards set forth in NFPA 1710 might be overkill. However, when you are looking at 3.5 miles in a rural area, that's a relatively quick travel time. In Los Angeles, it could take firefighters a long time to get to that facility. So yes, I understand that that may be cost prohibitive, putting a fire station, a VA staffed fire station on the campus. But I'm trying to look at, if something were to happen, how fast a structure fire could rip through a building and possibly influence other buildings as well. What are your thoughts on that?
So I guess my thought is I got to clarify a little bit, because so when we're talking about fire protection at a VA medical facility, most of ours, or if not all of them, are all sprinkler protected. And they have engineering controls in place with firewalls and fire dampers, a lot of things that stop the spread of fire, especially when we have our most at-risk patients that are not capable of self-preservation in a healthcare setting that way. So the sprinkler fire really doesn't have a lot of chance. Non-combustible construction, there's a lot of things that go in place when we're talking about healthcare facilities. Now, when you're talking business or residential, obviously the criteria will change, but I believe by our fire protection design manual, even our business occupancy buildings are fully sprinkler protected with fire alarms and smoke detectors, and so your point is well taken. Travel times when it's busy, trying to get firefighters there. But I think between our engineering controls that we have in place, the sprinkler systems, smoke alarms, and as well as we train our staff to the use of fire extinguishers and things of that nature. I think we're doing pretty well. Now, again, in your situation where you have a lot of those at risk, or population in those I'll call them tiny houses, I guess. I'm not really familiar with your whole campus, but what little research I've done, I've been able to figure out some things, but I don't know what criteria those were built to, if they're sprinkler, I don't know all of that information on those, but I know as far as our medical centers and what this criteria was designed for, I feel comfortable that that the 3.5 miles, the travel time, we hope that they can be there within, I think we're planning on 8 minutes. With all our engineering controls, I think we've got adequate protection at our medical centers. I hope I answered the round, but.
Yes, one last question for you. Do you know what the average response time is for that nearest station? You hope to have 8 minutes, but do we have an average response time for an engine?
Are you talking at West I think it's West LA, is that what you're talking about?
Yes, sir, the closest nearest station.
I do not. I did look a little research, and it looks like you've got 5 stations. Station 19, that's 2.1 miles away. Station 92, that's 2.7. Station 37, which is 1.6 miles. Station 59, which is 1.6 miles. And Station 71 looks like it's 3.5 or 3.6, depending on what direction you go. So there's like 5 stations all within that 3.5 mile criteria. I do not know, and I suspect it would vary depending on time of day and traffic and that way, but I do not know what the average response time is out there.
Okay, I do just want to point out for the record that we're dealing with mileage. Mileage is not particularly applicable when we are looking at LA traffic, because 1 mile somewhere else is not indicative of 1 mile in Los Angeles as far as travel time, but I do understand your point, Mr. Truitt. Thank you.
I agree. I agree with you.
Okay, let me get Ms. Cohen and then Mr. Allman.
Turn it on. Push it up.
Yep, okay. Hi, Stephanie Cohen for the record. I don't have a question directly for you, Mr. True, but I am curious from my other board members sort of how this presentation came about. For years, we've been discussing fire and police services at the VA campus, and I'm just curious about this one specifically. What's the background on this, and why is this something we're discussing? There are several jurisdictional challenges with the campus between city and county, and I'm wondering how this plays into that.
Chair, this is Anthony Allman. I guess
Yes, go ahead.
I requested the briefing, so I might as well explain myself. There's a confluence of events. I think we had the tiny homes fire, also looking at the master plan and with respect to new development. So for example, the campus is planned to have a new police station. And then just thinking about, what would make this campus a home, its own unique neighborhood. I think throughout America, you think of like the firehouse. If a community has a firehouse, then it's real, right? And also more specifically for the residents, I'm concerned that the campus doesn't have an ambulance service of its own. And I know through the background research that I've done, I think it's the 1974 Concurrent Jurisdiction Act or something like that, where essentially the VA can require, and Chief, maybe you could speak to this better than I can, entered into an agreement with the state and then through that with the county to provide emergency management for federal properties. But I think given the situation that we're going to build 1,200, potentially more units, that number might grow over the years. The federal government shouldn't rely on municipalities or local government to provide these essential services on the campus. I think that we should look at maybe, given this campus's uniqueness, VA should have its own fire department here. And so I just wanted to learn how many fire departments, what are the rules, What are the regs?
And from the VA end, I know, Rob, you asked a question about whether or not there has been a study done on fire specifically. Has there been a study done or any type of report produced on police and fire response? Not just fire, but I'm talking about police as well. I mean, I know there were several issues that have since been resolved around VAPD and 5150 holds and their response and entering the building. There's just this constant issue of jurisdiction. Has VA put any investment into this issue yet?
You're asking. I'm not sure who can comment on that. We have had questions. It looks like Rob's going to pick up on the police jurisdiction. I know.
Hi, Stephanie. Thanks. Rob Merchant for the record. Those issues are still largely unresolved. The seam between LA County Sheriffs, VAPD, California Highway Patrol, and City of Los Angeles. And where you saw that really play out was in the Veterans Row encampment. And that makes it clear that we really do need to get a handle on this better.
Thank you for that. While I don't have a formal recommendation for this meeting, I would like for us to think through what we might be able to do as a board to ensure the type of things that you're talking about, Anthony, around public safety and emergency response for this campus. If VA hasn't yet done this, and I worked for the county, I don't know, 6 years, I think we need to start paying attention to it, and we need to resolve these issues once and for all. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Bamberger, and then we probably ought to let Mr. True finish his briefing.
Very briefly, Togus in Maine has its own fire department. VA, Maine Health Center Fire Department.
That's correct.
Okay, Mr. True, have you've got some more?
Yes, sir. You can go to the next slide. So, and this is where I'll talk about, go ahead and give me the next slide. So across the country, we do have 20 fire departments that we have established and we maintain. And I won't go through the whole list of them there, but Togus is at the top of the list there in Vision 1. All the way from Maine to South Dakota, we have again 20 fire departments that we do maintain across the country. Next slide, please. So the typical staffing at a VA maintained fire department is 14 firefighters plus the fire chief, and they tend to work a 56 to 60-hour tour of duty. In some cases, they do work a 72-hour work week, so that the staffing again is reduced then to 11 firefighters and one fire chief there. But the key is that there is a minimum of 4 firefighters per shift every day, regardless of sick or vacations, holidays. Maintain 4 firefighters per day, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Next slide, please. The estimated annual salary costs about $1.5 to $2 million, and that would be for the 14 plus the fire chief. But the costs vary. I know you wanted me to kind of nail down a little bit of what it may cost, but it's tough to get those figures because there's a lot of variables involved on locality pay, on what level of GS the firefighter is, from a GS 4, 5, 6, or 7. Whether the fire chief is an 11 or sometimes he's a GS 12, but he's an emergency manager as well. So it's really hard to nail down exactly what a fire department actual annual salary is, but I can say it's roughly between $1.5 to $2 million per year. And then you have your added costs of like your fire engine, with typical fire engines about $500,000. But again, in an ambulance about $350K, but it's again on the options that you put into those apparatus, which can make that price go a lot higher or I would say the 500 and 350 kind of right around the minimum range there. Then some of the other equipment that I don't list, you have SCBAs. Each one of those firefighters needs to wear a breathing apparatus, and those are about $5,000 a piece for those. Your turnout gear roughly around $3,000 to $4,000 to put a helmet and protective PPE on each firefighter. There's a lot of costs that go along to providing the training, the certification. There's a lot of hidden costs that go along with having a VA-owned fire department. Next slide, please. So to offset those costs, and this is the part that I'm proud of, and all of our firefighters and fire chiefs are proud of. We do what we can to offset that. I'll call it the overhead of having an on-site fire department by providing other services other than the fire suppression. Meaning we're not just sitting there in the recliner or in the truck waiting for a fire alarm to go off. We're doing other duties to help the medical center offset some of those costs where if they weren't there, they would have to pay a contract to do it or have to have additional FTE to provide these services. Next slide, please. Some of those services that we provide, again, as we spoke, emergency response services, our advanced life support or our basic life support ambulance transport service, and that goes on and off campus. We provide hazardous material technician level response in some cases. We do technical rescue services and elevator and confined space rescue. Your joint commission stuff at your medical centers, your inspection, testing, and maintenance, your environmental care EC 235. So we help maintain the fire alarm systems, the fire sprinkler systems, fire extinguishers, exercise doors, hydrants. I won't go through the whole list, but the fire prevention services that we provide, and inspections of the campus. We're on the construction safety team where we're internal life safety measures on stuff, fire watches, other services that we provide. We work closely with engineering so that they don't have to call in staff at night. So we'll go out and inspect to see what the call is. This is something the fire department can do to save their call-in pay, or we do that. We do hot work penetration, confined space entry permits. Econ team we're part of, patient search and rescue. Next slide, please. Code enforcement, so again, got some unique places that we work closely with the emergency management, so we help with the dual-use vehicles, maintaining those. Like I said, the co-emergency managers. Next slide, please. Some of the rescue areas that I talked about some of this, but we guys do some water rescue stuff in Trent. We talked about the confined space and elevator already. Next slide, please. And that's just a picture of that's in Martinsburg, West Virginia, one of their trailers with some of their equipment. And then next slide, please. So I know that went pretty fast, but again, I'm happy to answer any questions that you guys still have.
Thank you, Mr. True. Mr. Allman, then Ms. Marsh, and Ms. Cohen.
Sir, I just want to say thanks for the presentation. It was good to get some familiarization with VA Fire, and I hope you have an opportunity to come visit this campus. It's pretty unique in the VA portfolio, and I'm terming off the Federal Advisory Committee, so I won't be able to see be a part of the work that this group does to see a better response times. But I just want to say I think that, and I mentioned this talking to Stephanie here, the ambulance response times I think are going to be critical when you're dealing with this particular patient population. The campus has some access issues. For example, the nearest county fire department, it might be a couple of miles away, but at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, you're not going anywhere. And the ability for VA to provide that service on site, I just think makes for a more comprehensive approach to thinking about the campus as its own unique neighborhood for veterans. So I don't know, where it goes. I'm sure maybe in the future there would be a recommendation, but I hope to see a VA fire department here in Master Plan 2025. I think it's a consideration that has been lacking in previous master plans, and I hope to see on the campus.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Ms. Marshall.
Jennifer Marshall for the record. I just want to echo Mr. Ullman's discussion about response times, given the veterans, the age of the veterans, the medical conditions that they have. That is a big concern of mine. And Mr. True, I just want to ask a couple of questions rapid fire, just because I'm trying to understand this a little bit better. And I understand that you may not have all of the answers because you haven't visited the campus itself. Do you know, are there wet barrel or dry barrel hydrants on the campus?
Ma'am, if they built the campus to our fire design manual, I believe they would be wet barrel.
And what are the hydrants rated? Are they 1500 GPM or higher?
Ma'am, I would not know that. I don't know what their water supply situation looks like.
Okay, and you had said that a typical VA station has 14 firefighters and a chief. You were saying that is per station?
That is correct.
And then the qualifications for the firefighters, are they required to be a paramedic or just an EMT?
So it depends on the operation there at the medical facility. So the director can determine that. Some of our fire departments do not perform emergency medical program because it's for whatever reason they have there. But the requirements are mostly around firefighter 1, firefighter 2, hazmat operations. And if you're going to be an ALS, it would be a paramedic. If you're not, you'd be a regular EMT. But that's totally up to the facility and what level of service they want to provide in EMS.
No, I couldn't see the PowerPoint when you talked about the ambulances, but generally with the VA, are those BLS or ALS capable ambulances?
So, ma'am, they could be both. So it depends on what services you're providing to the or the medical center director determines they want to provide. You can get them both ways.
Okay, and then thank you so much for entertaining these. I'm trying to understand more so we can give a better recommendation in the future. My last question is for the hazmat technician. Do you happen to know where the nearest station is that would provide hazmat technician levels?
Ma'am, I do not know that in Los Angeles County. I'm assuming, I guess I don't even want to make an assumption here. I do not know the answer to that question.
And I understand that you may not know these answers. I appreciate it. I'm just trying to get a better idea of what we're lacking on campus and how we can best provide for those veterans. So thank you so much for your time, Mr. True.
Sure.
Ms. Cohen and then Dr. Bamberger.
I have one question and then a comment. Mr. True, when Ms. Marshall just now was asking about fire code, you mentioned the VA building standards or procedure manual. The facilities that have existing fire stations, is VA engaged in placing and permitting the infrastructure, the water infrastructure for those stations?
I'm trying to understand your question, man. So where we have a fire department currently, I guess I didn't understand your question. Can you repeat that for me? I'm sorry.
Do you follow local, state, or your own building and safety codes to ensure appropriate water supply and pressure to the buildings that you're protecting?
That is correct. We do make sure that they have the adequate water supply to protect based on the fire protection manual. But we follow NFPA standard 101 on some of that stuff. Well, we would follow some of the local codes on that as well, I believe. But yet we do make sure that we have adequate fire protection for the design of the system at that campus.
Thank you. I just want to note for this board, the VA has invested, I think, well over $20 million on the infrastructure and upgrade of the water system on the West LA campus. And we need to be aware of that as we're thinking through this process for fire safety protection. It's interesting that this is another jurisdictional issue that we've dealt with and need to continue to deal with, in that the code that VA was subject to are county safety codes, but city fire is the one that responds. And it's cost a whole lot more money because of that. The county requires dual lines, one domestic, one fire. The city requires one single line that can serve both lines. So I think as we think through these different procedures, we need to understand this jurisdictional issue a little bit better so that we are meeting the needs both from a water supply compliance standard and understanding the large investment that's been made on the campus thus far. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Khan. Dr. Van Luger.
Mr. True, do you know the history of Togus and how the fire department got there? For those on the board, Togus is the only other site in the United States, as far as I know, that has permanent supportive housing for veterans other than the West LA campus.
Sir, I do not know how it got established back in the day. I think it was, we used to claim it was the first VA in the country in 1866. It used to be the governor's mansion. And I know there's been fire protection there. There's old pictures of, I was the fire chief there for almost 10 years. So all the old pictures that were there, I know it's been around a long time. So I don't know why it was established. I do know why it's still established today, is because there's no places around there that meet our criteria.
Great, and now hope the Sox do better next year. Thanks.
Okay, Mr. Allman, did you put your flag down on purpose? You have another, okay. Chief True, thank you very much for that information. Looks like there's some more work to be done on determining fire protection jurisdictions, both police and fire. But thank you for your time and your presentation.
All right, thank you. And again, thank you guys all for the work that you do. Thank you for allowing me to present to you guys today. I look forward to maybe working with you guys in the future. So thank you very much. Have a good weekend.
Thank you. Okay, next presentation we've been looking forward to from the one team, Ms. Hammett. Excuse me, and Jim Zinner as well.
Yeah.
I was telling Jim, my eyes are a little interesting, so I don't think I can see the screen, so I'm bringing my computer up here. And I do not believe Chris is going to be joining us today. And for the record, Sally Hammett, Chief of the Homeless Programs at Greater Los Angeles.
And during this time, Jim Zenner, Director of Military Veteran Affairs for LA County.
Great. So next slide, please. Last time that we met with all of you, we talked about the importance of developing an efficient, coordinated, effective system to end homelessness among veterans. And we've done a lot of work since that time. And just to remind you of some of the values and the principles that lead our work, you'll see that on the slide. But being very veteran-centric in our approach and ensuring an ease of use to ensure rapid provision of services, minimizing those barriers so that we experience few housing delays. And when you look, next slide, please, at our mission statement and our overall goals, this We've been able to, if you remember, we launched our one team meeting in June, just a few months ago, June 28th. And about 175 of us came together in Pasadena. And at that time, we were able to announce that Jim and Chris and I would be the chairs for these efforts for LA. Next slide, please. And I want to take a moment just to discuss that intentional decision to create a tri-chair structure. One of the things I thought was really interesting when I came into this role is how long these efforts had been, people had been trying to achieve this for quite some time at GLA. In fact, I believe the technical assistance teams started this process and launched a meeting in July of 2022. And what Jim and Chris and I quickly found out is that the VA was driving all of these decisions and making the policies. And so this was a really intentional decision to create a tri-chair structure where VA is partnering with LA County and an SSVF grantee. Jim, do you want to say anything more about that tri-chair structure?
Yeah, just, it's really about making sure that everybody that needs to be at the table is at the table. One thing that I really appreciate about the one-team structure, and Sally, kind of your, when you approached me to ask me to be a co-chair about wanting to make sure the veteran voice was there, especially the lived experience, that was refreshing. That's something that I hadn't got engagement from the VA specific to, we want you to be a part because of your lived experience and being a veteran. So that was really important. And another thing about one team, it really feels sorry, sir. It really feels like, for those of us that served in the military, it feels like going back into the military. It's taken away from like, I'm VOA, I'm, VA, I'm MVA. It's really everybody getting together and figuring out and being mission driven. And that's a piece that I've really enjoyed, and you've really set it up to be that way, Sally, which I appreciate. And yeah, I mean, my role as one of the co-chairs is to make sure that the county is being the best partner we possibly can to the VA. We declared homelessness a emergency back in February, and we're bound to treat it like that. So,
thank you, Jim. And that importance of having a veteran with lived experience as one of our chairs is really instrumental in our success. And so our leadership team consists of, about 60 people. I think the last time I checked for attendance, we meet every week on Fridays at noon, and there are about 60 attendees typically. Jim and Chris and I, we meet every Thursday to develop the agenda, and this is really a leadership veteran space. So people from grant per diem programs, people from VASH, people from SSVF, we have street outreach workers, VPN, I'm probably missing, there's VA community.
Department of Public Social Services, that department in LA County administers TANF and all the other federal benefits. We also have the Department of Health Services, who does the Social Security establishment. There's just a bunch.
And we keep adding, and what I'm really excited to report is that our public housing authorities are also at the table. So LACDA and HACLA come to every meeting. And so in real time, on a weekly basis, we're talking about some of the challenges that we're facing. And having them at the table is incredibly important. Did you have a question? No. Okay. So the tri-chairs, Jim, Chris, and I, and it was really important because of our efforts to lean into SSVF and make rapid bridging, that we wanted to make sure that we had a chair specifically that was an SSVF grantee. But our role as the tri-chairs are to task we have 4 committees, and you'll see those on the screen: access and triage, by name list refinement, SSVF and VASH collaboration, and data and performance. And so our tri-chairs tasked the committee chairs during those leadership meetings to share their progress, the challenges, and things that they might need our leadership committee to bust. So any barriers that they're facing in their work groups. And if you see the participation under these one-team committees, we structured this the same way that we're structuring our tri-chairs. We pair a VA employee with a community partner. And what we've found in being able to do that is there's a transparent lens, and there's also a lens of accountability in the work that we do. Anything more about the tri-chairs or the committees you want to say, Jim?
Yeah, that's a great piece, is just the accountability. You know, if there's something lacking on the county side, that gets brought up. If there's something lacking on the VA side, that gets brought up. If SSVF has a challenge, that gets brought up. And it's just a problem solving. It's not a finger pointing kind of environment. And I think that's really, as we continue to move down this road, I think it's very important to get through the finger pointing, continue to bring all the necessary departments together and have the conversation and hash it out so that we're not letting bureaucracy get in the way of housing our vets.
Yeah, thank you, Jim. And the one-team committee's role is really to set the infrastructure. And so developing policies and procedures, workflows, performance improvement, and also rolling out training, because what we've noticed, particularly we'll talk about one-team case conferencing. Binding list case conferencing has been a little challenging for our community, and we've found several barriers coming up during that process. Next slide, please. So our recipe for a one team is really monitoring in real time how we take an access and triage approach, regardless of where a veteran enters the system. You know, we've talked about some discomfort around the existing protocol of coordinated entry. And I think we have the resources that we need to end homelessness among veterans. And so we don't want to create a one-door approach. And we talked about that a little bit the last VCOEB. We want multiple areas of access, and whenever that veteran shows up, whoever they show up to, whether it's the VA, whether it's community partners, we have a place for them. And all of our frontline staff would use the same tool. Now, this is not a tool to place individuals. This triage tool is really to set the stage for what journey this veteran will be on in their pathway to housing.
Yeah, for the triage tool, it was really important just keeping that whole provider in mind, provider piece in mind. I mean, just hearing Dr. Bamberger talk about the clinical reminders and that burden. There were some of us in the group that just absolutely made sure it was shortened and easy and just not going to be a barrier to engagement and getting people in the door.
So currently, this triage tool is getting built into HMIS, and it's a very short tool, and it has the typical data elements that you would see in any kind of triage tool, but there's also a built-in housing problem-solving conversation. And so we're talking about placement into alternative safe housing. Is there another safe alternative outside of our homeless system where a veteran can potentially live with family or friends and potentially receive some services from programs where they can fund some of those efforts? And then there's an indicator where we can talk about the outcome of the housing problem-solving discussion. There's also a housing referral conversation. So if a veteran is ready now, and we hope that that is the choice, that we have quick access into housing throughout our system. And who will that rely on? Will that be SSVF? Will that be HUD-VASH? Will that be other GPD transitional housing providers?
If I could just real quick, Sally, one thing that I really appreciated about so far is, you know, our priorities as a county are really getting access out there. And so when I took that priority of our board and the county to the VA and one team, you know, it was incorporated. And so that's the kind of stuff that's happening with one team, is we're talking about each other's priorities and incorporating them and listening. And that's been really effective.
And it's been really nice in real time to be able to problem solve in these leadership committee meetings. And what our tri-chairs have shared with our leadership committee is that we are the body that is we're making decisions for our community based on what you're hearing from the veterans you serve, based on what you're hearing from the staff that are coming to you and talking about the challenges that they face. And so a crucial component to this is successful case conferencing. So meeting as a community, having all the stakeholders at the table, talking about that by name list of veterans experiencing unsheltered or sheltered homelessness, and having people in the room that can make real-time decisions about placements and strategies to assist them. And in the middle of all of that, we've talked about leaning into SSVF and having opportunities to bridge into housing now, while someone then may need some additional intensive case management later and be bridged back to VASH. Next slide, please. So we mentioned that we met in Pasadena in June 28th, and we made a commitment during that meeting to come back together 90 days later and meet virtually with that community. So this was not just the leadership committee, this was really any stakeholder that could come to the table. And we had a virtual meeting. I believe there were about 180 participants virtually, so a little bit more than our attendance during our kickoff. And we brought folks together to give updates about our progress in the past 3 months, our successes, the wins that we've experienced, and then really assess our goals. We wanted to make sure that we had report outs from our work group chairs. We reviewed our calendar year secretary goals, and we talked about how well are we doing in terms of using a universal access triage approach. Do we have a quality by name list? Are we having housing focused case conferencing? And essentially, are we increasing our placements using that SSVF HUD-VASH collaboration? What's our overall performance look like as a community? And so our chairs, our work group chairs did their report outs, and so access and triage was discussed. What we learned about that is that we need some more training around the use of an access tool, and we need to really embed more people in various places in our community that actually touch veterans. In fact, we have a new chair for the access and triage work group, and that's Nancy from VPAN, and her role is she's head of the Veteran Peer Access Network.
Yeah, she's one of 2 program managers for the Veteran Peer Access Network.
Yeah, we found that many of our veterans were being encountered by the VPN team, and so we really needed to co-locate a chair with our VA chair for that access and triage group.
Yeah, what's really significant about that is VPN has 5 different locations across the SOUP districts across the county. And then part of their approach is also to look for community access points where a lot of veterans and family members go to, and they set up shop. And so our department's partnered by giving them accredited veteran reps, benefit reps, so that, you know, veterans don't have to go 10, 20 miles to get services. They can go in their local communities and get a peer support, get a benefit rep, and then get a SSVF housing navigator. So that's what we're working towards.
We've talked a lot about staffing and some of the vacancies that we've experienced. When those concerns come up during our one-team leadership committees, immediately you have someone from VPAN saying, let's not wait to connect them with a VA staff member. We're here, we're ready to connect them now. We'll provide those services. So a really nice lens of accountability that we can see across our community. We went into panel presentations, and during those panel presentations, we had 2 geographies, one of our service planning areas and then an outline area present on how they work together as a team to do their by name list case conferencing. Still a recipe that we need for success there and some training. And I think as a look back to those presentations, we're finding that some critical voices are missing at the table during those case conferencing meetings. We then transitioned to breakout rooms, and during those breakout rooms, we broke out by service planning areas. And the goal of that section was to look at what's working well in our community and what assistance do they need from the leadership team to be able to accomplish their goals. Next slide, please. We ran a little short on time, so we didn't do a report out, and so how we handled this we were able to come together the next week as the leadership group and really talk about lessons learned from that virtual meeting. And Jim, I think the resounding message that I found was a real desire for our leadership support to various spas and outlying areas for case conferencing, that we really needed dedicated, trained facilitators to do this work. What we're hearing is that people are showing up for case conferencing and people aren't prepared to talk about the veterans that we're serving. Quick access is not happening because you may not have transitional housing providers at the table ready to take those veterans in now.
You know, also just kind of hearing their needs and the lack of specific entities being at the table in certain spas. So that's, yeah, everything else sounds right.
We heard that transportation is a barrier, that we need support there. We need same-day housing options. We also needed support in navigating benefits. Our team was told that that was a real focus that we should look at. And I think we've talked throughout this conference about resources for prevention. And so that came up during those meetings. Policy changes. What we need as a leadership tri-chair and our leadership committee is to establish clear expectations for people presenting to case conferencing. Jim and Chris and I and the rest of the leadership group will be providing a guidebook for our spas in our outlying areas so that they know what they can expect. And we found that some people's attendance, they're meeting weekly typically, but attendance is not always consistent. And so we want to bolster that attendance, and we want to make sure that the participants really feel like they're leaving with a sense of, we did something here. We solved a problem. We're helping with these complex veteran situations. Next slide, please. This goes over really the purpose and the process. We talked this through as a leadership team, and we really, again, talked about facilitators needing to uphold the expectations during case conferencing and then bring those challenges back to the leadership team. We identified that we need to have a feedback loop so that in real time, barriers and challenges that our community are facing can come back to Jim, Chris, and I and the leadership team so that we can strategize how to work through those. Next slide, please. So the purpose of case conferencing, the group came together and agreed that we really want these teams to meet regularly, and we want full participation, and later in a slide we'll talk about who we identified needs to be there. But this really needs to be a problem-solving way to improve veterans' pathway toward permanent housing and have meaning for staff. We don't want staff to come and waste their time. We want them to get something out of these case conference meetings and ultimately to coordinate care. Many of our community members don't know how to connect veterans with mental health care, with medicine, a wide array of VA programs. And so that what we learned in this meeting is that we really needed to take intentional time and develop training so that people felt comfortable referring to VA care. Did you want to say anything more about that? Next slide, please. And this just goes over, we had a value discussion with our leadership committee, and we talked about what values should we hold as a community, and to just ensure that our attendees adopted these values and those could lean into our housing-focused ending veteran homelessness. And they talked about the ease of use and communication strategies. Those were things that we heard. Service providers not always having the best ways of communicating with one another. And I think we see this in just our own look back at performance and data. We have systems that don't speak to one another. And so as a community and as a leadership team, we've set up a Teams channel. And it's a little interesting from the VA side of the house because we have to shift channels and go to a LASA channel. But we're uploading all our points of context there. We're able to work on documents in that space, and we're able to have a quick look at what our by name lists look like. Next slide, please. Who should be at the table?
Yeah, so I talked about some of the entities that are here from the county. I agree the housing authorities being there every week is extremely helpful. Really it's driven by it should be driven by each by name list meeting. And so each region has their own unique needs. And so I'm particularly listening from our by name list leadership, what do they need? And if it has to do with county, making sure that I'm bringing the appropriate county resources to the table to make sure that they have somebody to reach out to. Because the biggest problem with the system, in my opinion, and it's been this way for years, is here's a phone number, here's a website, good luck. But when people have a person to connect to, that's when real coordination happens. And so that's really kind of my focus. So I've already talked about, sorry, Eugene, I need a lesson in this, a block of instructions. Yeah, that's really what it's about.
And a real-time example of how this communication challenges come to light. When there's an entity that's not participating at case conferencing, we talk about that as a leadership group because we need to hold each other accountable, whether that's VA staff or whether that's somebody in the community. We need people to be at the table talking about what's going on in these meetings, and really people that can make decisions. What we're finding is that we have a lot of direct service providers, which are really valuable, but in the facilitation of a case conferencing meeting, we need people that can bust barriers and make decisions in those meetings. Next slide, please. So case discussion, we will be outlining as a leadership committee what we expect from those participating in case conferencing. And what we want them to do is review the by name list ahead of schedule. Because what we're noticing is they're coming to the meeting and they're not prepared to talk about all the veterans on the list. And so having that facilitator that can actually get the teams the list prior to the meeting so that they can go through and talk about the housing progress, whether someone's already been housed, whether somebody's been connected to SSVF. And then clearly we want successes to spread. So we want our particular spas or outlying areas to meet on a monthly basis and talk with one another as facilitators about what their groups are doing well. If there are challenges that are coming up, they want to be able to elevate those challenges to us in case there's a need for a policy change. There's some expectations that seem pretty simple, but in the virtual life that we have, the expectation is to have cameras on, to be engaged, participate in the conversation, because what our spas have been telling us in our outlying groups, when they do these presentations and they're going through the list, there's silence sometimes. And that's often because the groups aren't prepared to come talk about the veterans, but also because cameras are off and people seem to be multitasking at times. So we're all working toward accountability of one another and really getting it right. Next slide, please.
Just real quick if I can. One thing about the case discussion is the data sharing piece. Yesterday I mentioned AB 210 to HUD. That's state legislation where it allows us to share information around homelessness, not just veterans. And the county signed on to it. It's my understanding the VA signed on to it. And so sometimes in some of the case conversations, speaking of barrier busting, some entities don't act like we have this AB 210 authority. And so that's really kind of what we're trying to lead with is we have this authority at the state. Let's use it. Let's not start with no. Let's start with how can we make it work.
So when looking at prioritizing cases during case conferencing, we recognize that some of these service planning areas are going to have very long lists of veterans, and it's not possible to go through that entire list. So we talked about prioritization, really looking at situations where staff are challenged and stuck and can't seem to get any leverage in housing veterans. Also taking a look at people who are on the list the longest, experiencing chronicity in their homelessness, and also those unsheltered, really vulnerable veterans. Next slide. This goes through the facilitator expectations. Jim and Chris and I and the rest of the leadership committee believe that it's key that we identify facilitators. And this may be people who part of their actual job is to facilitate by name list case conferencing meetings, being prepared for the meetings, sending the information to folks, and in real time, having someone there that can access HMIS, someone there that can access VA data, and those that can access other county information that we don't always have access to. Because I think we've got 3 systems, right, that we're, VA has a couple of different systems, but the community primarily uses HMIS, and then, Jim, I think the county uses, is it?
Yeah, we also, the continuum of care uses HMIS, but Department of Health Services uses a system called CHAMP, so we like to really confuse it. And so data sharing is a really important piece, and we have a long ways to go to get the data right and get it accurate. But yeah, it's not a simple process.
Right. We know that we're going to need facilitator trainings. And so we're in the process of, and I hope the next time we meet with you, we'll have our policies and procedures rolled out. We'll have trainings and collaboratives rolled out so that we have firmly identified facilitators navigating these case conferencing meetings. We think that that's going to take it to the next level and really help us move through these lists, and particularly the complex situations. Next slide, please. So we looked at July, August, and September data, and this is, keep in mind that this is data that is held by HMIS. So this was the by name list data. As of July, you can see there were a total active sheltered, so that would be emergency shelter or transitional housing, 739 veterans and 888 unsheltered, with a total of 1627. So you can see that 96 vets were added the month before to the by name list according to HMIS data, and then 93 the previous month were housed. And so really, you know, John mentioned yesterday the 227 people entering homelessness while a little over 200 are housed. And we're seeing something similar in this dynamic with our data. Same thing with August, a little bit less entered. In July, a few more were permanently housed. But you see that list is higher in August. And then it goes down a bit in September. If we could go to the next slide. This is our outlying data, and this might be a little bit hard to see. And what you're seeing in the outlying areas are a total of 318 veterans on our by name list. And so we're not exactly certain how many are unsheltered versus sheltered, because Santa Barbara data, they weren't real confident with their data. But what I can tell you just briefly, we're looking at Kern County, Ventura County, Santa Barbara, and San Luis Obispo in our outlying areas. And so a total of 318. For Kern County, there are 99 on that list, with the majority, 71 unsheltered, 28 sheltered veterans. For Ventura County, it's a little bit opposite, 97 veterans on the by name list. 29 of those unsheltered, 68 sheltered. And then Santa Barbara has a total of 99, and they weren't sure. They're going to really track hard starting August 1st how many people are sheltered versus unsheltered. But because of several entities holding on to those numbers, they weren't confident to give a list to us today. San Luis Obispo is really working towards zero. They have 23 veterans on their list doing some incredible work. In fact, they were part of the panel presentation to talk about their efforts of case conferencing and how well they do that. 5 sheltered individuals on that list and 18 unsheltered. Next slide, please. So this is really important. We were hoping that we would have some data for you today that we felt comfortable, that was accurate. And so about 5 weeks ago, we got a pretty incredible offer from Dr. Harris and homeless program offices in VA to help us make sure that our list is accurate and a quality by name list. Because what we believe is that using homes data is critical to be able to ensure that we have an accurate by name list. So 5 weeks ago, we asked for that list from LAHSA, and unfortunately, we did not get that until what, Keith? A couple days ago? Yeah. And that's for a variety of reasons. I think it's not that people did not want to do it or weren't trying, but we weren't trying hard enough. That's information that we should be able to share with one another, and we should be able to land on a number that we all feel confident talking about. And unfortunately, we weren't able to do that. I think we're going to get there, and I think next month or next VCOEB, we'll be able to have some strong information to help you see what the accuracy of our by name list is. But as we start to compare these lists, we're seeing some people aren't being captured on the by name list, or some people are captured in HMIS on the by name list, but they're housed through homes. So they really shouldn't be on the by name list. And I say this to really push the importance that Jim and Chris and I are pushing with our community. If we want to do this well, we've got to share information, and we've got to use the databases that we have at our disposal to make sure that we're getting it right and we're getting you a number that's accurate. Anything further, Jim?
Yeah, just the importance of data. I mean, if we know who's on the list and it's accurate, our targeted benefit establishment outreach is going to be that much more effective, because we know that around 50% of veterans are not service connected, do not have a pension, and are not connected to Social Security. We don't have a number on the TANF and the DPSS level of benefits, but we know that 50% of our veterans who, and we don't know how many of them have even been screened for benefits. So without an accurate list, that's really our starting point as far as the benefits establishment side of our partnership in one team to make that happen. So.
We are also developing a racial equity group in our Veteran Leadership Committee. We recognize that we may see people that are marginalized, people of color that are having longer lengths of homelessness. Perhaps they're getting discharged from programs at a higher rate. And we want to look at that as a community. We want to make sure that our screening tools and our operations really respect every veteran and ensure racial equity throughout our system. Next slide, please. So John started to share a slide about our permanent housing placements. Jim and I are going to go through each of our calendar year secretary goals and how we're doing as a community in GLA. Next slide, please. So just a reminder, and I can't skip through this because as a community, we're so incredibly proud. This is every single one of these 1,171 individuals is a person who has experienced homelessness, and their lives are greatly different because of the work of our community and the work that they've entrusted us to do. So if you can look at this information, we're at about 78.1% toward our goal. We will meet that. And I say will because we are confident as a community we can continue to push forward and meet this goal of housing 1,500 veterans. And Jim and Chris and I would like to go over that.
Yeah, I mean, I think, I'm always looking at what are we on track for, and we're on track to hit about 1,750. And just, we're just getting started. on track to hit 1750. But the most exciting piece is, we have this attitude in one team, like we can do better. And, we're talking about our by name list, case conferencing. We're just getting started with that. There's a lot of partners that need to be pulled into that. What I'm really looking forward to is what the goal is set for the following year. Because 1,500, we're going to blow that out of the water. But next year, I think we're building the infrastructure with one team to set the goal even higher and get even more done. And that's what's most exciting for me.
Yeah, and GLA had 152 permanent housing placements in August, and that exceeded August of 2022's total of 129. And in fact, the monthly placement total was the highest of all of 2022 calendar year. And so our calendar year 23 permanent housing placement is 32% ahead of calendar year 22. So really exciting. Next slide, please. We never want anyone to fall into homelessness once they've been permanently housed. And we know that that's happened in our community. In fact, what we're tracking in homes and with SSVF data is that we've had 39 veterans fall back into homelessness. Of those 39, 36 have been rehoused or are on a pathway to rehousing. And so the three that we're missing here, we're meeting this goal, but we know who these three individuals are. In fact, I asked my team yesterday, just because I wanted to report out on this today, an update on all three of these veterans that fell out of homelessness. And so as of yesterday, veteran number one, our outreach coordinator at the VA spoke to the veteran, and the veteran confirmed that he's staying in a motel paid by VA SSVF. We also know that VPAN has provided some services to this individual. And this individual prefers to live in the Long Beach area. And so we're working with the homeless team in the Long Beach area to ensure that this veteran has a safe place to go once they're discharged from the hotel. And we hope that that transition from the hotel is right into permanent housing, and we'll continue to work hard with our SSVF grantee partners to ensure that that happens. Veteran number two ended up leaving permanent housing and going to a mental health rehabilitation program, or DOM, on campus. He decided not to return to permanent housing and go stay with family. There was a sick family member, and so this veteran wanted to be there with the family. This veteran is connected to the Las Vegas homeless program, and so we're working with that homeless program and connecting to ensure that that veteran has the services that he needs. Veteran number three is housed in a program, so none of these veterans are unsheltered. This is a veteran that's housed in a program and working toward rapid rehousing, working on gathering documents, and I suspect what we've heard about waivers will help this veteran because there will be some self-certification that we can utilize when moving him into VASH.
Yeah, I just want to thank the team at the VA for really kind of taking a deeper look at this, and for the secretary to put this on his list of goals. What we track is what we're going to address. And for the longest time, we were tracking how many veterans are we putting into housing, and we weren't looking at how many veterans we're losing housing. So I think that's a really big bonus that we're now looking at. Not only how many are we losing, but what are the circumstances behind them leaving housing. And I think, as we move forward and move down the road, I really want to challenge one team and myself to pull the partners together, including the housing authorities, to look at, why is it that people are falling out and what kind of trends are we seeing? So we can pull in the necessary partners to address those issues while they're still in the housing, to prevent them from falling out of housing. And so I think that's our second year. That's a goal of mine that I'm going to bring to one team to make sure that we continue to stay focused. But this is, we've got a great start.
And out of the list of returns, it wasn't unique to see folks returning and going into treatment from permanent housing. And what we want to ensure is that they can successfully do that and keep their housing. They can engage in the treatment services that they need and remain permanently housed and return to that permanent housing. So we're going to be working on those efforts to ensure that veterans know that, they feel supported about that. When they take their passes from the domiciliary, that they're able to go to their permanent housing and have the wraparound social supports that they need to be successful. Next slide, please. So the third goal, the engagement of unsheltered veterans, we know that the trauma that our veterans face when they're on the streets, that's not lost on us, how traumatic that experience of unsheltered homelessness is. And so happy to say that we're at 86.5% of this goal to engage a total of 1888 for the calendar year. We're at 1634. And I think what's really exciting about these efforts to engage our most vulnerable veterans who are unsheltered is that we're doing this with a coordinated approach. And I think that's been possible due to the efforts of one team.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, just engaging veterans on the street. When there was veterans in the encampment on San Vicente, a lot of them would ask, where are you from when I'd show up? And I told them I was from the county, and they're like, okay, I'll talk to you. And so sometimes we engage homeless veterans that don't want anything to do with the VA, but then those of us that are veterans ourselves, we start talking to them like, hey, are you willing to give it another try? Let me go introduce you to Sally at the front desk. She's great. Her son was in Iraq. We make it really personal to make that bridge. And I think that's really a strong piece with this coordination, what we're doing with one team, and really proud of the county stepping up with the Veteran Peer Access Network, because that enables us to work as a team with the VA to engage those men and women that are maybe a little bit hesitant at first to engage in VA help.
Thank you, Jim. Next slide, please. So by the way, we're meeting all three of our calendar year secretary goals right now at GLA. It's exciting. So VASH interest list, what is this interest list? and we've done a lot of digging into the interest list to understand this. And I think the narrative has been, at least what I've understood it to be, is that you have a lot of veterans who are interested in VASH but not really being served elsewhere. And that's just not true. We took a sample size of about 150 veterans who were identified as interested in VASH. And what we see this as is a tracking tool for VASH. They keep this information, and these are veterans that are in our transitional housing programs. They are in our emergency shelters. They are working with people on a pathway to housing, whether that's SSVF or the VA. We rolled out a training in mid-July as an effort through one team to ensure that we're leaning into SSVF. And as John mentioned yesterday, we don't want anyone to be waiting on a list. We want them, if they're ready to be housed now, and then bridge it back to VASH. So after that training in mid-July, we have referred 125 veterans approximately to that SSVF bridge process. And we know we need to do more. We're digging into why we're not expediting that, though 125 is a large number. One of the pieces of feedback that we've gotten as co-chairs or tri-chairs is that the community needs more training. Not everybody came to this training. We've heard about staff vacancies. I know that's been talked about a lot. So we know we need to leverage our contractors. We need to leverage housing navigators to ensure that people aren't waiting. Ultimately, there should be no interest lists. I mean, we're always going to have people that are interested in VASH, but ultimately our list is the by name list. And that's what we want to see. Now, VASH is always going to have a tracking mechanism to make sure that they've contacted veterans and they've completed the admission or the admission packets. But we want to make sure that this narrative of people sitting on a list, that they're not just sitting there. They're working with people in the community. They're working with people in the VA. In fact, of the 150 people that I looked at that were interested in VASH, not everyone was on the by name list, but they were in transitional housing programs. They were in emergency shelter programs. There were 6 people that were unsheltered, but they were also working with case managers. And so again, the need to ensure regular reconciliation of our list, making sure that we take Dr. Harris up on his offer to help us, him and his team in HPO. I keep saying your team. I know that's technically a different team now, but still your team, one team. But we know this is going to be important moving forward. Next slide, please. So opportunities for one team. So we talked about single stop yesterday and ensuring that people have the benefits, the non-VA benefits that they need to help ensure their success. We've talked about transportation. During the pandemic, when we could use a specific authority, we averaged about 2,100 rides per month through that authority with the VA. That was a cost of $57,000 a month, which totals about $684,000 for 1 year. Now, we're not going to replicate that, but we do have a partnership with the SSVF grantee, and they are going to be assisting us. We're going to be a lot lower than $57,000 a month. We're going to start out at about $4,000 a month and really utilize that transportation service to serve veterans to get to housing appointments, same-day access to transitional housing or emergency shelter. And then we want to make sure that we integrate service representatives. And this is something that Jim brought to one team recently. So I'll ask that you talk that through a little bit.
Yeah, and just real quick on the transportation, one of the biggest challenges at least in the county as far as transportation is up in Antelope Valley. And so I had a really good conversation. Mr. Alan Trent came all the way up to Antelope Valley, had a great conversation with him about, Uber Health and GLA being willing to sign up for that pilot just because they see the demand. So, the VA has really stepped up in a major way looking at alternatives for transportation, and I really appreciate that. As far as the integration of service representatives, so I said earlier we were funded for four staff. And so really what we're looking at is I'm engaging my fellow county departments, DHS and DPSS, around we need to have people to connect folks to if they need Social Security or if they need TANF or any of those kind of benefits or need to be enrolled in Medi-Cal. Family, I think John Kuhn spoke yesterday about they need to make sure family members are connected to Medi-Cal possibly. And so what we're looking to do is we have these 4 dedicated staff in my department that will handle all the federal and state benefits. But then also we're working on building out a county network through DHS and DPSS to make sure that we have people. And so those 4 staff on MVA would be the points of contact for the entire one team as far as benefits establishment. And one thing that we're really working on is making sure, and I'm messaging to my team early on, is that, we're not just going to be available remotely. If there's an outreach team that reaches out to us and they need somebody to go out in the field because our veteran is having trouble engaging and they need to see a person, not hear somebody over the phone, we're going to do that. And so that's something I'm really excited to bring to the team, especially finding out that 50% of our veterans are not connected to benefits.
Yeah, and this is, the end of October, we are going to have our stand down on West LA's campus. And we're excited to bring people together and really push to make this a housing effort. We don't want to just give, although it's really important to give things like socks and underwear and resources and education about services, we really want opportunities to house people that day. And we've talked about this in our one team and our expectation to turn our stand downs into housing events. Having grant per diem and transitional housing providers and emergency housing providers at the table with vehicles ready to take people that day if they're ready to go. Because we know when veterans say yes to housing, we need to help them today. We can't wait and have them call a number later. And so looking forward to those efforts and seeing how many folks are housed during that event. And another opportunity is training and monthly learning collaboratives. We want to build that into one team in our larger community of stakeholders. So if there's a topic that they need to know about, perhaps it's about suicide prevention in the VA, perhaps it's about peer support, perhaps it's about VPAN and services there. We want to be able to offer those trainings on a regular basis to our community under the guidance of our tri-chair leadership and leadership committee. Next slide, please. That's it. And before we take questions, I just want to check if Chris was able to log in. It would be Chris Gilrath. Okay. I wanted to thank him for his important work as a tri-chair and an SSVF grantee for Salvation Army. And Jim, your partnership means the world to us at the VA. You and Chris both And it's an honor to work with you.
I appreciate the opportunity to serve.
Okay, well done, congratulations. Dr. Bamberger.
So first, I just want to point out historically for our committee, the difference between your presentation and what we've had in the past in the people who've been in your position and in Mr. Kuhn's position. It's so dramatically different and so much more veteran-centric. And just knowing, for example, the 3 people who have left housing who haven't gotten back into housing and knowing their details, it's just such a huge shift. I'm sure we all feel this way. And it just, you can't be commended enough. I think it's been such a pleasure, and having this as my last board meeting, it's really wonderful to see that things have shifted so dramatically in the right direction. So thank you so much for your leadership. A couple of things I noticed: there's no doctors on your group or other medical providers. I think having someone in the case conferencing who can assess people's medical condition and make recommendations for housing that is more enhanced or enriched, if there is that available within the portfolio the VA has in West LA, I think that would be a really important addition. And behavioral health clinicians as well. So if somebody's, tweaking on speed and clearly not going to be able to move into permanent housing right now, what recommendations happen in the interim, I think would be really useful.
Absolutely.
Yeah, thanks. And the other thing is, I found in my case conferencing, which I do weekly, is having something to deliver at the time. So if you have CPRS open and you can make an appointment for someone with primary care right there when you're doing case conferencing, then many people who are showing up for your case conferencing will be really excited to show, because then get something for their clients right then and there. And what really is the most useful I've found is when our housing navigators show up with 7 units, and they have room 201 at the Richardson vacant. And when we go through the case conferencing, we say, Sally is getting room 201 at the Richardson. That makes people show up in the case conferencing with a lot of enthusiasm. And you have the capacity to do that. You can show up with those units in hand. And I think that would be really an outstanding way to bring people excited to the table and give them motivation to do that. And then the last thing I was thinking about, I didn't realize that Bakersfield is part of your group. It's incredible. But they've supposedly, Community Solutions says they've ended homelessness.
Yep, in 2020.
Yeah. So when Beth Sander joins the board next month, that's her group that has certified the ending of homelessness for chronically homeless adults in Bakersfield. And I'd be really curious to see what she can bring to this group to talk about how veterans have also ended homelessness in Bakersfield, and how you can crow about that and use that as a motivation to make greater strides in this goal. So.
Thank you, Dr. Bamberger, and thank you for teaching me. And I suspect, though you're moving away from this board, we'll have lots of opportunities to connect and collaborate. It was a little short-sighted by me not to include medical providers and behavioral health providers, because they are at the table. But what we find is they're not at the table in every SPA or outlying area case conferencing, and that really makes a difference in ensuring HPACT is at the table and that we have providers weighing in. So thank you.
Yeah, my takeaway is really the have something there. And so that's something that I'll message to my team is, as you're showing up and you're part of these by name lists, have your 526 forms ready to do a service connection and connect right there on the spot. So thank you. That's great advice.
Okay, Mr. Tucker, Ms. Stanley, Ms. Cohen.
Ms. Tucker, for the record. Thanks for the presentation, Sally Jim. Understanding that when they go through case management and all the supportive services, you have veterans that reach the point of possibly employment back into LA County. Looking at 360 lens and understanding the need for SPAs 1 through 8, employment is still a barrier. I didn't see anything in the slide that mentioned about employment or employers coming to the table, and maybe piggybacking off Josh a little bit, is there an opportunity to maybe partner with employers or employment piece to get that 360 lens back into knowing the difficulty and how challenging the need is for funding in LA County when you talk about living in LA County, cost of living.
Yeah, I think that's a great point, Dennis, and it really ties into Ms. Cohen's readout of our recommendation from yesterday. This might be an opportunity to bring DEO to the table as well, to add to that list of, access to county benefits and add employment to that as well. Great feedback. Thank you.
And we have homeless veteran community employment specialists that are working. And I will say one of the challenges that I've seen since taking this role, those individuals that work with vocational rehab, compensated work therapy, and those folks that are charged with the responsibility of coordinating in the community with employers and really setting up meaningful opportunities for veterans, they report to a different service outside of homeless services. And that was a change that was made prior to me joining this team. And so there needs to be intentional efforts to bring them to the table. And although they are not reporting directly to me or my team, they are funded in part by a homeless program office. So we do have expectations that we're at the table. So thank you for raising that. And I think our partners in Department of Labor, there's lots of opportunities. We had a meeting recently. Our acting executive director of ambulatory care invited John and I to the table to have a meeting with Delete the Divide, LA County. And so there's some really great opportunities there for employment, back to school for veterans that could be interested in the IT industry, leading to really significant jobs, I might add.
Yeah, we have a program, I lead a program at LA Metro called Room to Work, where we take formerly unhoused individuals, run them through some job readiness training, and then get meaningful employment at LA Metro. Not any shameless plug for Metro, but certainly willing to sit down with the thought leaders of this group and maybe discuss and kind of provide some wraparound services on the employment piece and how you can tie in a community college to provide some of those soft skills that you may be missing.
And that's the program that we discussed yesterday, Dennis? Yeah, that's a great program. Thank you.
Dennis, I look forward to talking to you about that.
Thanks.
Okay, Ms. Stanley.
Christine Stanley for the record. I want to echo Josh as well. Appreciate all of this change in attitude and moving forward. And I really appreciate tracking the loss of, or the falling back into homelessness. That's always been a discussion point and a conversation we've been having. And I think that'll actually lead to a preventative piece of if we're noticing it's a trend of something. I was wondering if you could remind me, or the board, how many grant per diem beds are available in the county?
I'm going to have to get you a specific number unless, John, you're looking at information virtually and you can pull up our current utilization. I'm not looking at it right now.
I am looking as we speak, see if I can find it.
And my question going along with that is specifically for women, and then if there's any availability for grant per diem to support or families, like women with children or things like that. I know where I'm currently at, we have GPD for women with children. So looking at that access and availability. And then is there a specific lens on your conversation and you're supporting the individuals that come through that are families?
Yeah, I think it's really important, and it's a topic we're talking a lot about as we build on our campus, particularly because we've listened to women and we've listened about their discomfort to be in certain areas, particularly CTRS. We've been a bit disappointed in our utilization. As you mentioned earlier, Anthony, we're at about 44% utilization at Oasis. And while we have programs in the community for women, they're not necessarily where women want to go. And so that's going to be a discussion that we're continuing to have. we've experienced success when we bring women to the table, or other, male veterans for that matter, and CTRS to the table, and engage them in the process. Ask them what they want, ask them what they need. And so efforts to do that are certainly something that we're working with as a team. And I think, Jim, as we look at the lens of racial equity in our work group for our leadership committee, bringing the discussion of women veteran needs to the table is going to be really important.
Yeah, we often get not thought of or brought to the table, so thank you for that. I also was interested, previously we had a discussion about using the voucher for seniors to move into like a assisted living nursing home environment. Is that something that you can offer to potentially a senior that would be a good fit for that in your conversations to get them housed?
Yeah, I think we talked the last time in VCOEB about a pilot project with geriatrics and extended care using our community residential centers. And I wish I had information. That's been a little slower going than we would like to, but we do have places identified. We have a process flow. The PHAs have been involved. And I'll have to message and get with you before the end of today to see if we've actually taken our first veteran into that program. We thought we were going to be able to open the doors and be pretty successful, and we've found some financial challenges around that. But that's certainly something that we need to do because of our aging population.
Oh, absolutely. And my experience in the GPD world, like they're well above the care that GPD can provide, but it's way better than living in your car or on the street. So it's kind of like they're housed, but they're still at risk for whatever their issues are. And then it puts the staff, in the facility at rest, because it's like you're taking care of somebody that's just not really suited for that. So I appreciate that. This is kind of just if we woke up tomorrow in a perfect world question, would you find in this process, if there was some kind of either transitional housing on the campus that was, the gateway to, like, this is where you can stay until you get your voucher and you're moving in here, and what the closest GPD is to greater Los Angeles? Like, I don't even know because it's getting someone off the street and then getting them prepared to live in a house. We've all know that you can't just do that overnight. So getting them familiar maybe with a new environment, or if they are, if somebody in San Gabriel Valley is really going to take a voucher on the campus, that's a completely new community and environment. So potentially getting them closer to where their new home is going to be and getting acclimated there might be something to consider. But that is all I have. But thank you. I applaud you for days for the work that you're doing. So thank you.
Yeah, the transitional housing on campus, John talked a little bit about that yesterday, and really understanding that women and families need a different level of service, and preparing them to be successful is so important. And what we've noticed is there is a great discomfort with going into buildings where it's predominantly male. They're not interested in that. We do have a transitional housing facility under Salvation Army that's in Westwood. They stay pretty full. And so again, finding out what women really want and what they need and what locations they find themselves. We lean into SSVF very heavily for support when it comes to women veterans. Thank you.
Okay, very quickly, John Kuhn, if you want to chime in with the answer, go ahead, please.
Sure. So we have right now just over 1,100 beds of combined grant per diem and healthcare for homeless veteran contract housing. I can tell you that utilization is historically quite low in those programs, in part because they don't offer some of the services our veterans want. They don't have the privacy. We don't have the on-demand feature that's supposed to be there, but unfortunately, many of our providers are unable to provide. So that when we have veterans who are willing to move into housing, they can't move in immediately. I'm talking about temporary housing now, which is why we see CTRS so popular, where you have that low demand capacity. We are adding 6 units of on-demand housing in CTRS in part because of this. We were looking, as I shared yesterday, at ABH, where again, we are very low utilization to see if we can convert at least one of those bays to on-demand housing. So those will be important resources for us. As Sally shared, one of the primary way right now for us to accommodate families is through hotels and motels. SSVF some years ago gained the authority to place families together. This is critically important because GPD doesn't really get reimbursed or struggles to find appropriate places for families. So this is a primary resource now, but we do want to develop housing on the campus, transitional housing that's more appropriate for families. We are awaiting an OGC decision as to whether we can expand CTRS to do that. I also wanted to share, we just learned that our total new voucher allocation, I know Phil brought this up just the other day, we're getting 510 new additional vouchers for Los Angeles between the two major PHAs.
Thank you, John. Ms. Cohen, last question. We're cutting into our next briefer.
I have a few questions.
Weird. Okay, tighten it up. But
Okay.
we're 15 minutes into
I
the
have
next
some
briefer's time.
clarifying questions. I just want to recap sort of some of the numbers that you provided around the by name list. So when we started the by name list, reconciliation efforts, Jim, Keith, me, some of my colleagues at the county, we were around maybe 4,000. I know that there was a lot of cleanup to do at that time. There were a lot of folks that were repeats. There were a lot of folks that we, just lost track of, didn't know what happened to them. So is it correct that we're around 1,500 on the BNL at this point?
So I don't think that's correct, Stephanie. I don't think we're at 1,500. I think it's close to that, but I think that as we're looking at homes data, we're seeing people that are on the HMIS list and shouldn't be, and we're seeing people that aren't on the HMIS list and should be. So I don't know that I can make a clear estimate of where we're at. I don't know if this is appropriate, but Dr. Harris, I know you've been looking at some of that information. Do you feel comfortable sharing your thoughts?
I think the question, aren't you just asking whether that's what was showed up there? Yeah, the by name list being used right now is right around 1,500.
Okay, yeah, so not to include the information from homes. Sorry for misunderstanding your question.
Okay, so I asked that for a number of reasons. I think when we started this work to really look at the system that's being used to assess veteran homelessness, there's this issue of throughput, right? We're talking about the by name list, doing a reconciliation on what the names are, who's there, where they are in the process, but the throughput doesn't seem to attach to it just yet. What we really need to know, and what I request for the next meeting, is an accounting of how many units are available, permanent supportive housing units, income restricted units, any type of units that are available for veterans. We need to see a list of that, and I'd like to see a list of those on the by name list that match up with those units or don't match up with those units. I totally understand it's not a one-for-one, right? If you have 100 people that are under 30% AMI and you have 100 units that match that, I totally get that not every veteran out of that 100 is going to match with that exact unit, but we really need to start understanding where the housing data plays into the BNL work that's happening, and I'm not seeing that connection still. So I know that at the last meeting, Dr. Bamberger and I listed off a number of things that we really wanted in terms of data to be presented at a future meeting. At the next meeting, I would really like to see that information. I want to understand what veterans are on the by name list and how it connects to the housing stock that's available in this county. And to wrap all of that up, this county, in LA County, to wrap it up, I still struggle with the amount of units that we are building on the campus, because I am not sure, and no one has been able to tell me yet, that it coincides with the number of veterans that are experiencing homelessness and are at risk of homelessness in the future. So I really would like to see this data to further understand that point, at the next meeting.
Of course, and in the meantime, if you ever want to go to that data analytics website, that's the public-facing website, that will list all our PBV units and what's currently available there. As John mentioned yesterday, we have a lot of more difficulty with the TBV, but you can look specifically at the PBV on that website, and it will show you exactly what's vacant and what's filled right now. We're also working really hard to provide some data. In fact, I think it went up yesterday about specific PBVs and their tax credit information and the AMI information for each one of those sites as well. So that'll be a really helpful tool. But thank you for your input.
I appreciate that. Have reviewed the website. I still think we really need to get a hold of the veterans on the by name list, the units that are available, and start matching people.
Okay, thanks very much, Ms. Cohen. Thanks very much, Ms. Hammett and Mr. Zinner. Great presentation. John, I understand you have something.
Yeah, I just want to share that just to clarify, the income restricted units are only PBVs, which essentially are filled. The current empty units in PBVs all have largely been matched with referrals. So where we have availability is in the TBVs, which really don't have the income restrictions. The challenge is finding landlords who will accept them. That matching contract, which we're pairing with the now master leasing, which Jim Zenner has worked so hard to help us find resources for that, will help us to develop some more units on the TBV side that can be more effectively matched. So again, the income restrictions really are on the PBV side where we really haven't had that kind of challenge in terms of matching.
If I could real quick, John, I don't know if you put some thought into this, but when we do bring, hopefully in the near future, we bring the master leasing to the campus, just based on what we heard today, maybe families is the target population to start with. This is Jim Zenner.
Yeah, I think there's going to be great opportunity for that, particularly since with the master leasing, we can move beyond studios and one bedrooms.
Okay, thanks, John. Okay, Shangri-La and Step Up on the line. I apologize, we went a little bit over time, but you've got the stage now. Are you there?
Yes, we are
Mr.
on.
Cowell? Yeah, okay, thank you.
We're in remote locations, so Step Up team, do you want to just take it through, because a little bit of a late start, I mean, we just get straight through the slides. The slides are similar to what we've presented before. The main update, of course, is the leasing, which has been picking up at a much better pace. So Denise, do you want to just take it, quickly through to the leasing and talk about where we are?
Yes. So for building 208, we are fully leased, so we're at 100% on 208. And on 205, we have 38 move-ins. We do have another 2 that are scheduled today. So that would be putting us at 40 move-ins, which would be around 60% occupied. And we are waiting for COEs from HACLA for.
Can you tell us what
approval.
chart you're on, please?
Oh, can you please move forward? Like Ari said, because of timing, we're kind of moving forward through right there. Thank you. The leasing summary. Thank you. So these leasing figures were reflected prior. So we've had some changes because it really can change daily. So I'm just updating you to our most current figures. So as you can see on the slide, it shows that we were at 100%. And then building 205, we were at 35, but now we are projected to be at 40 today, which would put us around at 60%. Change slide, please. So as far as our barriers, we have barriers really locating and supporting the veteran applicants and gathering the required documents. That can be challenging, but we are working with case managers to help us obtain the documents. As well as it's a two-part process where property management has really, we have all files approved for 205 except for 6. So it's really the HACLA paperwork, working with Nicole and her VASH team and obtaining and gathering documents. So there's multiple VASH providers involved. There's a high level of coordination, required between our Step Up and other agencies, including the VA, who are serving the veterans and supporting them throughout this process. Also, what we're finding is that critical documents will expire. We're, working against HACLA's documents that are expiring, as well as tax credit documents, which are valid for 120 days, and they must be refreshed if the move-ins are not completed within a typical time period. For HACLA, it's 60 days. There is a multi-approval process for both tax credit and compliant, for the compliance, and then for the housing authority. They must also approve the applications to move in. So typically with the tax credit, it takes us about 24 to 48 hours. However, HACLA may take additional time, but they are, however, trying to prioritize these applications and working efficiently, to approve them. Unit inspections have also had a time limit of 60 days. They will expire if the unit is not occupied, and a new inspection must be requested prior to the applicant moving in. Overall, the VA, we have over 200 veterans who referred, about 120 units available. Not all referrals qualify, and they respond to requests or accept the offer of the unit. And then new referrals are requested from the VA, and they respond by sending referrals to the Step Up team. New slide. And Nicole is on the line. She said that
Hi everyone. So I'm just going to talk a little bit about the services that the case management team provides.
Can you understand?
The next slide.
It's the same person with the same chart, the same communication.
So this is very similar to what was presented the last time. In terms of the service plan for buildings Toll 5 and Toll 8, all veterans are assigned a HUD-VASH case manager, and they meet regularly for veterans to support them with case management services. It typically is a 1 to 25 weighted caseload ratio to be able to serve the veterans in the building. The services are provided on site from 8 to 5, and we also do have on-call hours for any emergency services that come up. Property management, of course, lives on site, and the case managers will be there throughout the work week. All the case managers work with the veterans specifically on individual treatment plan to discuss any type of housing goals that they may have, or if it's related to supporting their medical needs or supporting any substance treatment goals that they may have in order to help them ultimately and support them with permanent housing. Next slide.
We're getting bad communication from you. Can you do what you can?
Next slide. Perfect, thank you. So this just sort of explains some of the resources and services that the case management team provides. We support them with helping complete their HACLA or HUD recertifications. We support them with any issues related to property management to be able to properly advocate for them. We also support with increasing their income. We work with them to collect any documents, anything that the veterans need in terms of trying to support them in maintaining their housing is something that the case managers will support with. We provide them with social activities, activities related to housekeeping, and of course conflict resolution that may come up with tenants, as sometimes it comes up when folks are moving into housing. We also provide information in regards to mental health and peer support services as well. Slide. Other services that the case management team does provide does include supporting with job training, helps them with vocational skills, helps them with resources in relation to, again, substance use in terms of their treatment goals, and also connecting them to, of course, the VA Medical Center to support them with their primary care, or if they would like outside in the community to different community healthcare clinics. Next slide. That is it. Thank you.
Okay, questions will start with Mr. Zeller, work down to Ms. Cohen and Dr. Bamberger.
Yeah, Jim Zenner, thank you for the presentation. We heard from HUD about some pretty flexible waivers that they're giving, up to going from 60 to 120 days, also self-certifying driver's license, birth certificate, other stuff. But it might not be birth certificate. I don't have my notes right in front of me, but is there a reason why you guys aren't using those waivers? HACLA put out a policy change to that months ago.
I can speak to that. We are using those waivers, so it has been helpful to help get folks to move through the process. But I do think that there are still some delays in HACLA's processing time that helps ultimately get the voucher approval for them to move in.
Could you go back to that slide that you were just at a couple slides ago?
Yeah.
Yeah, so the third bullet on your presentation says critical documents will expire. Both HACLA and tax credit documents must be refreshed if the application and move-ins are not completed within a period of time, typically 60 days. So that's contradictory to what you're telling us right now.
Denise, you may be able to speak a little bit about the tax credit documents. It does support HACLA, but I know tax credit may be a little different.
Right. So what they are using the waivers to help process the paperwork, but it's still a slow process. What the barrier is right now is their inspections are timing out. So now that they use the waivers, that worked. However, their inspections, like right now, we're sitting on 6 COEs that we're waiting for inspections, re-inspections that took place on September 14th, and we haven't gotten the COEs. We also then have scheduled another 6 inspections for today. So that's 12 units that, we're waiting essentially for COEs that we could have moved in. So even though that is helpful for us, the new barrier since then is the inspection that is also on our slide.
Yeah, thank you. This is more just a general statement. I mean, this is why I brought it up with HUD yesterday. This is really, this burden gets put on our veterans and get put on our veterans and non-veterans who are helping veterans get housed, and it needs to be addressed.
Yes, we have brought it up to HACLA. I know myself, I've officially requested that they waive the inspection period because no one has moved in. And I know I personally have been denied that. And they told me that this is part of their process at HACLA.
Yeah, this is our, the inspection is frustrating. We have a new construction building. I understand the 60-day rule is there for some of the older buildings in LA County that, they're worried that it's not going to be in livable condition. But, we have a brand new building. Nothing really changes in 60 days in a brand new unit. So that is across the board, and not even only on the VA campus. That harms us in a lot of places, and that's a lot of the delay.
Okay, I've lost track. Josh Bamberger.
Josh Bamberger for the record. This AMI issue has been a huge focus of this committee, and I notice that there are 40 units at Building 205 that can accept people under 60% AMI and 31 units that can accept people under 60% AMI in building 208. What percentage or what number of those units house veterans who have income between 50 and 60% AMI? In other words, are we using this quite precious resource that is almost half of all the units in the entire West LA plan to house these folks who we just can't house because they make too much money? I think we wasted this opportunity. Can you address the issue of the income among the people who've moved in thus far, and if they are between 50 and 60% AMI?
Yes, they are between 50 and 60% AMI. In fact, on the VA campus, because a lot of them are 100% connected, they also, in addition to that, get Social Security, and some of them even have an outside job. They do qualify at the 60%. So your resources on the VA campus, putting the 60% AMI is helping out directly on the VA campus for housing.
Well, that sounds great. Can you be specific? Maybe get back to the committee at another time. Among the 40 units that are targeted for 205 and the 31 for 208, what percentage of those are people who have between 50 and 60% AMI?
Yeah, they're all 50 and 60. Just to provide clarity, though, I can provide more specifics as far as, but they all are 50 and 60% AMI specifically, but I can provide more details in our next one. No problem.
I don't think you answered. We think there are only 109 veterans in the entire by name list that are between 50 and 60% AMI, and I can't believe all of those were successfully housed in those two buildings. So I might not be explaining my question well, but perhaps I can write it down and we can get back to it another time. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Ellerman and Ms. Marshall.
Thank you. I'm not as steeped in, service provision, I'm not a service provider. I just had a general question about the mail in these buildings. I think in the military, oftentimes you get mail, it's like a morale boost. Is there an address? How do the residents receive their mail? Do they say, my name is Joe Veteran, I live in building 209, or do they provide an address? Does the mail go?
Yeah, sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead.
Each building has its own individual address, like 700 Bonsall Avenue, 710 Bonsall Avenue, 720 Bonsall Avenue, and they put the unit number on it, and the veteran is able to go to the mailbox and get their mail. The U.S. Post Office delivers their mail. This is just like a standard apartment community that you would find in the public for mail delivery.
For your three buildings, there's an address system that's working. I noticed walking around the other day, I saw a big mailbox out front, which is why I asked. So the mail to the residents doesn't go to VA. It goes directly to the residence hall, or is there a sorting process that happens?
It was going through the VA post office. However, we got the mailboxes up and going, and so the U.S. Post Office is delivering the mail, and so we are phasing out the delivery through the VA post office, and that would be effective November 1st of the phase out, and it will be solely through the U.S. Post Office at that time frame. U.S. Post Office, though, is delivering, and that we have been working with the veterans on making sure that they are submitting their change of address forms, that they know how to use their mailbox, they have a key, and they're very well versed with their mail process.
That's great. I think maybe you were the first three buildings to have a quote unquote residential address. And the fact that mail is going directly to the resident as opposed to an agency, I think is something that the residents would appreciate. But do we know that this is the standard? Do we know that, for example, is this the case for 207? I know that that's not your domain. I'm just asking, maybe VA. Does 207 have an address? Is the mail being sorted? Yes. It does have an address, and it is going directly to the resident? Okay. Well, that's great.
Yeah, I would just add, this is Ari from the development team. I would add that that is an important point. Obviously, I think many of you know that when 209 opened for years, it was going through the central VA mail, and we would have to sort it. The management team would sort it every day and provide it to the residents, and that was definitely not the ideal way. During the development of 205 and 208, we worked with the VA, various departments at the VA and the Postal Service to implement this, which was very difficult to get addresses, to get the USPS on the same page. We literally spent thousands of man hours over the 4-year process to do this, and we're very pleased to roll it out. The veterans are, some of them, it takes them a little while to get used to something new, but overall it's working out really well.
And actually, while you were talking, something else just occurred to me. If these 3 buildings have an address and 207 has an address, when are we going to start referring to them by their address versus a building number?
You can start today.
So
I think that's a VA question. I don't want to. You said this becomes active in November of 2020.
Well, the addresses are live now, and they already work now. The issue is a lot of our documents refer to building 205 and 208, because this was something, the USPS assigned these numbers probably about a year ago. Obviously, everything was well underway. So there is an element of keeping the building names the same. I believe on the buildings we have both. I think we call it 208, but the address is, for example, 710. It's a good question if we're going to phase out the old numbers, but for people's understanding of the buildings and all our documents, the EUL and our ownership documents, it's heavily geared towards the old numbers.
Right, but it's not like you have your mortgage loan number on your curb of your house, right? You just have your address. So maybe in the future, I'm turning off this Federal Advisory Committee, but in the future, maybe a recommendation might be appropriate to put the address and the street name on these buildings instead of something that's maybe a little bit more institutional. But thanks for clarifying that. I think that's great news that it seems like we've solved the problem, but maybe we just need to update the maps.
Thanks very much. Ms. Marshall.
Is it working now? Thank you, General Hopper. Jennifer Marshall. I will keep this short because we're coming up on lunch and I respect the lunchtime of my colleagues. You touched on this earlier, but a specific timeline would be very helpful. 2 quick questions. Once requested, how long does it take to have an inspector come out? And given that these are new properties, is there any way at all to get around that 60-day reinspection period?
We have requested the inspections department to inspect. However, they typically can come out within a week or 2 from the time of inspection. But we have been noticing there has been delays, and there's been delays with the inspectors uploading the reports to be able to get it over to their processing department to release the COEs. So the inspections is a process in itself. And then as far as, is there any way to get around that? Not at this time. We have made official requests to HACLA and their leadership and have been advised that this is their policy and that our requests were denied.
So would you say that the primary issue is not the time in which an inspector is coming out, but that there's delays with inspectors uploading documents after they're done?
I think that the process, to be quite transparent, I think the process in its entirety with inspections needs to be looked at. I think that there's some inconsistencies when the inspectors come to the property, leaving documentation for property management. Like, did this unit clearly pass? Did it not pass? There's then we have to ask, so there could be some miscommunication if they don't leave paperwork with us. And then in addition to that, they have to upload reports into their system. So there is delays on that. For instance, we have 6 units that are, we're waiting for COEs right now, where we've had to escalate to their inspection managers because the inspections took place on September 14th, and we're still waiting for COEs. And we believe that this is the only thing that's needed in order for us to have the applicants be able to move in. So in addition to that, there's a time frame when the inspections are uploaded, then there's a time frame from whoever's processing the file at HACLA to be able to gather that information and then put the file together for COE. So I believe in general that entire inspection process should be reviewed, not just waiving it on new move-ins.
Thank you for your input and clarification.
Ms. Cohen, did you have your flag up for a question? Okay. Okay, no worries. Okay, well, thanks very much. Just a comment on the barrier slide. It's not clear as you went through that or as we read it. We can understand, I think, what the barriers are, but we don't, it doesn't come through what you're doing to fix it. So as you report in the future and these things come up, your last answer, in fact, was very illuminating. But we need that information as well, how to fix the slowdowns. Thanks very much for your presentation. Okay, so we're very close to starting lunch here. We will do that and back in place at 1:15. We're adjourned. No, we're recessed. Yeah, sorry. Don't listen. Okay, please take your seats so we'll get started with our afternoon session.
Thank you. So I think that in raising the issue, sometimes that gives you an opportunity to full board and
Okay, pleased to welcome the Veterans Collective for their update.
Right. Okay. Can everyone hear me? I've been instructed to speak into the microphone, so I'm not ignoring you over here. Forgive me. Thank you, everyone. My name is Brian DeAndrea. I am Senior Vice President at Century Housing Corporation, and we're one of the 3 members of the West LA Veterans Collective that you'll hear from today. For starters, on behalf of the collective, I want to recognize General Hopper, Anthony, Dr. Bamberger, and Phil Mangano for your service on the VCOEB. Thank you for all your years of dedication and interest in getting this right. We appreciate what you do. Today we'll be updating you on the PD's activities, PD being the Principal Developers Activities, which have accelerated. Excited to share that progress with you, which in large part is due to the partnership with the VA. The VA team, both GLA and OEM, has continued to address infrastructure like I spoke to earlier, demolition abatement needs, parcel release needs, closings. They've literally moved mountains of dirt, mountains of steam line, mountains of IT equipment, and they don't often get the praise that they deserve. I think without our VA partner, none of what you see today would be happening, so thank you. I'm going to jump right in. We can move on to slide number 2. So we'll walk you through kind of the current lineup of projects, give you a flavor, and then we've got some larger picture things that we'll share with you. So Building 404, this is a Century project. This is a new construction build fronting Building 207, consisting of 73 apartment homes, mix of studio and 1 bedrooms. Building 207 is unique in that it has a podium parking garage that's now been poured, and we're now framing. We are slated for completion late next year. Our team was on site this week, and we had a curious resident from Building 207 looking through the fence. commenting on what an amazing amount of progress he's seen and just complimenting the contractor for the work that they're doing. And it really kind of dawned on us that this is a live functioning community at this point. We have neighbors, right? There's a couple hundred people now living on the North Campus. Actually, when you include all of the residents on the North Campus, I think we have close to 1,000 vets. Next slide, please. Building 156 and 157 is an adaptive reuse of the old TB hospital on the North Campus. This development will consist of 112 apartment homes, a mix of studios and ones. The interior demolition is underway. We closed a couple months ago, and we are slated for completion presently in late spring of 2025. This is a incredibly complicated build in a very sensitive area of the campus. Lots going on in terms of adjacent construction activity by other EUL developers, not to mention infrastructure work that is being done by both our team and the VA team. Hundreds of millions of dollars of work going on all around us with residents living across the street. So we're doing our best to be good neighbors and do this in such a way as to mitigate impacts on both the VA team and all of the veteran neighbors that live around us. I'm going to hand things off right now to Tyler Monroe from TSA, who will update you on building 402, which should be the next slide. And Tyler is presenting virtually today.
I'm actually presenting on Tyler's behalf. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Thanks.
Okay, great. Good morning, everyone. Yes, I'm here to share some updates with you on VA Building 402, which you can see on screen. VA 402 is just to the north of 156 and 157 that Brian was updating you on. It's 120 units of ground-up new construction. This is our modular project on the campus. So you can see a lot of progress being made in that photo on the right. As of now, we have all of our modules on site, which is great and a relief to all. So this project is 107 studios. We have 11 two-bedroom units, and then there's two two-bedroom units set aside for our managers. And all of our units are, of course, set aside for formerly homeless veterans. It is a non-age restricted building, which deviates from what we did with VA 207, which, as you all know, was reserved for senior formerly homeless veterans. We started construction, we closed our financing and started construction back in January of this year. We're on track to complete construction at the tail end of 2024. Let's call it Q1 25 as shown on screen. And we're happy to report that things are coming along. We survived the rains, we survived the hurricane, and we're excited for next steps. So I'll hand it back to Brian, who's going to update you on 158.
Thank you, Parisa. Next slide, please. Building 158 is the sister building to buildings 156, 57. It's part of that three-building cluster. This is an adaptive reuse that will consist of 49 apartment homes that includes entirely one-bedrooms. We are slated to close this development in November of this year, and we'll break ground immediately thereafter with expected completion in the summer of 2025. This is an exciting deal for us. We have some new partners that we brought into the table. CREA, a syndicator of low-income housing tax credits with USAA as the investor behind that syndicator, along with Chase Bank. So they'll be involved with bringing this development to life, and we're excited about those new partnerships. I'm going to invite up Tess, who will provide an update on US Vets Building 210.
Sorry for the mask. Hopefully you can hear me okay. So building 210, as we know, is adaptive reuse. Unit count is 38 units, 37 VASH.
Tess, hold on just a second.
Okay.
Go ahead, Tess. Continue.
Maybe start over, Tess.
Sure.
Please. Thanks.
Building 210 has actually been moved up in the schedule. We were anticipating building 300 before that. However, building 210 will be adaptive reuse, so it will be 38 units, so 37 VASH and one manager unit. The population is women veterans preference and also all veterans. Construction will start in May of 2024 and finish in December 2025. And if you're wondering if The information is different from what's on the slide. It was an updated slide that unfortunately didn't make it into the presentation. Services include VASH case management, mental and physical health, substance abuse, women veterans programming specifically. There is the Women Veterans on Point program that we are going to incorporate. There'll be family and children's services because some of these units will also accommodate women veterans with children. And then also there will be a services coordinator and family program staff on site as well. I think the services staffing is accurate, so that's Building 210. Thank you.
Yeah. Hi, I'd like to speak.
Thank you, Tess. Okay, next slide, please. I think we're waiting for Eugene. Okay.
No, that's not.
All right, we're not going to spend a whole lot of time on this slide, but this is a slide actually we shared back in June when we last met with you. This is a representation of progress against the minimum 1,200 units that the VA has committed to as part of the draft master plan. You can see by the end of this year, we will be collectively, more than halfway towards our goal, which is an incredible accomplishment. We're very excited about that. And I say that because we have, and you'll hear later today from core companies, but between Building 158 and MacArthur Field B closing, we'll be close to 741 units, I believe, so more than halfway. Next slide, please. This slide paints a picture of some of the upcoming Phase 2 developments, including parcel release and including the capital commitments that we have received to date. Could you forward one slide, please? Thank you. So we've called out in the orange font those projects that are part of our community hub and town center area, the 4 projects, Building 13, 407, 8, 9, and 10, comprise of more than 350 homes. And you can see that to date, we've raised close to $121 million of capital commitments towards those projects. We're excited about that. Next slide, please. This is also a slide I shared back in June at the Bob Hope Patriotic Hall. And this is simply meant to give you a flavor for the massive amount of capital that has been raised on the North Campus. This does not just include the work of the PD, but this includes all developments, all EUL developments on the North Campus, including the VA's infrastructure work that is supporting all of the housing developments. So more than $830 million to date and counting, I should add. And like I said, this is not meant to be scientific, but to give you just an order of magnitude of just the tremendous amount of capital that has been leveraged. Next slide, please. Okay, the topic du jour. I spent a few minutes talking about the town center area. As you know, the PD was selected back in 2018 to create a thriving community on the North Campus in service to our veterans. Last year, after a number of years of intense planning and legal work and outreach, we finally executed our 99-year EUL that contemplates all of these Phase 2 parcels that are in and around what is called the town center area. And so now with the amount of progress we've made on phases 0 and 1, we've begun turning our attention to this Phase 2 area. And like I just mentioned, this covers close to 350 homes with a very healthy amount of supportive service and neighborhood level service space. We know that housing alone is not enough to promote recovery. And that community is an absolutely important and critical ingredient. Recently, you might have seen the U.S. Surgeon General released a report that spoke to an epidemic of isolation that our country faces. And this is certainly something that is applicable to our veteran community as well. Our community plan establishes 2 primary hubs, a health and wellness hub centered around and anchored by Building 300, on the North Campus, and a civic and administrative and community hub anchored around Building 13 in this town center or Phase 2 area. The co-location of service space and basic neighborhood services within a housing community is really what makes this community special and what the community needs, providing a sense of belonging and purpose to all of the residents on the North Campus. I made note earlier of the comment about a need for achieving balance, in particular acuity balance in the population. It's something that we've been talking about for a long time, and we're absolutely committed to working with the VA to ensure that level of balance exists. We want this to be a self-sustaining and thriving community. The phase 2 area that we're talking about will facilitate any number of opportunities for engagement within this piece of real estate, all anchored by a collection of EUL developments. It's important to note, and I think Anthony earlier spoke about the PEIS process, but we've now, we're several years, for several years now, we've cleared the NEPA and CEQA processes for this plan. We've raised a lot of capital in the area that I spoke about. We've done a tremendous amount of outreach and engagement with the veteran community, and that is outreach and engagement that continues. That will never stop. We're constantly listening, and we were encouraged yesterday to hear from ULI with their preliminary recommendations. That process of listening will absolutely continue. We know that this concept that you have before you is not static, and I am pleased to share that we've recently engaged a group of world-class planners at Moyle Facilities. That said, I think what ULI shared yesterday is encouraging, helping us think about a framework for the veterans of today and the veterans of generations to come. We look at the ULI study and we think it supports 90% of what's in the community plan. It confirms and validates our approach that we need a central gathering area, a town square, a town green. These are critical spaces, and they're part of the ULI study. So for us, it was actually quite validating. This area we think represents the clearest and most immediate path to getting to the minimum 1,200 units. I know you heard about an alternative plan earlier. There are a number of constraints, and I think we'll look to hear from the VA on that. But our planning in this area is underway, and we feel the need to press on. Despite the tremendous resources we poured into veteran homelessness, we continue to experience, more than 4,000 vets in LA continue to experience homelessness. We have, not only a contractual obligation, but a moral obligation to act with urgency. And Tess will speak to this momentarily, but the needs of veterans living on this campus today are not being fully met. We need these central hubs and gathering areas that are embodied in buildings 13 and 300 and some of the ancillary spaces around those buildings. It's opportunity, and we're excited about it. I'll just note that we, as part of our planning, we gently tapped the brakes in terms of this phase 2 area. We were anxiously awaiting the recommendations of ULI to hear what they had to say. We're appreciative of their feedback, look forward to further internalizing the report once it's made fully public. And clearly the VA has some things to consider. But the ultimate governor that controls our ability to move forward is the parcel release schedule that we're talking about. The next wave of buildings that the VA is prepared to hand over to us are slated for this concept of mixed use, building in a wealth of supportive service and neighborhood service space on the ground floor of these developments. You'll hear from Devin momentarily in terms of some of the things we're working through on that front, but we are absolutely motivated and anxious to press on and uphold our commitments to the VA. So I'm going to bring up Devin to briefly talk about some of our legislative initiatives.
Thank you, everyone. And I think, do we want to move to Martha? It's the advocacy one. Thank you.
Hi, I emailed Jihyun Jato yesterday. I never got the ability to do public comment. Only 3 people spoke.
For those of you who I haven't met here, my name is Devin Reinerson. I work for the PD here in Washington, D.C. as their federal advocate, so thank you for the opportunity. As ULI
You are currently
actually,
you are currently censoring a member of the press by continuing to kick me. I signed up for public comment yesterday. I never got a response.
We may have to deal with this a little bit.
So ULI raised the issue yesterday of the statutory challenges that the principal developer and frankly any developer on campus has with integrating services into areas covered by the enhanced use lease. So right now, the West LA Leasing Act of 2016, as amended by the 2022 Act, allows for 3 different types of leases on campus. One, the enhanced use lease, which the principal developer and others are building housing under. You have the services leases, and then you have the UCLA lease. As more and more veterans live on campus, demand services, there is a real need to provide those services urgently.
I'm going to keep calling until I get my 3 minutes. You are denying people from public comment. I emailed Chihung Sato.
We'll just keep counseling.
And so as the principal developer and others work to provide services for the veterans on campus, there is a need to really ensure that those uses specified in the West LA Leasing Act for things like, just the general services and also those community amenities that, are envisioned in the master plan can be provided. So the PD team is engaging Congress and others in the community about ways to really provide for the legal framework to ensure that those services can be provided. And really, as you compare what can be done on the West LA campus compared to every other campus, under Section 705 of the PACT Act, those services that can be provided on the West LA campus.
His public input. Please provide the journalist the public input.
General, can we get anyone who talks on the phone to identify themselves?
That was Francisco Ward.
Let's keep a record of these interruptions.
So ensuring that the uses at the West LA campus are allowable as they would be on any other campus. And so I think with that, I will.
Then you should stop subleasing the land. Brian DeAndre is apparently making $500,000.
Okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. And Lainey from US Vets will give a quick update on the Veterans Promise campaign and the development activities.
Thank you. Lainey Kapkin, US Vets. I work to engage the community in supporting this project just as avidly as VA and our electeds have. So the slide here outlines the Veterans Promise campaign. Our charge is to raise funds in support of the existing gaps that will bring our project to fruition. The individual funds and objectives are outlined, and our priorities have been similar, timelined alongside the phased development of the campus. So our first focus was pre-development efforts, and then rightfully our next focus was veteran housing. Those are the 2 funds that are now closed and that have helped us arrive at just over $87 million committed in total toward the goal of $188 million. Our next priorities include projects in phase 2, ranging from the chapel to the service spaces on campus. And you can see on the left-hand side of the slide a wonderful article that we placed in Angelus magazine, which reaches faith communities across the country, engaging faith leaders in Los Angeles, including Monsignor Torgerson of St. Monica's Church and the Archdiocese Chapel, in educating the community about our vision and engaging them in supporting it. So we're excited to continue this work to support the development of projects in phase 1 and 2 and beyond. Thank you.
Let's talk a little bit about the community itself. I know that we spend a lot of time talking about the housing developments themselves, things like commercial space, but at the heart of our efforts really is the community itself. So those are structures such as the therapeutic community, which really is a planned environment. It exploits the therapeutic value of social and group processes. And I think it's really important to remember our true north here is serving the veterans and also serving especially those veterans who reside on the campus in the BRASH programs. As you can imagine, there are a variety of different needs within that population, some of them more challenging than others. Mix is also very important. However, I really think that, working within the community, being immersed in the community, you really can't discount the power of connectedness. As you heard Brian say, isolation has been called an epidemic by the Surgeon General, and working directly with the population, being immersed, hearing their concerns, seeing their needs firsthand, I know that the antidote to that is community connectedness. So there are a few points here. We could talk about the systems, the macro systems in place, like the backbone, which is absolutely crucial. It convenes the environment together. It guides vision and strategy. So a lot of the work that's been going on the ground of late has been working on aligned activities with planning, with outside community partners like Military and Veterans Affairs, with the LA Veterans Collaborative, with the numerous groups that already exist on the campus, with the sections. I know sometimes it's easy to talk about this campus in terms of what we're going to do. I see it from a lens of what's already been done and what is being done, and that includes the 640 veterans in the programs already, that includes those who have moved into the housing that's opened up, and the support and services for them. So the results of our efforts really have been to increase feelings of membership and belonging, to increase influence, and to share emotional connection. And I will tell you that coming into the building, some of the veterans at our community meeting, which is our town hall essentially, held every month, said to me, I never realized how much I needed this community until I got here. So my focus has been working on that, putting that in place, implementing tools, communication tools, and also community-wide resources like the website and items like that. So if you have any questions, let me know, but we're also glad to present our 2023 annual report that you'll see in front of you.
Okay, could you move forward, I think, 2 slides, please? There we go. Oh, back one. All right, this just gives you a flavor of the roadmap for 2024 and beyond. Obviously, a lot of construction going on. We'll begin preparing for lease-ups. There'll be mass lease-ups of numerous buildings beginning late next year and into early 2025, so we'll begin preparations for that. We're making significant connectivity improvements thanks to some of the state funding. That's the ASIC and IIG acronyms you see on the screen. Working on phase 2 pre-development, advancing this community hub design and hopefully moving forward with some of the individual developments there, continuing the fundraising that Lainey spoke about. We'll continue to advocate for some of the legislation that we think would be helpful to deliver on the promise of this community. Tess just talked about the backbone organization. This is becoming increasingly critical now that we have hundreds and hundreds of residents in supportive housing on the North Campus, bringing partners to the table, coordinating activities, trying to eliminate some of the redundancies that we're seeing. And I spoke about the lease up. So with that, I think we'll conclude our formal presentation, and we're happy to answer any questions you might have. Thank you.
Okay, it looks like Mr. Bedlin is up first.
Good afternoon, Brian, and thanks for the presentation. It is great to see the progress, and as you say, it's getting to the point now where there are residents on the North Campus who get to see how much still is occurring. It's pretty extraordinary. For those of you who haven't been on campus in the last 6 months or a year, I really would encourage you to do so. It's an incredibly encouraging development. I want to circle back to something that I mentioned, I think, to you about 6 months or 8 months ago, and that was I did not want the principal developer to engage in pre-development around the town center because I thought the issue of what the scope of the town center was and whose responsibility it was an unsettled issue. And I don't want to rehash that debate. This board, I think, has a view about that, and we've spoken about it many times. But I was surprised to see in one of the slides that you had done a lot of funding commitments for buildings that are within the town center area. So could we look at, I think it's the slide called Upcoming Phase 2 Developments. It was pretty early in the deck.
Yeah, I think if you go back maybe 4 or 5 slides. There you go.
That's it. Yeah. So this slide indicates that you already are obtaining funding commitments for buildings in the town center area. So the big ones obviously of concern to us are Building 13, 410, 407. What are these funding commitments all of the same form? Can you tell us what it means to have received a funding commitment, for example, of Building 13 of 15 or $16.4 million?
So thank you, Rob, for the question. And I'll just share that this is actually the same content that was delivered at the June VCOEB meeting. We simply organized it a little bit differently and called out kind of a breakdown of the resources at the bottom of the slide. The resources that have been committed comprise not only some private philanthropy, but also the PACT Act resources. And I think as we note here that, those resources remain to be negotiated at the EUL level. But there is, I think, in broad stroke, a commitment from the VA. This is the $360 million or so that was sized according to the anticipated capital needs of many of these projects.
Okay, so for example, when the slide indicates $16.4 million towards Building 13, that doesn't necessarily include any LIHTC funds, does it?
No, the LIHTC and the LIHTC funds are the last source that we apply for. We build our budgets, we stack our commitments, and the last funding application we make is for credits or credits and bonds.
Okay, so the fact that these monies have been committed doesn't establish that they've been committed for the purposes of supportive housing, does it?
Well, these resources have been specifically committed for these projects.
But they've been committed as a supportive housing project?
Yes, as supportive housing. That was the basis of the ask to the private philanthropic community and the basis of the PACT Act analysis that we worked on with the VA.
Okay, so this identifies $222 million in funding commitments, and I guess on the lower right-hand corner, you say 161 of those commitments is from the PACT Act, right?
Yes.
So the delta, approximately $60 million, what does that come from?
You're taking a delta between the town center projects and the PACT. So we're not able to, they're not meant to be.
They're not tied to one another.
No.
So the 161 is not a subset of 225.
The 161 is a subset of the 222.
222.
Just like the 121 is a subset of the 222.
Okay. So the delta between 222 and 161, what are those other funding sources?
Well, for those projects, that would be the private philanthropic resources.
So you have $80 million in private philanthropic commitments? Or $60 million?
Yeah, I think you're associating funding sources in a way that is, we have private philanthropic commitments for a number of these projects. Separately, we have the PACT Act resources that have been essentially earmarked, yet to be negotiated. The qualifier is important, that have been separately committed.
Okay, I'm still at a loss. None of this is the LIHTC funding for construction of units, and a large portion of it is the PACT Act funds. What other principal funding sources have you received commitments
The
from?
private philanthropic resources that I've been referring to.
And what's the level of those commitments?
I don't have it broken out here, but it's probably for these projects on the order of, I don't know, 40 to 60 million dollars. We could break it out if you like.
Okay. I'd remind you that we had a lively debate over the scope of the revisions to the Master Plan 2022. And there were a lot of people on the committee who weighed in pretty strongly to think that we thought that the vision of the town center was being diluted by the Master Plan 2022 revisions. And we really pushed hard for a third party, the Urban Land Institute, to come in. And they've offered us their preliminary recommendation, and I think it's probably going to propel a revision of the new master plan back to a more ambitious notion. So at least from my point of view, the question of the scope of the town center and who best ought to execute it, and even the time frame for execution, is still up for refinement. That's just my perspective.
Okay.
And, you know, you and I have talked about it many times. We talked about the scope of the memorandum of understanding. But I think I've made my position clear on what I think constitutes good planning.
I understand that, and I respect your opinion. We have a PEAS and a PAR that have been certified. We have a 99-year ground lease that was signed last year that identified this slate of parcels. We've been tasked with creating housing as rapidly as possible in a responsible way to address the needs of our veterans today. I mentioned that we have tapped the brakes, right, in light of the feedback, the anticipated feedback on the ULI study. And like I said earlier, we were greatly encouraged. We think the ULI study is wholly consistent with what we have planned in our community plan. So, you know, our client is the VA. We're, you know, waiting for the final recommendations to come out, but thank you for your feedback.
Okay, Ms. Stanley, Dr. Bamberger, Mr. Allman.
Christine Stanley for the record. I'd like to discuss or hear how the residents are actually doing, and what are you seeing as like the biggest obstacles to provide support to them, and how they are really adjusting to a permanent supportive housing life.
I would say that overall, the veteran residents are happy with their housing situation. We certainly give a lot of opportunities for input. It's actually very important and meaningful input, as well as, you know, collecting it at events and things like that. So from what I have heard, we get a lot of thanks, actually. They're very grateful. You know, thank you for being here. Thank you for caring for us. Thank you for going into this line of work. There have certainly been challenges, so I wouldn't whitewash that. I mean, we do have a population, especially in Building 207. There are 26 units for those with severe mental illness. I have PTSD myself, right? So you can't really look at somebody and kind of decide what their status is. There are various clinical levels of need, as we heard previously yesterday. But sometimes, you know, challenges do arise. Issues come out, people get triggered. There are just various different challenges that happen on the ground. And of course, having a well-trained staff who's equipped to deal with the challenges is an important piece of serving the veterans that we serve. But overarchingly, I think that the environment is positive. We've gotten really great feedback about the caring nature of the staff. I think the staffing is a very important piece. I know we've worked very hard with VA and VASH on our selection of staff members. So do you have additional questions?
I do. Thank you for asking. I'm really curious because we're creating a place, a home for these individuals that have, well, we could say a great need, either mental health or substance use or even just age. And you've opened the door and to start engaging with them and providing a place to stay.
Yes.
So there's, as this multiplies, and we say 900 individuals in need in a designated area.
Yes.
I appreciate that they're grateful for be there, but like, what are really the issues? Like, what are some of the things that we should be aware of, like as a safety concern or staffing? Because supportive services is difficult to keep people hired in any ways. And now we have this unique situation. So how are we going to take care of, like, what do we need to do for the employees? What do we need to provide to them for a safety measure? Like, what are the residents, like, are they able to eat? Are they able to have transportation? Are they, like, we know their medical needs are being met, but how are they getting down to the VA?
Let me preface this answer because I know our community members wanted to watch. So there are probably quite a few of them watching this presentation. I promise you all nothing about you without you. So I'm going to talk about some of our challenges to the gentleman and the one lady in the building. So I just wanted to tell them that if they're watching. There are absolutely aging-related challenges that have come to light sometimes. I think that's to be expected and part and parcel of when you have a building of 62 and over veterans. There have been, challenges in terms of, again, getting triggered, challenges with, of course, loneliness. I've heard that directly. Wanting to engage with opportunities greater than what they have in front of them, so seeking employment. One of the veterans in the building is in the arts, so he participates in the arts, and he'll be playing his guitar for our next community meeting, whereas before, he wasn't really keen on doing that. So kind of finding the drive to want to create and share that with, his neighbors. So you mentioned the scope and the widening scope, and that definitely is something that GLA, OEM, and the PD team were concerned about. With the support and permission of VA, we are going to be opening outside of Building 210 a temporary services area, so a trailer that's being custom built that will afford us some things that are pretty clearly missing in the community. And a community meeting space is one of those things. Absolutely vital. If you want to hold a community meeting, you would have to go down to Building 500 or try to find space somewhere on the campus, which is one of the reasons why the town center is really important in that aspect. But also in Building 300, the services space, it's not going to be expansive enough to both provide the supportive services and then have that community aspect. So I'm greatly encouraged. We will have a conference room. I did the calculations, 60 people. We'll be able to do more joint programming, and we do, work jointly with the other developers as well. Every other week, I convene a meeting with Shangri-La and CORE and their services teams, in addition to TSA. So it's a really evolving process, right? So figuring out what veterans on the ground want and what they need, looking at, the clinical need, of course, through VASH. But I am greatly encouraged that through that feedback and through that constant attention to their needs, we're able to provide something meaningful and useful to them.
Thank you. I would love, I'm leaving the board, but make a suggestion to invite some of the residents to come present and share what their experience has been like, and maybe where they've been and where they see themselves going for a future meeting.
I think they would absolutely love that.
Thank you.
Dr. Bamberger.
Josh Bamberger for the record. Brian, Parisa, let's say we had 10 veterans whose income was between 50 and 70% area median income. And we want to try to house them either in existing buildings now or buildings that are being built in the future under your portfolio. How could we do that? What can you do with us to make that work so that these folks who potentially are over the income limit for some of the funding that you have, how would you house them?
Dr. Bamberger, I'll answer that, and then if anyone else online would like to weigh in, please feel free. But I think there are two pathways. Well, one, we should look at the data and look at TSA's experience on Building 207 and the effort they went through to adjust all of the regulatory agreements on the property to allow up to 60% AMI, giving back money to the city of Los Angeles, and what the outcome of that was, and I'll let them speak to that. But let's just say theoretically you had 70% AMI veterans that we wanted to serve, that needed housing, that deserved housing. How would we serve them? We would either have to go through a similar effort to the extent we're talking about projects that are under construction now, we'd have to go through a similar effort to what TSA did to adjust those regulatory agreements. Not impossible, but a lot of work. Alternatively, we could look for legislative fixes. I know yesterday, and thanks to Dr. Harris for a lot of the work he's doing on this legislative front, there's potentially some legislative fixes that could effectively wave a magic wand and allow for the exclusion of certain types of income that would make veterans
Yeah, I don't want to
qualify.
interrupt you because we're short on time, but I will. We understand those things. I'm talking about what you can do, not necessarily what Congress can do or what the president can do. What can you guys do with what you have today and what you have in your funding streams going forward that could potentially house these people?
So I think for housing that is under construction today, what you would have to do is adjust regulatory agreements, barring any kind of a legislative fix. For housing that is being planned, certainly being mindful of the need for increasing AMI flexibility and baking that in up front. Because often we assemble multiple layers of financing, and some of the commitments we make as it relates to population, as it relates to unit mix, as it relates to AMI, those commitments are made very early on in a project. And so, by the time you get to the tax credit application, that's the last funding that comes in, and that's the last set of essentially regulatory requirements that are placed on the property. But oftentimes, you've already committed to higher levels of affordability early in the process.
All right,
So
I'm
thinking about
again.
this earlier.
I'm sorry. We're really short of time and that we're already over. Basically, your answer is if I send someone with 70% AMI to you now, you could not house them. That's fine. We know that. That's cool. We'll come to some solutions. Parisa, any other ideas? Still
I
on?
would reiterate what Brian just said, which is if in the next few months it becomes very clear, the data indicate that we have hundreds, dozens of veterans who are over the 50% limit, then we would begin the exact process we went through on 207, which was a very hands-on effort to amend all those regulatory agreements and get approvals from all the different stakeholders involved. If that's what the data indicate, then that's what we will do in order to house as many veterans as possible. So that's a short answer, but I think that's our only option for the soon to be 6 projects that are already under construction.
And then something else you and I spoke about, if you did all this effort to try to get up to 60% AMI, and you didn't get anyone between 50 and 60 who went into the buildings. Is that right? I don't know if you know that or.
As I know, we off the top, Tess may know better, but I don't think we ended up moving in anybody at the 60% level into VA 207.
I'm sorry, that must be super frustrating. That must be so frustrating because I know I want to end on a positive note because I'm being kind of rude, but I just want to acknowledge how much work you guys did to try to push the limit on that, and we're so grateful that you tried to find a way to house these veterans who have more than 50% AMI. And I imagine it's moderately frustrating the fact that there weren't anybody who was sent to you who was over 50% AMI who could have qualified for that extra 10% tranche.
I think we're all just really glad to see the 30% AMI veterans housed because I think that's exactly what that AMI percentage was designed to do, that particular subset of veterans. So to have enough to fill the units and to see them become housed was a really great thing.
Mr. Hallman.
It's good to see the PD team. It's going to be my last run at this, so I'm just going to make a basic observation. Since 2021, we've had a difference of opinion regarding what was appropriate with the selection process. And, I just, the only thing I could recommend to VA is similar to how OGC came in for naming guidance to clarify. I think it would be really important for VA Office of General Counsel to come in here in January and make a definitive opinion. Because what I hear and what doesn't make sense to me is in 2021, VA during the master planning sessions admitted it did not have the authority for the mixed use that was proposed in the master plan, and nothing has changed. So if that's the case, then I don't understand how you were selected to do something VA currently does not have the legal authority to do. It doesn't make any sense to me. And I think OGC needs to come up with an explanation. And at the end of the day, as I said before, I'm not saying that 408, 409, 410, all those shouldn't be developed. I think right now is entirely too premature. And considering all of the issues of land use on this campus, and given this campus's history, why are we trying to do something that is murky at best? And this Federal Advisory Committee has asked VA for many months to provide clarification. And in recommendation 1705, it provided a very generic answer. And here's what it said. It said, pursuant to the terms of the principal developer EOL, the principal developer may use the property during the term only for the project which is defined as financing, design, development, construction, operation, and maintenance of supportive housing for homeless and at-risk veterans and their families thereon, consisting of not less than 900 tenant units. That's what we've been given as an explanation regarding this selection. And I think it's pretty narrow. So again, we have a difference of opinion, right? But if you're seeking additional legislative authority to fix the EUL program so that it matches the other nationwide authority, not the authority specific to this campus, how can the selection be appropriate?
Anthony, the spaces we're talking about in our town center area are not reliant on the economics of the space. We can build the space. We can occupy that space with community-based support services,
You can occupy the
which
space
is allowable
if the
under the
allows
EUL.
you to occupy the space. Occupy, correct?
If you go to the statute, supportive housing is defined as housing that is connected with community-based support services. So we can occupy all those spaces we're talking about with community-based support services under the statute. We have the authority to do that.
If VA grants you the release, correct?
Subject to parcel release, yes.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
And that process is spelled out in the PDEUL.
And
It's a
right.
prescriptive process.
Right, so we know according to the parcel release schedule, parcel 408 is up for release in May of 2024, correct? That's on the parcel release. So VA has a decision to make in May of 2024. And that's the only thing I can stress to the decision makers at VA is that this is a very critical decision. We have a difference of opinion. We do. And you provide guidance to VA, and we provide guidance to VA, and hopefully they make the best decision. That's it.
Okay, let's move on to Jim Zenner.
I think we're running out of time, Jim Zenner, so I'll keep it quick. Great job on raising all the money. It takes money to build housing, to get veterans off the streets, so thank you. Housing and services is a really difficult job, and I want to acknowledge that. Very, very difficult job. Beyond all the, building the town center and everything else, it's a lot of work. So, my question is just, there's 4,000 veterans approximately that work in LA County. Where would I tell my colleagues to meet me at on the weekend on the campus to, go out and have conversations that, would be appropriate? Because right now we meet at a VFW, we meet at like a Bastard's Canteen, we meet somewhere that's not, part of a, housing complex. And so where do we meet?
This is precisely the need, an indication of the need for hubs like Building 300 and Building 13. It's to create these types of third spaces where veterans from within or without the campus can gather, can take a walk. The town square, the town green, the town hall. Those are the three primary concepts within this larger, under this larger rubric of town center. It's a we're trying to create place, right? Primarily for veterans that live on the campus, but also open and conducive to veterans that live beyond the campus.
So basically the answer is I can tell my colleagues we can meet at Villages Cabrillo in the community center and have a conversation.
Well, Jim, I mean, we were selected 5 years ago, so we're running. We're sprinting right now, and we're going as fast as we can. And this whole second phase, where we're pivoting towards, is critical to create exactly the type of space you're talking about. And it's why we're, eager and anxious to press on.
Yeah, I guess I just don't see it, and that's fine. But I just wanted to say, I think that's a great idea Christine brought up about bringing veterans from the campus to give feedback. I would also say we should probably bring some veterans that want to have space to socialize on the campus that don't live on the campus. But I'll take that up with the incoming chair to make sure that happens.
If I can just go back real quick to Dr. Bamberger, in terms of future projects, the income averaging is an election we can make, and I think we're going to give a lot of thought to making that election as we go forward. Unfortunately, the projects are not simply funded by tax credits, so we've got other agencies we've got to work with and through, like HCD. I know there's some state legislation that is seeking to fix that, but we want to have as much flexibility as we can to serve veterans experiencing the trauma of homelessness, no matter what their income is.
Okay, thanks very much. I'm sorry, Jim, did you have some? Okay. Okay, next up we have core companies. Are they?
We're good.
Okay.
Well, this is Aaron Barger with the core companies. Thanks for.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Nice to meet everybody here. It's I'm new to the project team as of the last couple months. Cyrus Shahanian, who was the project manager for core, left at the end of June. Beginning of July. So it's nice to be in front of this panel here today with our construction team from the build group, as well as Ren Ross with New Direction for Veterans as our supportive service provider and partner. Just as a quick update, the 401A MacArthur Field A project, as you can see on the photo here, three-story type 5 construction building with 75 total units. If we can actually go to the next slide, we can see an aerial of the property, which is on the northwest side of the campus, just north of the intersection of Bonsall and MacArthur, and just north of the 402 site that Teresa spoke about earlier. And you can see it's 3 stories. There's solar panels on the roof. We do have a courtyard on the inside of the project. This is part of a larger master plan with another 75 unit phase B project that we are closing on our construction financing here at the end of 2023, and that'll start construction. But today I'm just here to talk about phase A. And in addition, as you can see, we have surface parking associated with the project. There's 40 parking spaces. If we can go to the next slide. So just as a history on the project timeline, we started construction in January of this year, 2023. Our estimated construction completion date is in August of 24. It's at the beginning of August 24, August 7th to be specific. And we plan to start our pre-leasing activities with our property management team at EAH, as well as with NDVETS in March of 24. So about 5 months ahead of our construction close. And then we anticipate moving starting in September of 24 with stabilized occupancy in December of 24. Go to the next slide. To give a brief update on the construction process, these are some photos from about a month ago. Just to preface this, but the slide on the left, or the photo on the left, is looking northwest. As you can see, framing is pretty much complete with the project. We're up to the roof. As of now, the windows have been installed in about 50 to 60% of the units, and so we're making really good progress there. We should be complete with our window installation in the next couple of weeks, so by mid-October. In addition, roofing tile installation has started as well, so we're looking to complete that before the end of the year. And just to kind of highlight the notes there up above, our slab on grade was completed back in May of this year. We're anticipating framing the top out in October of this year, so within a month, and then substantial completion again in August of 24, with final occupancy in November of 24 is what we're anticipating, but definitely before the end of the year in December. The slide on the right, or the photo on the right bottom, is looking east, so you can see the 205 and 208 buildings off to the east. And you can see where on the right side of our building is where the parking will be provided. We can go to the next slide. I think we have more photos to show you just of progress on the project from just about a month ago. Again, you can see the roof is pretty much installed, or at least the framing of the roof is installed, as well as the framing on all four sides of the building is pretty well complete. Like I said, we've been installing windows here for the last about roughly the last month, with completion here in the next couple of weeks. We can go to the next slide. We're going to talk a little bit about the unit mix and leasing, and then I'm going to introduce Ren Ross from ND Vets to talk about our pre-leasing process and services. As you can see, we've got 75 total units, of which 74 are dedicated to our disabled veterans. 43 are at the 30% AMI level, and then the other 31 are for 50% AMI level. They're all receiving a VASH subsidy, and they are dedicated. The 30% units are for our chronic homeless and disabled homeless. And then turning this over to Ren, if you want to talk to the items on the right as far as our referral process and compliance review process.
Yeah, thank you, Aaron. Again, my name is Ren Ross from New Directions for Veterans, former Green Beret United States Army, 10 years, and I've been with New Directions ever since I'm out of service. So thrilled to death as a veteran in our community that we're at this point, at this project, and as a veteran community on this campus. And, MacArthur Field is a great example of the, addressing some of the challenges that we have to face as veterans. Now, these units are going to be broken down into VA healthcare eligible and non-VA healthcare eligible. We have 10% that are for veterans who do not qualify for VA healthcare. They've had better than honorable or dishonorable discharges, things of that nature. New Directions also serves all veterans, regardless of their eligibility of VA services. The lease-up process has always been a challenge, as anybody who has experience with this kind of understands. How the referral process works for veterans that are VA healthcare eligible would be referred by the VA digital system, utilizing the resource management system being updated by OLASA. And essentially, that is a system that identifies each project-based voucher unit in the county, and the VA from the internal system matches eligible veterans to those units. And the RMS is the driving force of identifying and making sure that the veterans identifying information is matched to that unit. For the veterans that are not for VA healthcare, it is a different process because the VA is not involved with that. Now, the referrals come from Department of Mental Health and Department of Health through the CES, the Coordinated Entry System. And how that works is the referral is sent to the property management team and to the service team, at which point we initiate initial interview process and we start getting the ball rolling. What we've experienced on some of our lease-ups is spreading out referrals. I will get into that and some of the concerns that we have in order to be successful. And so how that works, once the referral comes to property management, they do the compliance process, and the VA social worker will help the VASH applicants with their housing authority packet in order to split into the housing authority to get that project-based voucher. New Directions for Veterans, as a contracted Department of Health Service employee providing intensive case management services to our non-VA healthcare eligible veterans, will be the ones who do the application in the housing authority packet who do not qualify for VA. And you can see kind of the names on the left there if you have any questions about what RMS is, Resource Management System, ICMS, Intensive Case Management Services. Next slide, please.
So just going back to the project description, just showing the amenities or if we can go to the next, we can go back down. Yeah, there you go. To the amenities. This is for parcel A. So as you can see on the amenities side, we are providing both interior and exterior amenities for our residents. We will have a dog park, a dog walk area. Another big item is that we've learned through our discussions with Ren and property management is providing a community garden. So that's a part of this of our programming with a barbecue area, walking trails around the site and connecting to other areas of the campus. And then as far as the inside, we are going to have a business center. We will have a fitness center in our building for the residents as well. I can go to the next slide. And then as Ben started talking about on the staffing, just real quick, as far as the property management is concerned, we are with VAH, we are planning to have a property manager and a maintenance manager on site for this building, and then turning it back over to Ren to talk about the service staff.
Thank you, Aaron. So New Directions will have, for the 75 units, we'll have one full-time case manager, one full-time resident service coordinator, and some supervision. The VA will have 2 full-time case managers and some peer support on site. We will also have third-party partners that we partner with in order to fill the gaps of our veteran services, which we do know exist. And so we partner with Inner City Law Center, Job Vision Success SoCal, Alta Med, and Resource Oversight in order to provide all of the enhanced services for our veterans on site. We will get into some of those enhanced services here. Next slide, please. But first, we want to kind of talk about roles and responsibilities for staff on site. Property management is our compliance agency. They are essentially in charge of making sure that the eligible applicants, based on the regulatory agreements and the funding applications, are actually being matched and filling these units. We depend on them to have a veteran cultural competency of, some of the challenges that we face on some of our veteran sites. So EAH has been a great teammate with us. We team with them on support the campus for the 150 units. So we have a ton of experience with this type of situation, being on the North Hills campus already in 2013. So we kind of understand, the gaps that we need to fill, and being a wounded warrior myself, I go through the same processes, and I know kind of what we need to do in order to fill some of the services gaps. We're going to get into that. As a lead service provider, our job is to link the veterans to every resource possible and to leave no stone unturned. The VA is the lead social worker for the VASH eligible vets. They do not provide all of the 28 enhanced services required in order to provide veteran services for the VHHP funding application. So we've had experience working with the VA and third-party partners for over a decade on bringing all this cohesiveness together and how to have a strong service delivery model for our veterans. Like I said, we'll be the ones connecting the veterans to the resources, but everything that we do is as a team. The VA will have a mental health program. As New Directions management, we want to make sure that we are helping implement their strategy with the veterans. So we have weekly meetings with property management, the VA, and service providers on site to ensure that individual needs are addressed and that there's clear cut roles and responsibilities of how we can support each other and the challenges we will address. We have a lot of experience, and I will tell you that the challenges do rise. Some of the concerns that I do have is security. Having so many sites coming online so quickly, having so many veterans pouring onto the campus in such a short time. How are we going to keep all these buildings safe, and the applicants who are looking for some individual living experiences, also with a community-based experience, but how are we going to keep everybody safe? How are we going to keep the properties from vandalism and things of that nature as we see an onpouring of veterans coming on site? I heard a comment from a board member about safety and security for staff. New Directions is the transitional housing on the VA campus, and we have 100% awareness of the security concerns that are on campus, to include drug activity, to include restrictions of the VA police and how they can respond to certain situations that may arise in our buildings. And so, what some of the concerns that we had just regarding security and safety is what is being done with all of these moving pieces to ensure that the VA police can respond to situations that occur, and that is there any type of overall security for all of these buildings that are coming online, or is it up to each individual project to make sure that not only the vets inside are safe, but the areas around, which are also very important for stability for our veteran population. I'm not going to sit in front of the VA and tell the VA how they do their functions when it comes to the DASH program. I will say I've worked with your staff for a long time, and they are amazing. We are thrilled to death that you guys are making the changes necessary to screen more applicants, to help us fill our buildings in a more timely manner, which we have experienced on some of our sites outside of LA County. We know that being on campus, that a lot of the veterans are going to be interested in living here. So we do have confidence there's going to be a lot more referrals than we have experienced potentially the last few years throughout LA County. My concern with that is that we have a lot of buildings coming online at once, and that's a lot of units to fill at once. And we're doing enough to make sure that we are screening fast enough to make sure that we can be successful. The New Directions for Veterans, working with the VA for a long time, we have now been contracted by the VA to help serve some HUD VASH units and in Spot 8 and in Bakerfield. And so we are working with you as a team trying to address this issue. We have seen during the pandemic that some of the VA staff on some of our sites have started to spread out a little bit. And so we absolutely want to jump in here and offer our assistance to make sure that we're having stable services throughout the life of this project. And so working with the VA and the HUD VASH, knowing that we are addressing all these concerns, we just wanted to make sure we're on the same page and that we're working as a team because I think we all understand with these veteran lawsuits what we have to accomplish, how successful we have to be here. Next slide, please. This is a list of the enhanced services that are promised and provided to our veterans. Now, this is just a minimal list. Our staff is required to show the dedication and commitment our veterans show this nation. They're required to leave no stone unturned. So if a veteran comes in for any type of situation, we're going to lead them to that resource, regardless of if it's one of the enhanced services. So I did want to make that clear. You can see what the VA provides physical health care, mental health care, things like that for VASH eligible applicants, but we have non-VASH eligible applicants. So we do have to bring some third-party partners like UltiMed in order to provide additional services. Now, New Directions negotiates on all of our sites transportation to take our veterans to all of these resources. And so that's something that, we're privileged to work with CORE, who absolutely, we don't get a chance to meet many developers who care about the veterans and who want to make sure there's a strong service plan, make sure there's transportation, who really take our feedback as a service provider and who really implement those strategies and work together with us. I do want to give CORE some props for that. Really enjoyed working with them, and they are eccentric. I know we're going to do great things on this project. But we do have some concerns, obviously, that we do want to discuss. The VA staff shortages, how that's going to affect these future 1,200 staffing, these 1,200 units coming on projects, knowing that New Directions is helping, and that there might be we're contracted to do so. How would the VA feel about New Directions potentially helping, since we're on campus, with some of those VASH screenings to help fill our building here, since we're being contracted to help serve some of the VASH applicants? So I just want to offer our help any way that we can to help us be successful. New Directions also got, we have a great property manager on this site, but for the VA's reference, I also got approval within a property manager New Directions. So not only will we be able to be property managers, lead service providers, but also contracted to be certain like that. Soon we'll be all that we need in order to go through this process with the developer. And obviously our goal is to be as most efficient as possible, to have the strongest cash flow as possible for our team, because stronger cash flow means stronger service. Next slide, please.
Yeah, the last slide here.
And this is just to highlight that contract and the exhibit that we are now helping the VA. We are expanding, even willing to go into different states to implement this model here. But this is how important it is that we're working with you addressed one of the big issues as well, and that's the AMI issue. We requested from the VA, from their VASH team, to get some data from 1,800 VASH enrolled applicants, and we got some data. 7% of the applicants are at over that 60% AMI range, around the kind of where 100% AMI veteran would be. We know legislatively that change has not occurred yet, but during the lease-up, I am going to be keeping account of how long it takes for referrals to hit units, because I've been successful during the lease-ups throughout the county, identifying how long it takes to get referrals and getting those AMIs raised if it's 30% to 50%. But we do have data from the VA that shows that about 7% of applicants are making around that 100% service-connected income range. And so, but there's also a lot of data that shows there's a lot of 30% applicants. So how do we take that 7% number the VA's given us, and knowing that not all 7% of those will be 100% service connected, how can we use that legislatively to get some of these units bumped up to 60 to 70%? I feel like it's the data you need to represent in that argument. And we're staying ahead of it, which is why we're getting that data. Is we don't want to wait until the middle of the lease up to find out that there might not be enough referrals and then to scramble. We have everything in place where if we're not getting enough, we can immediately take action and try to get those AMIs raised and be successful. Knowing full blown that the VA supports us and that we've had these meetings before. I work directly with your team, and you guys go to bat for us in this process. So we're eternally thankful, but we all are aware of what we have to accomplish here. We're not quite there yet.
Thanks, Ren. That concludes our presentation as far as providing slides. Again, very excited to be working on this project and to see it completed by August of next year. Just as a side note, the amenities that were discussed previously, we've spent additional time working with Ren and his team and our property management team on making sure that the furniture, the activities are specific to this population, and so looking forward to seeing that completed as well, and having the residents enjoy the space. Outside of that, we're here to answer any questions you may have, and thank you again for your time today.
Okay, thanks very much for your presentation. Mr. Allman with a question.
Anthony Allman for the record. Thanks for the presentation. I think the last time we received a briefing, I mentioned that I was pretty shocked, or I thought it was pretty interesting that you guys had integrated the dog park between the buildings, which I think is great. I think a lot of the veterans are going to have either companion or service animals. The one question that I think wasn't able to be answered at the time was whether or not residents from other buildings would be able to use that service. Has that been worked out yet with the, I guess, the PD team?
Well, from my part, I apologize. I wasn't a part of the last presentation, so I wasn't aware of that question. I don't know if anybody from the PD team has a response to that, but I can follow up on that. As far as our project is concerned, we do have a fence around our amenity space, exterior amenity space. We will be instituting a cross-access easement between Phase A and Phase B for those exterior amenities, but that'll be done at the time we close on the Phase B site.
So currently the services that would be rendered in between Phase A and B are secured. Is that right?
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. Okay. It's good to know. Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody else wanted to jump in.
On the dog space, from the Rent from New Directions here, I think any conversation is probably we're able to have with proper security, right? So if you're having a discussion about potentially having outside residents use a dog park that's a part of our property, then obviously security would be, with proper security in place. I think I would be willing to have that conversation with our partners and advocate for that if that's something that we could accomplish. So that's something that I would be willing to discuss. But obviously, if we open that and then we start having a lot of security issues, then we can see what that does for the stability for the residents on site.
Right, and that's, I think, the broader point is just as far as the integration of services between the three different developers, right? There's not just the principal developer, but we have two other developer groups, and are they developing services that can be shared? Who's having that discussion? I mean, I know that's sort of, we're very early on in that, but we're at the completion of phase 0, and every 2 years we're going to have a mass opening. So I think the developers need to start talking to each other. Maybe does VA host them once a month to talk about joint issues?
Is there going to be like a town hall once everything's in operation for all the vets on site to get feedback or something of that nature?
No, I mean, do you engage with your?
Anthony, we meet, the PD team meets with the core companies group on I think it's every couple of weeks with OEAM. So we'll be sure to bring this up in our next convening. I understand what you're saying, and it's a valid question. So Aaron, let's just work this out internally in our next PD team / core meeting.
Sounds good.
Josh Bamberger, for the record. Quick question. Was one of your buildings modular?
On the core site, no. They're both type 5, 3-story on-site construction.
Okay, forget it then. Thanks.
Dr. Harris. Super fast. I had to step out of the room for a minute, but walked back in and heard you speaking to the discussion with VA about data, AMI levels, et cetera. And I just wanted to thank you for your proactive work on that. I believe some of that data came from me, and I was really happy to see you thinking ahead and looking for the right unit mix there. So thanks for that.
Thank you for giving that to us. Really appreciate your help.
My pleasure.
Yeah.
Okay, I think that's it. Thank you very much, core companies, for your presentation.
All right, thank you very much. Look forward to speaking in a few months.
You bet. Okay, so next we have recommendation discussions. Let's take 5 minutes or so to get ourselves together. Our hard stop after that is the white glove service for travel. And then the recognition and farewell from SecVA and DepSecVA. We did that yesterday morning, so we have that time available. That was it. Okay, so take 5. Question, sir.
When you're off, did you turn that on?
Yeah, I mixed that. No, my So with that, it's $210. Which are that issue is trying to do transition cities, which no, I'll probably just I'll make
she opened it on her I was just yeah, we'll go back. Yeah. I don't want to hear it. He also has a. No, because
That's why we need more. So did you guys like people that they those that work in these wherever you would refer people?
No, so it was, are they going to? I love
Too long.
So everybody on the phone.
It's long.
Everybody.
But your point is you have to have a and that's really what we're.
When I go to Israel, they say, oh, just like that every time.
To run it.
The high priest of the Jews.
I just want to be sure you know.
You are our disciples.
The no name people are here that haven't been there.
Yeah, you're.
Like, we just, I had to have confirmation.
Did you keep a list of who you needed on your list? Like, oh, issues came up, oh, we need somebody here. Yeah.
Well, we just always had him do more, less.
All farming changed when my great grandparents came from Europe. We would be like tricycle.
Did Jingo let you go? Did Jingo let you go?
Emotional support.
Oh, no, Jingo won't let you go.
No, at the bottom. He's down here.
So it was really our people, because they would.
Well, no. Like they would be like,
Oh, yeah. Give me good answers.
yeah.
Oh, my God.
Except we already got a. We already know, so there's nobody to do it for us. And then we'll be continuing.
On the last.
Here's that.
You're having an awesome birthday weekend. And make some more good stuff. Bacon loaf. So if I have time, I like to play American and spell it. So right down, doesn't have to.
I've never used American. That's good. Yeah. Right.
I mean, I think we probably have at least some of that. I don't, yeah, that would be great. At least we have the opportunity to do this a little bit, which I like. Yeah.
The parting gift, we should label this to Anthony all the departing recommendations. That, but it's gonna be your monument.
2101?
2101.
Oh, no,
Otherwise known as the Anthony All.
I drafted this one. He's got 4 and 5.
All right. Oh, by the way, I'm looking at the crowd. You're not talking to the crowd. But if you're gonna be reading it, yeah. Right here.
And I get upgraded.
Seem to have
Are you traveling today or tonight?
Yeah, I was planning to leave town tomorrow to go down to Richmond. But, so my family is from Virginia. I was raised, essentially, my last few years of high school and college in Virginia.
Where'd you go to?
So I'm thinking, I was gonna just stay here in town and wrap up office work tonight, but I may head down to Richmond and catch a train. But yeah.
Oh, really?
I originally had plans to leave tomorrow, later, because I didn't want to work, I had to get up pretty, I started on. And then I moved it up, so it made my son's game, and just was getting Can I possibly get out of here and make a game? Probably not.
You're not going to Texas, to West Texas? You're not. It all comes down to 10 o'clock tomorrow. Yeah, it all comes down to what are good flights out of. Well, you could use national.
But they're so this about Beijing. So like.
Oh, they're the worst. Exactly. That must be on the digital birthday. Christopher Ray.
That's why I have spaces today.
This is great. It's a delivery.
I was doing my house. Fine, I'm doing laundry, right? I was like, I just need my ticket. What's up? And then I said, what if I just book it? It's actually cheaper than the government rate. Can I get reimbursed? He said, but it's cheaper than the government rate. But I prefer to fly in.
I had
All that, yeah, take it home to the kids.
Take it to the kids.
Oh, that's so sweet.
Because
Presumably they entered into a contract with United that said they would steer them all of their travelers to the maximum extent possible.
I haven't had an animal club yet, but I'm trying to hang out in the animal club. And then what's the deal with checking into the hotel? Do we have to be reimbursed with this reimbursement stuff?
Yeah, I'm fine.
No, thank you. 1201, recommendation.
2101.
2101.
I'd rather sacrifice that.
Okay, if you'll find your seats, we can get on with the business of recommendations.
Yeah, and you're young enough to be able to become. If I try it with my wife.
All right, so we're ready?
You bet.
All right, where's Jim and Jennifer? Jim and Jennifer.
You guys crafted.
Hey, Jim?
Okay, we did,
Jim.
we
We'll
did
get
2 and
started.
3, we've got 1, 3, and 2 and 3, 1, 4, and 5.
It's brutal. What's up?
It is brutal.
Oh, where's Jim?
Jim's right behind the pillow. And I'm giving.
Jim. Jim, don't hide behind the pillar. Or the pillow.
You need everybody here to vote.
Okay, we're going to start with 21 dash, I'm sorry. We're going to start with 21-01. Mr. Beglam and Master Planning Subcommittee.
Great. I'm going to read this into the record, and when I do, there's going to be a couple changes, small changes to the version you see online. But I wanted to preview for you what this recommendation is and what it's based on. Ultimately, it's a recommendation that the Secretary of VA reach out to his cabinet peer at HUD with a piece of formal correspondence that records the VA's position on this issue. And the reason is to have a cabinet level communication that can later be shared with Treasury, can later be shared with the Congress, so that VA's position on this issue is clear, as is VA's willingness to work with HUD and the Treasury Department. The other thing the recommendation does, and we've gotten great support from the VA staff with whom we work on this, is it emphasizes right now that the White House has an all-inside homelessness initiative, which has asked the federal agencies that tackle homelessness to focus on a few key homeless markets or targets around the nation. And of those 5, 1 is the state of California and 1 is Los Angeles. So we're expressly invoking the idea that the president has told the cabinet agencies to solve this problem and be creative in ways that may not have been done before. So that's the form of the recommendation ultimately. What the recommendation does that I'll read into the record is kind of set the empirical groundwork for believing that this 30% AMI issue is a challenge for the agencies. And then towards the end, it offers some explanation. One of the things I do want to highlight for you, because it appears at the very end and it can be overlooked, is large numbers of veterans have service-connected disabilities. For a large number of them, it makes them ineligible for the 30% AMI thresholds in many communities in the country. But probably most important for us to know as advocates for the position of veterans in Los Angeles is LA has much higher disability ratings than the rest of the nation among our veterans, homeless veterans. And so that's the very last bullet point, and I'm sorry, but we laid it out as a problem of national significance, but at the very end, I do want you to notice LA's homeless veteran population has very high disability ratings. So it's a group that we should become convinced not only may be ineligible, but may be in the greatest need. All right.
Can I just say one quick thing to that, to put it in context? Is that all right?
Go ahead. Yeah.
Josh Bamberger for the record. The amount of money that a veteran gets when they have 100% disability is fixed across the country. But the area median income changes, obviously, by the term. In Los Angeles, the area median income is about the highest of any place in the United States. So the gap between income for 100% disability and the 50% AMI threshold is not that great. However, in places like Fresno or Bakersfield or other places that this VA serves, there is a much greater gap. So it is even more impactful in the lower income communities than it is in Los Angeles, even though in Los Angeles, there are more people who are 100% disabled. So it's both sides of the equation. So solving this for Los Angeles is good. Solving it nationally would be better.
That's right. And so the recommendation ultimately is that the Secretary ask HUD, effective January 1st, 2024, to change the definition of income to exclude disability compensation for the Los Angeles area. So we ultimately heard that it costs a few $1 million according to their calculations. And then the second part of the recommendation is to say the three cabinet agencies, Treasury, VA, and HUD, work together to come up with a permanent statutory solution that would have nationwide application. So that's ultimately the form of it. All right, so I'll go ahead and read it into the record. The VCOEB recommendation 21-01, whereas VA-directed research has established that a substantial portion of the homeless veteran population has a service-connected disability, meaning an injury or disease, mental or physical, that was incurred in or aggravated beyond normal progression during active military service. 20.6% of homeless veterans in the United States have a disability rating of 70% or more. 7.7% of homeless veterans in the United States have a disability rating of 100%. Whereas once a veteran is determined to have a service-connected disability, they become eligible to receive disability compensation. Whereas classifying disability compensation as a form of income runs contrary to the notion that veterans' disability compensation incurred in service to the nation, potentially in a compulsory manner, in the case of drafted veterans, does not comport with traditional notions of income. For example, disability compensation is not taxed. Whereas disability compensation at 70% service connection or higher often places homeless veterans' income above the 30% threshold of area median income that is often used as a benchmark to establish eligibility for low-income housing, such as project-based voucher units available through the HUD-VASH program. And then this is to Josh's point that he was previewing. Veterans with 100% service-connected disability are over the 30% AMI threshold in all 4,764 communities with published area median income levels. Veterans as low as 70% service-connected disability are over the 30% AMI eligibility threshold in over 3,000 communities nationally. And then we provide a chart there that shows that information graphically. Whereas this problem extends to homeless veterans in the state of California, because the state also relies on the same measure of 30% of AMI to establish the eligibility threshold for affordable housing in many units funded through the California's Department of Housing and Community Development. Whereas the Department of Veteran Affairs has proposed to HUD that the definition of annual income contained in 24 CFR 5.609 should be modified to exclude VA disability compensation so that homeless veterans with high disability ratings can qualify for project-based voucher housing, including housing with eligibility capped at 30% of AMI. Whereas HUD has responded, including as recently as the September 28, 2023 session with the VCOEB, that it does not think HUD has the authority to change the definition of annual income in 24 CFR 5.609 to exclude disability compensation, and that instead, according to HUD, Congress may do so by statute. Whereas the VCOEB does not find HUD's position on this issue to be either credible or well supported for a number of reasons, including in 2002, HUD commenced rulemaking to change the definition of annual income in 24 CFR 5.609 to exclude service-connected disability compensation, suggesting that at least previously the agency was of the belief that it had the authority to change this definition at its own initiative through rulemaking and without needing the approval of Congress. This next bullet has one minor change. The current version of 24 CFR 5.609 recognizes that various forms of veterans benefits should be excluded from the definition of annual income. That's VA deferred disability benefits, 5.609 Bravo 16, and pension benefits, 5.609 Bravo 17. I did not remember that normally veterans don't receive hostile fire pay. So we're striking that provision. No other group is singled out for such exceptional treatment under this definition, recognizing the unique sacrifice burdens and benefits of military service. In the version of 24 CFR 5.609 set to take effect on January 1st, 2024, there are already 24 exclusions to income. So it's not as though adding a third exclusion specifically for veterans participating in HUD-VASH around service-connected disability compensation suddenly dilutes the definition of annual income. The U.S. Congress has changed the definition of annual income that guides HUD's rulemaking under 42 U.S.C. Section 1437 A.B.4, and those changes will take effect on January 1st, 2024. Among other things, Congress has expressly granted HUD the authority to change the definition of annual income by notice, and we've cited the exact provision that states excluded amounts. Such terms does not include exclusions from income as established by the Secretary by regulation or notice, or any amount required by federal law to be excluded from consideration as income. I'm also, in this next one, I would recommend we delete the last sentence, so it'll read, whereas HUD has responded, including as recently as the September 28, 2023 session with the VCOEB, that it does not intend to change the definition of income, of annual income in 24 CFR 5.609 to exclude disability compensation effective January 1st, 2024. Actually, we could discuss whether to leave this sentence in or out. I'll read it. HUD has responded that adjusting the definition of annual income will create too large a fiscal impact without congressional authorization. Whereas HUD has instead proposed that it can address the problem of disability compensation, rendering a homeless veteran ineligible by exercising its authority to accept HUD-VASH vouchers from homeless veterans whose income is up to 80% of AMI authority, and by informing public housing authorities and landlords of this change. Whereas this is not a preferred solution for severely disabled homeless veterans, because landlords who accept HUD-VASH vouchers do not provide supportive services or medical care in their buildings, whereas such services often are provided with project-based vouchers. Whereas HUD's proposal is at most only a partial solution, because even if a higher AMI threshold is used to establish eligibility, service-connected disability still places many housing units out of the reach for disabled veterans who are homeless nationwide. Applying an 80% AMI threshold, homeless veterans with 100% service-connected disability are ineligible in 1,682 communities. And then applying a 50% AMI threshold, homeless veterans with a 100% service-connected disability are ineligible in nearly every community in the nation. And then we make the point, whereas in the county of Los Angeles, HUD's proposal to increase HUD-VASH AMI threshold is only a partial solution, because tenant-based vouchers are not commonly used in the vicinity of the greater Los Angeles VA healthcare system campus. Quite the contrary, HUD-VASH voucher use is exceptionally low in West Los Angeles, suggesting an unwillingness of landlords to accept those vouchers. And this was a document that the West LA leadership worked on. And if you, I don't know if we may not have the second map. This is a zoom in of the city of Los Angeles. But if you were to step back even further, and we may put the larger map in the final set, this isn't even the majority of the voucher use. The majority of the voucher use in LA is South Central LA towards the south. So it's just voucher use has not caught on, not been accepted, not been successful in the vicinity of the campus. And so if we're interested in questions of proximity and access for veterans, we shouldn't accept the existing voucher use, the HUD-VASH voucher use is adequate. Whereas the redevelopment of the West Los Angeles campus provides the opportunity to construct up to 1,200 units of permanent supportive housing based on the current version of the master plan, but a substantial percentage of units of permanent supportive housing, either already developed or under development at the West LA campus, have AMI thresholds of 30%. Whereas up until recently, the GLA West LA leadership, and we should add the principal developer, have been forced to pursue ad hoc relief from the state of California's funding requirements administered by HCD. And then this was the point we talked about earlier, whereas VA-directed research has established that in Los Angeles, the level of service-connected disability among homeless veterans is significantly higher than is observed nationally. 34.3% of homeless veterans in Los Angeles have a disability rating of 70% or more. 16.7% of homeless veterans in Los Angeles have a disability rating of 100%. Whereas given the greater degree and extent of service-connected disability among LA's homeless veteran population, this is not an appropriate way to plan for and budget affordable housing development, and there can be no assurance that HCD will continue to grant waivers to projects already approved. Now, therefore, let it be recommended on September 29, 2023, first recommendation 21-01 alpha, the Secretary of Veteran Affairs write to the Secretary of HUD and identify HUD's willingness to waive the AMI thresholds under the HUD-VASH voucher program as a helpful but not sufficient step to address the ineligibility challenge for the reasons identified above. Recommendation 21-01 Bravo, as part of the Biden-Harris administration's recent All-Inside Homelessness Initiative, identifying the state of California and Los Angeles as two targets for an interagency-focused homelessness prevention strategies. The Secretary of Veteran Affairs asked the HUD Secretary in that same correspondence to invoke the authority to proceed by means of notice, effective January 1st, 2024, to change the definition of annual income under 24 CFR 5.609 to exclude VA disability compensation. Here's a change we ought to discuss the recommendation would be the city or the catchment area of Los Angeles. We heard them say it would be a few $1 million. This should be a very straightforward request. And then recommendation 21-06, Charlie, the Secretary of Veteran Affairs in that same correspondence asked the HUD Secretary to approve a joint meeting, and I think we should say of Treasury, VA, and HUD's operational staffs and congressional liaison staffs to meet with appropriate congressional committees to encourage suitable legislation to accomplish a permanent and nationwide exception for this disability compensation.
Good job.
I'm not going to become a book narrator.
Okay. One more recommended change. Well, we'll get to a discussion.
So the recommendation is on the floor. Do I have a motion?
Motion to approve.
Motion to approve.
Second.
Second, Mr. Allman. I'm sorry. Approve as modified. Discussion. I'm sorry, ma'am?
Survey of Mr. Purdy online. Jim Purdy.
Jim Curley.
Oh,
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
sorry, Jim.
It's excellent, Rob. One of the, I just want to throw some stuff out. One of the pushbacks we're going to get, I think, is, well, if that doesn't count, if there's a non-veteran on disability, it discriminates because this veteran who's getting, say, $60,000 a year can pay rent as if he's making $15,000 a year, and it puts an undue burden on a non-veteran. And so I think that was discussed earlier. I don't know if this is a good idea or not, but throw it out. And I think it was voted down yesterday by HUD, but doesn't necessarily mean that it can't be done. What if you bifurcate it and say, okay, for purposes of qualification, it doesn't count, but for purposes of paying rent, it does. So, for example, if somebody's making, let's just use raw numbers, 40,000 from disability and 20,000 otherwise, use $20,000 to qualify, say it's about 30, whatever, wherever it puts it. But he pays rent as if he's making 60,000. So what that would mean would be that it wouldn't be a budgetary, no budgetary impact, but the veteran still qualifies for the housing. I think, you know, it's something worth taking a look at. I'm not sure either way if it's a good idea. I think it may help getting passed, and it may solve the discrimination issue by saying, look, this veteran is still paying based on the fact that he makes 60,000. But it just makes him easier to qualify for the unit.
Can I respond to that?
The only other thing I would think about right now is, do we want to, is it appropriate to also include the state of California in there? Because, you know, there's so many people have to sign off on this. And should the federal agencies, whoever, let's see, HUD is funding the states, maybe HUD budget dates, you know, that maybe we throw it in there.
Josh should tackle this because this was.
Yeah, okay, let me just get through the formal part here for a second. So we had a motion, should have been a motion as amended, and it's been seconded. Now, I'm sorry.
So discussion. Jim, we've discussed this at great length, and you're absolutely right. And Keith has suggested this, and when he made his presentation to USICH, is try to figure out a way to separate income qualification versus rent payment. Recommendation 21.01C addresses this issue by suggesting that the various agencies get together and figure out how to make a legislative change to do presumably exactly what you suggest, detailing that with the specificity of what they should do is probably not our role, and certainly not the role of the VA secretary, which is the only person that we can make a recommendation to. So I think the intent and the point that you're making is spot on. And I did at one point have that written in there, and it was subsequently removed because it was too confining for the process of which we have. But it is addressed in recommendation 21.01C.
Okay, and that makes sense. And this is a complicated maze to get through, as you guys know, and why not, why not do this? I mean, I know they're working on it, and you can make an argument that it's down the road without us, but I still think this is a really good, we think this is a really good idea to push it through the system based on our ability to make recommendations.
Dr. Harris. Yeah, it's a small, what I would call correction to 2101A. And Rob, it's not a waiver of HUD encouraging PHAs to go to 80% AMI. They're actually, they've been allowed to all along. HUD simply had remained silent on that. So I don't know how you want to fix that, but something to the effect of identify HUD's encouragement to public housing authorities to set AMI thresholds under the HUD-VASH program at 80% as helpful, ... Just it wasn't a waiver.
Good.
Let's go with Mr. Allman and then Mr. Zinner.
Anthony Allman for the record. I just have a quick question about jurisdiction because we're switching agencies, right? So VA has the Greater Los Angeles healthcare system and has its own catchment area, which is 5 counties. HUD and HCD operate on a different jurisdictional basis. I think, Stephanie, you might be able to clarify this. So in 21-01 Bravo, when we say the letter should emphasize that the HUD secretary has concerns regarding the immediate fiscal impact, that the secretary of HUD limit the change in definition to Los Angeles for the time being. To be, I think, more precise, we want to say County of Los Angeles, because the AMI thresholds are set county by county. Can you speak to that, Stephanie? Do you agree with that?
They are set county by county. I think if you're going to make a change, you might want to put the city and the county just based on the housing authorities that we are engaged with.
Right.
Do you disagree?
Well, I can complicate this further. In the context of the All Inside initiative, I believe the geographical unit is the continuum of care, which is neither the city nor the county, but it's a lot closer to the county.
We could say the LACOC, but
yeah.
What about if LACDA is still housing people in places like Pasadena and Glendale that are not part of the LACOC?
And more importantly, this campus, right?
Well, LACDA is involved, will be involved in All Inside, for sure. If that's right, we wouldn't rule them out by doing the COC.
But if we do the COC, then I get that this is relative to the campus, but if we are seeking a change that could potentially impact veterans being housed in places that are not part of the COC, but are in LA County, we don't want to exclude them if we have an opportunity not to.
Well, we can't, because this campus, its vouchers, for the most part, are coming from LACTA, correct?
I mean, they're both on campus, but again, there's nothing about framing this around the COC that would rule any of those vouchers out.
Okay, and just making sure, just for the purposes of wordsmithing, at least the intent is clear to VA when it's processed.
This is Rob. I would just suggest I would suggest that we take as much shelter as we can directly underneath the White House initiative. I think the way that the Secretary of the VA is likely to have the greatest influence on a short-term fix, which is what this is to expressly invoke the White House initiative. And so I think if COC is the relevant geographic boundary, I think we should expressly call it out. And again, we're suggesting a change from this as drafted. Instead of reaching for the whole state of California, we would just make this targeted on Los Angeles. Now, if this group thinks we should reach for the whole state, because we've still got White House support for a statewide initiative, let me know. But I think as drafted, maybe focus on LA and continuum of care.
I agree with you. The only thing that's confusing, and I'm just, in my experience dealing with county numbers, when they talk about the LA COC, they're not reporting county data. So I know it's super confusing. It's confusing myself. Director Zenner, I think you share the frustration in terms of all the different data sets, but if we could just specify whatever the all-in campaign refers to as Los Angeles, then I think that covers it. I just want to pass a recommendation that is specific to this campus, and then, you know, we whiff on the jurisdiction.
Let me get Jim Center, then I'll get Dr. Bamber or Dr. Harris. Jim Center.
Yeah, just real quick, I think that's really smart. I mean, just we got to get people off the street, and that's how we do it, and do it quickly versus excluding the income in totality. Yeah, actually, I think that's it. Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Bamberger, then Dr. Harris.
So, you know, obviously, some of us have been spending way too much time on this issue, and it's been kind of making the steam come out of my ears. I think it's where it should be. I am ambivalent about 21.01B. I think it's also quite reasonable from this group, given our impact, to just focus on a national change and not try to make a local change, though I am certainly going to go along with the group. It feels, in my experience, when you make these kind of small changes that are specific to a geographic area, it comes back to bite you at some point. Something else changes, you get a different administration, you get a different way of looking at it, and it just gets, like in this situation, we're kind of being pained by our own success. Since we worked hard to get veterans to get more money, they happen to outstrip the ability of keeping housing for people who are low income. So we kind of created this ourselves, and I'm fearful that if you create a niche program, that something in the future is going to be a problem. So I just wanted to bring that up. And then second thing I wanted to say is I also want to emphasize what Jim had said earlier, that many veterans, I think, are not accessing their housing opportunities because they are fearful that they're going to disclose that their income is too high. So though we can't really tell from the data that Keith has shared with us how big this problem is, I think the impression that veterans have is more significant than the number of people who it could potentially affect. So I think this is a really important change so that veterans are not fearful about engaging in services and getting off the streets if they're worried that their income is going to disqualify them from housing.
This Keith Harris, just real quick on 2101B. Stephanie and I chatted a little more. I actually think county is the right unit to use. I think it's a safer one for a variety of reasons.
Okay.
Concur. Stephanie Cohen for the record.
Who's black? Is that Anthony?
I concur with the,
Who?
I mean, I think the thought for the group that I think we all got to consider is the All Inside program is a White House initiative to try new things to produce quick results on homelessness in these markets. And so it's either LA County or it's the state. I think LA is definitely this board's jurisdiction. And I think LA is a notorious homeless problem for the country right now. I don't think there's going to be if the Secretary of the VA communicates to the Secretary of HUD that he'd like assistance on this one, I do not see HUD having a principled basis for saying no to LA when we just heard it's a few $1 million. I think it becomes a much more complicated question if we broaden it to the state of California, which has, as I think we've been told, 1/5 of the homeless veteran population in the nation. The fiscal impact around that becomes a subtle exercise. So I do think we should stick with LA County.
Okay, so you're supportive of LA County?
County of Los Angeles.
Yeah.
It's a thing with the county.
County of Los Angeles. Jim Zinner, is your flag up on purpose? Thank you. One wordsmith all the way back up on where is it? The something, whereas the VCOEB does not find HUD's position on this issue to be either credible or well supported, probably ought to not question HUD's credibility. I would just smooth that out. Drop it, maybe.
Easy enough.
Okay. Okay, we know the white glove financial service is on the line. If you're ready to vote, we will vote and then go to that and then come back. It's supposedly going to take just 5 minutes. So if we're ready, okay, the question's called. Let's take our vote. All in favor, signify by saying aye. I think Eugene's going to are you roll calling this? No. All in favor, signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Passes unanimously. Let's talk to the finance guys. Let's get some money.
So many of you, this is your first time traveling out. We know that it's going to be it was a process for the travel authorization. The next thing you're going to have to do is travel voucher. And we do have some timelines to complete our travel vouchers. I know there are folks like Philip and General Hopper who've traveled out to LA, pretty much know this process. But I want to just give the travel folks who's helping us out of Austin the opportunity to share with you what their expectations are when it comes to submitting your receipts, et cetera, and to submit your travel voucher. So Mr. Garcia, are you on, sir?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you just fine, and we're going to scroll down through your charts here shortly.
Okay.
Gotta go back. Hang on 1 second. Gotta go backwards, Maggie. Find it? No.
How are you feeling? Are you feeling a little better? Good. Thank you. Yeah, I was going to call you last night. I decided he is stretched out, resting.
I went left early.
Yeah.
I just went back to my room and I just laid down. Next thing I know, it was 10:30.
Yeah, that's what I thought was going on.
I felt bad to see the general,
Yeah,
of
no,
course.
I didn't want to disturb you there. So this seems an antiquated way to get back to when you want to. We'll never find our way forward to where we want to be.
I'm going to continue being conversation with you about your being part of the other board. I think the third.
Okay, Mr. Garcia, you're on.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. This is Eddie Garcia from the Financial Service Center in Austin, Texas. And with me today is Christopher Hart. You might know his name. He's been doing all the hard work of getting your travel authorization set up for you. And so you're there now. So that's worked successfully. And so now we're at the back end. Next slide, please. So pretty simple process, just one slide, pretty much voucher submission process, and then open forum for any questions you may have. Next slide, please. All right. So as far as when it comes to submitting your receipts, we want you to use the information on this slide here. Christopher Hart, again, has been the main point of contact for most of you. And there's the email address on there. And His partner in crime has been Virginia Ornelas Ramon. Her email's on here as well. When you submit your required receipt, send it to Christopher Hart 2@va.gov and Virginia Ornelas Ramon at va.gov, and also include that group email box, the VA FSE Travel, e-travel box, with the subject line VCOEB voucher. Just in case that both Christopher and Virginia are out, it goes to our group box, and I can have someone else pay attention to that voucher and get it processed as soon as possible. The required receipts are going to be your flight itinerary, your lodging, and any non-meal expenses that are over $75. Those are required receipts. One caveat for the lodging receipt, it must have a zero balance. Some of the rules as far as the submission of the voucher is there's a 5 business day window to get those created and submitted. Once you have the receipts to Christopher and Virginia, they will create the vouchers for you, and they will work with you one-on-one to make sure it's fully and actually completed. And then they will send you a hard copy for you to review and sign, and then you will return that to Christopher, Virginia, and they will submit the voucher for you for payment processing. So pretty simple process. Again, all the hard work is being done by Chris and Virginia. And so just wanted to give you the opportunity to, if you have any questions, to ask them now. Chris, did I miss anything, sir?
Hello, Eddie. Hello, everyone. No, it sounds pretty good. Just a reminder, as far as receipts are concerned, just make sure we're not receiving any kind of a bank statement to be used as a receipt. We can't accept those, nor would we want that information out on the web. So, but no, that's about it.
Okay, thanks, Chris. Next slide, please. And any questions or concerns on your end?
Oh my God.
There don't seem to be any questions here, Mr. Garcia. Thank you so much.
All right, thank you. Safe travels.
Thank you, everyone.
Okay, and looks like we're at, we lost Mr. Begley. Where? Ah, okay. Got to start checking behind the pillow. Okay, I think it's 2104. And it looks like, Anthony, you're our reader for this? Yes, you're okay. You're on, I think.
So I'm not sure if we should maybe note for members of the public that 2102 and 2103 were voted on yesterday.
I think you just noted that.
Yeah.
You voted on and approved.
Okay. Recommendation 21-04, whereas Article 7A of the Principal Developer Enhanced Use Lease states in part, once each calendar quarter and any such other date as may be requested by a party, the parties shall update and agree upon in writing the phasing plan and release parcel schedule to adjust for any changes to accurately reflect when the department expects to vacate a release parcel as determined by the department. And 2, principal developer expects to have identified a sublessee that has obtained financing to develop such release parcel as determined by principal developer. Whereas the department has issued 5 iterations of the parcel schedule since January 2023, whereas the parcel schedule issued in June 2023 introduced a new category called potential referring to parcels that may or may not be developed in excess of Master Plan 2022's goal of creating 1,200 permanent supportive housing units for veterans who are homeless or at risk of homelessness. Whereas the current parcel schedule issued in August 2023 provides the most up-to-date vision of VA's intent to develop real property at VA West Los Angeles as contemplated in Master Plan 2022, depicted in Exhibit A, current parcel release schedule map. And for members of the public, we talked about that earlier today, and we'll display it after the reading of the recommendation. Whereas it is the opinion of VCOEB that the current framework for parcel release contains several elements of concern, notably, Parcel 408 is scheduled for release in May of 2024 as the first parcel considered to be part of Master Plan 2022 Town Center. The Office of General Counsel has not opined whether or not the principal developer was selected to execute the town center concept, despite VCOEB requests to do so in Recommendation 17-05. The Office of General Counsel has not opined on whether or not the Enhanced Use Lease Program is the appropriate authority included in the West Los Angeles Leasing Act to execute the town center, given the town center's emphasis on serving both resident and non-resident veterans throughout the region. According to the release schedule, VA may or may not complete the town center configuration proposed in Master Plan 2022, given Building 410 status as potential. The department has contracted Urban Land Institute, Los Angeles chapter to provide technical assistance regarding objectives and configuration of a town center on campus. ULI's final report has not been made available for public review and may offer constructive feedback for development of a town center on campus. Whereas, in addition to concerns about prematurely executing parcel release for development of a town center, the current parcel schedule leaves the northern residential community, defined as housing north of Nimitz Avenue, potentially incomplete. Currently, buildings 206 and 257 reside in the potential status category, set to be released in June of 2032. Whereas, based on the two previous recommendations, it is the opinion of VCOEB that the department should reassess its current parcel release schedule to include, depicted in Exhibit B, alternative parcel release map, which again will show the public after a reading. Prioritizing development of buildings 206 and 257 to complete the northern residential community for the purpose of providing supportive housing for homeless veterans. Moving buildings 413, 414, and 415 from potential into the department's active pipeline to achieve 1,200 units of supportive housing for homeless or, quote, at-risk veterans. While 413, 414, and 415 may be disconnected from the northern residential community, it presents unique opportunities to diversify the resident veteran population under VA's existing enhanced use lease authority specific to the campus. Moving buildings 13, 407, 408, 409, and 410 into potential status until further study is complete to determine the best and most efficient utilization of the campus. This area could be needed for vital swing space to complete the rehabilitation of 206, 257, 413, 414, and 415, while additional study of the town center area is underway. Whereas the alternative parcel release map provides a scenario which potentially increases unit production to 1,307 units compared to the current parcel release schedule is 1,215 units, while maintaining the department's contractual obligation to the principal developer for at least 900 tenant units. Whereas in February 2023, the Greater Los Angeles Healthcare System announced this master plan, as far as the requirements are concerned, is now fully funded until 2036. The department has all available resources necessary to optimize parcel release, which should prohibit the need for making compromises, leaving elements of the master plan unfinished. Now, therefore, let it be recommended on September 29th, 2023, recommendation 21-04 alpha, the Secretary of Veterans Affairs reassess the current parcel release schedule given its potential to undermine complete development of both the northern residential community and town center areas. Recommendation 21-04 Bravo, the Secretary of Veteran Affairs assess the feasibility of implementing the alternative parcel release map as provided by the Veterans and Community Oversight and Engagement Board prior to releasing Building 408 in May 2024. So at this point, I think we can show the public what they may have missed during the OAM conversation. So this document right here is not a VA document. It's based on information provided in the parcel release schedule, which should be the next page. So this is a VA document. This is available on the master plan website. If we can go back one slide. And this map is just a visualization of some of the information provided. And then we can go to the alternative map. And this is the alternative configuration that was discussed during the OAM conversation, and it's the basis of the recommendation. So at least now that should be in the public record. And
Can I ask a question, General Hopper?
Yeah, Jim, just let us do the formalities here.
It's not finished.
Are you done, Anthony?
I'm sorry, yeah, I was waiting on a motion.
Oh. Motion
As
to
am I.
approve?
Motion to approve, Ms. Cohen. Motion to second, Dr. Bamberger. Discussion, Mr. Pearly.
I'm confused. What's our goal here? What are we trying to accomplish? What's behind the recommendation?
Well, that was part of the OEM conversation. I mean, I think that parcel or building 408 is up for release in May of 2024. I think that there are a lot of issues that OGC has to weigh in on regarding selection, regarding legal authority. We still don't have a ULI study, the final report, which the VA contracted to get some independent analysis with regard to a town center. But all that being said, even if you disregard that by VA's own schedule, if you look at it, there are two issues. One, the Master Plan 2022 Town Center remains potentially incomplete, as well as Building 206 and 257. So this alternative is a suggestion to sort of correct those two issues. So we moved buildings 206 and 257 into the active pipeline, and we put a temporary hold with respect to the town center until we figure out some resolution on this selection issue, on this legal authority issue, on getting additional feedback from the community on this technical assistance report. And then we activate buildings 413, 414, and 415 for the purposes of housing veterans who are at risk of homelessness, and as we discussed earlier today, potentially student veterans. So I think that there are issues with this parcel release schedule, and this is a recommendation for the secretary to take another look at it.
Okay, but here are my concerns. First of all, the ULI study, which I still object to. I think that what they did is they gave us a boilerplate presentation yesterday, and they didn't really address homeless veterans as being a different market than anybody else. And also, but also they did say that whatever they do, they don't want to slow down the development process. I mean, and I am admittedly not an expert on the sequencing and all the different buildings, but I've been in the development business for 43 years. And these are incredible, and I don't think anybody else on the committee has ever done a development, affordable development, or even maybe even rented to somebody with a VASH voucher. And I've been doing it for a long time. And what I'm concerned about, I could be right, I could be wrong, but what you might, what we don't want, I look at our job as coaches. We've got a good principal developer. Even if we didn't, we're kind of stuck with it. But we're lucky. So is our job to nitpick and say, you're building 1,202 units instead of 1,200 when we really need the units?
It's not about that, Jim.
Or is our job like a coach to put the principal developer in a position to succeed? That's what I think we should do, right? And to the degree that that they're down the road and if they and I don't know the answer to this, but if they paid fees and are moving across, and we would have a tax credit on buildings that all of a sudden we're going to take out of the system. You know, I don't want to have Michael Jordan sweep the floor before Game 7. I want him to I don't think we want to be a roadblock. I think we want to be an enabler. And so, and that's been my big objection to some of our recommendations all along. I will also say that the board's done an excellent job. So I'm very concerned that, you know, we're not looking at the big picture. I bet if these units get built, everything else works. And so, and I really had a strong objection to the last meeting we had when, you know, Anthony and Rob were saying, let's not let them build over 1,200 units when, you know, our job is to house homeless veterans. And the other thing is, if we bring in a new RFP, a new developer, it's going to cause a delay. And a delay means a certain number of preventable veteran suicides. And I think we should take it seriously. So from an overview, you know, and it's my philosophy too. If you have a really good operator, you respect them and listen to them. If you got somebody that's really bad, then you really either get rid of them or micromanage. But you know, micromanaging is a mistake, and we have members on the committee who've never developed and don't understand the practical issues of development, who are making decisions that could impact the progress. So that's my overview of this.
Chair, I just want to just clarify. We heard earlier today from the principal developer that no tax credits have been allocated for these 5, specifically 408 or any of the 5 parcels that are into the potential
Yeah, but
category.
they may be going down the road paying fees, and they may be further down the road than you think. And what we don't want to do is have them waste their time and energy. I mean, they've got enough problems dealing with AMI and filling all these units at once and waiting lists and all that stuff. Their job is incredibly difficult, and let's not pile on. And you might be right, you may not, but just because they haven't received tax credits doesn't mean they're not down the road on this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, the last point I'll say with respect to this is I think it's our duty as a federal advisory committee to advise the secretary that there's a potential really big land use decision mistake that needs to be clarified. And I could be wrong,
But what?
We've asked the OGC repeatedly to step in, and the guidance that we've received has not been definitive. And before there's a shovel put in the ground on this campus, we need to make sure that it's legit. And I have concerns about that.
Well, what would you qualify as a mistake if the mandate is to build 1,200 units or more, if the housing is really needed, the last thing we want to do is, throw sand into the gears.
I agree. I mean, but at the same time, this concern that we're going to slow down housing comes up anytime somebody observes a potential, critical mistake. We heard this when the master plan subcommittee and the federal advisory committee called on the secretary to delay signing the master plan by the end of the year in order to ensure that it was, reviewing these issues, such as how many units are appropriate given veterans homelessness in LA County, such as the legal authorities that exist. So anytime we bring up a potential issue, people say, oh, well, you're going to slow down housing. And at the end of the day, it's not about slowing down housing.
That may be because.
What basis do you have to say that?
Based on my experience as a developer.
Okay, well.
Yeah, I want to jump in here. Sorry, I'm just going to jump in. This Jim Purley. I'm just adamantly opposed against making the town center mixed use. I mean, working in veteran homelessness for my first 6 years after getting my degree, I think of veterans that have opportunities to bring and socialize with veterans that live on the campus. We're not going to bring our buddies, we're not going to bring our families to that campus and interact with the veterans that live on that campus if it's what we have is mixed use options. The town center originally, back in 2015, we were talking about nowhere near, having housing in the town center. And then all of a sudden, it feels like we're surprised by the PD team with this, mixed use town center concept. And it's completely against what the veteran community, and at least those that were engaged in the stakeholder process early on, were talking about. And, I want a place to where I feel like, and I think other veterans in the community, and hopefully we can get some more feedback around this, but, veterans that are looking to hire other veterans, bring their families, bring their friends to the campus and socialize and hopefully hire some of the veterans on the campus. But that's not going to happen if we have this mixed use in our town center, is my fear.
Really, again, it comes down to me, who this land was donated for. Was it donated for housing for veterans or for other veterans to use? And I would argue that the housing for homeless veterans is the mission, and the other is not mandatory, and that's our goal. I mean, look at all the homelessness out there. Is that something that is going to be a super place for all veterans to use, or is it for housing the homeless? So I vote for housing the homeless, but it is an issue, and I recognize what you're saying, Jim.
Yeah, well, I mean, real quick, Jim, I think both can be done, and it's not one versus the other. And quite honestly, I'm tired of the conversation about, any kind of conversation that doesn't follow the PD team. We're trying to slow down housing. That's not the case. We can do both, and we need to do both. I'm done.
Okay, Mr.
Begwin, Ms. Cohen, and Ms. Barry.
Thanks, General. I have, for a long time, tried to make the point that I think the principal developer is immensely qualified to build housing and was selected to build housing. And I think it is deeply disingenuous of anyone to appear before this committee and suggest that the principal developer was selected to do the town center.
I disagree.
Hey, Jim, with all due respect, we heard you out. I want to state my position.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, the principal developer, if you look at their portfolio of projects, it's an extraordinary number of housing projects. There's not a single town center development they've ever touched. And I think if you were to look at the backgrounds of the people who are employed by the principal developer, they're not commercial developers. They're affordable housing developers. Okay? Many of us went to the villages at Cabrillo to see what they had done there. I think almost all of us thought the housing was outstanding, and that in fact some of the current projects they had done were architecturally stunning. Not a single one of us was satisfied with what we saw in terms of the commercial activity they were generating there. And I think it'd be disingenuous or dishonest of anyone to avoid the responsibility that comes from that knowledge. They're not qualified to do this, and they were not selected to do it. I'm going to try to depersonalize it by reasoning by example to my own life. I'm a civil lawyer. I handle commercial disputes. If someone retained me for what was a commercial dispute and in the middle of it they got indicted by the federal government, I wouldn't purport to handle it. I'd go out and say to them, you ought to meet with a criminal lawyer. I wouldn't engage in the mission creep of thinking, well, I've got a retainer from them and I can bill them this amount per hour to advise them. I'd think to myself, oh no, this is a different task. I think this is such an easy call, but I think, you know, I'd hope for all of us it's an easy call. That's all I got.
Well,
Hey, Jim, let me interrupt and let's get some opinions from some other folks here. Ms. Cohen and Ms. Berry.
Thank you, Stephanie Cohen, for the record. I had some things to say just about this general plan and some of the points that Anthony brought up earlier, and then the conversation took a different turn. So now I have more things to say. I just want to start by restating sort of why we're here. You know, I think that there's a misconception that this board exists to hold the developer accountable necessarily. I'm not here to be concerned with development specifically. I'm here because veterans need to be served on the campus, and that includes them being housed. That's what's important to me as a board member. I am the newest person to the board, so I can respect everybody's opinion here. But getting veterans on that campus is what's important to me. And I believe that fundamentally that's what's important to everyone else. With that being said, the things that I wanted to say earlier, and the reason why I was so quick to motion to approve this, is because we're not thinking about the throughput and the holistic approach to getting veterans, all veterans, onto this really underutilized portion of the campus. And that includes at-risk veterans like students who are living in their cars, like Dr. Bamberger mentioned, students that we see living in their cars across the Los Angeles region that are veterans, are accessing services at veterans resource centers on our college campuses and don't have any other options. These are the folks that we need to be catching in these plans. Sure, there is a focus on already homeless veterans, but if we don't start on the prevention side as well, we're going to end up in a similar place to where the County of Los Angeles is right now when they authorized Measure H and focused so heavily on the front end on services and didn't provide the throughput to get people into units once they expanded outreach. We don't want to be in that situation. So when I talked yesterday about workforce, I talked about why workforce is important. Jim talked a little bit about why workforce is important as it relates to losing housing potentially. We need to think about all of these things at the same time. We need to stop focusing solely on chronically homeless individuals and focus on veterans as a whole so that we don't create more chronically homeless individuals. Anthony, I thank you for bringing this recommendation. I know that you're cycling off the board, and I know that some of you worked on this very closely with Anthony or cycling off the board, and I'm not cycling off the board. just yet. Sorry, everyone. But all of that to say, I am making a public commitment to carrying forward this work. The at-risk populations are ones that we continuously don't talk about and don't provide services for, and they're the ones who end up homeless. This is not a fight of principal development team versus this board. This is a fight to get veterans back to this campus and prevent more homeless veterans from entering homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Cohen.
Christina.
Christine,
Turn it on. It's on.
Christine Berry for the record. I just would like to speak about the deed and remind Mr. Purley that the gift was given to all veterans. At the time, it was fully disabled. There were 4 categories from fully disabled to fully able. When the property was alive and well, all veterans were welcome on the property. If you lived in the Los Angeles area, you were welcome on the property to come and have a meal and to join your fellow veterans. All of Los Angeles was welcome on the property. The Red Line went through Los Angeles. It was a community effort. So to isolate veterans and not have all categories of veterans and make everyone welcome does a disservice to the gift and to the deed. It was considered a home for all veterans. So when we refer to that, you have to remember that. It's not just about the homeless, although we all know that that is what you're aiming to do. You have to remember the property should welcome everybody, and that's what will make it a community.
Jim Purley, I cut you off before. You were on.
No, this is good feedback for me. My big concern is that I know how difficult development is, and I don't want to slow down the process. And I disagree that the principal development was not selected from this from the beginning. I was involved. I'm sure a lot of other people were in the beginning, and I'm not sure if my recommendations were taken, but I talked to the attorney in California, most recognized for his tax credit, and the accountant for tax credit. And the first thing they told me for this whole project is get a master developer. Now they changed the name to principal developer, because what you don't want is to stop and start with this thing. I mean, it's slow enough. There's another lawsuit on the table. So, and it's easy to underestimate the difficulty of putting one of these things together, unless you've done it, and it's difficult. We're lucky to have these guys. So, again, I don't know the details like you do, but what I do know is that this process is difficult, and to respond to Rob's point about Cabrillo, I believe that that's not a failure of retail space. I believe what that is that there was no demand for retail space from the population that they had, and they adjusted to the population. So I don't see that as a retail failure. I see it as the development making adjustments for the reality of the population. So I don't see that as a failure. And you can say they've never done commercial, but I know the architect who they're working with, and he was helped design the SoFi Stadium. I play golf with the guy, and he beats the crap out of me on the golf course. But it's not like they don't have access to people, and it's not like they're stupid. And the risk of going out with an RFP is the timing issue. Then it's a real risk, and the last thing we want to do, in my opinion, is to slow this thing down. There's already a lawsuit, but who cares? Everybody wants to build these units as fast as we can. I mean, everybody on this board wants success. It's just a question of bringing together different viewpoints and different experiences. And if we put off the town, see, the other thing about timing on the town center is at what point do we need the town center because of the population we have on the units? And if we slow that down, is it going to impact the experience of the people living on site? And is it also going to hurt the lease-up process? So there's probably a good timing to build the Long Center, and if we ignore that, then we could cause other issues. I mean, it's complicated. This is not an easy situation, and my hat's off to the principal developer. And these guys really know what they're doing. And I know you've heard me say that before, but no, they're really, really good at this. We were reasonably good at it, but they've done things and brought up things that we never thought about that are brilliant. And Peck has been at it for a long time, and Century and Saffron have too, and they do know this business, and I know they're committed.
Thank you, Jim. Mr. Mangano.
In listening to the review from the ULI, their truncated synopsis of their larger report, which I think will be invaluable as we move forward. One of the things they said over and over again was they didn't want to do anything that would slow down the project. They wanted to be sure that their interaction, their involvement did not slow down the project. So Anthony, I'm wondering, in terms of this recommendation, do you understand it to be slowing down the project in any way? Or do you think the project will move forward with the same amount of speed if this recommendation were not done?
Anthony Allman for the record. I mean, the recommendation is itself, as it stands, is to assess the current schedule, to look at the alternative scenario, and for VA to make up its own judgment. You know, so for example, if we look at, let's look at 206, 257. So as we spoke about earlier today, those buildings have some occupancy, but 400 is a parking lot. Just like 404 was a parking lot. 408 is a parking lot. So theoretically, why don't you just get to work on parcel or building 400? So is that going to slow things down? There are specifics with regard to transition of these parcels that VA needs to make a determination on. I think that that is VA's call. We are just simply recommending VA to take another look at it.
So you'd be concerned about anything that slowed down the project, right?
Obviously, of course. Of course. We're not here to slow down the project. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So in terms of what you just said, this will potentially slow down the project a bit.
No, I didn't say that.
Okay.
I said VA needs to make an assessment if it will or if it does not.
Well, I don't think that will speed up the project. I think we can safely say that.
Why? So we have everything, 20 of the 25 parcels look fantastic. There's 5 parcels that are potentially problematic for the reasons we discussed. VA is set to release 1 of those 5 parcels in May of 2024. I believe that VA can make an assessment between now and then to determine if it wants to change course or not. I don't see how that slows down anything.
Right. And so your assessment is that that could happen and nothing would be slowed down, right? That's the bottom line.
Correct.
Right, right. So I do think Jim makes some good points. And he is a developer. And, you know, I'm interested in what Rob said, which was, you know, he's one kind of lawyer. He wouldn't dabble in another kind of lawyering. That would be inappropriate. But in one sense, you're a lawyer and you're making a decision about city planning, which is a bit out of your scope, you would readily admit. And I think to the degree that Jim is a developer, understands the nuances of development and the risk involved in development and the speed necessary for development, I do think he makes some adequate points. And I do think his concern about not slowing down the process in any way is a legitimate one. I do think that the release of the full ULI report will be helpful to us all in this matter. And my concern would be anything that slows down a process of housing homeless veterans would be detrimental to the work of this committee. It's the opposite of what this committee should be about.
Mr. Begley.
I think we have to distinguish the project. The project has a housing element and it has a town center element. I don't think there's a chance in the world the principal developer can argue anything that we're proposing here is going to slow down the housing element. And so to the extent that they try to wrap themselves in the flag of don't slow down housing, it's no flag at all. They have no argument there. It's what they've tried to do, and I saw it a little bit in the briefing today with the briefing slide that talked about funding commitments. Those funding commitments towards housing units, as Brett could explain to us, those are turnover expenses. Those are infrastructure upgrades. It's not a commitment to the VA that this money is going to be expended for supportive housing at the present time. We have had 7 years to set up a framework for the housing being done correctly. I would hate to think we would shoehorn the process of the town center into a process lasting less than a year or two, which is what I fear is happening here. So in the 2022 master plan revision, the principal developer pushed for a version of the town center that was basically a green space, a town plaza. And we had to push back against that and say, no, we think you can do more. And the principal developer at that time had this notion that there wasn't much that was commercially viable, that you couldn't make it work commercially because the audience was homeless veterans. And what we've heard is that, no, in fact, ULI, which had 30 disinterested people, 30 strangers to this project, but people who are land use experts. We heard there's a developer, lawyers. They all looked at it and they said, this does seem commercially viable. So I think we have a duty to look into that. And I do think that potentially putting this out for a new solicitation for the town center, where the principal developer would be welcome to recompete, is something we should be thinking about. Because I've often found that the best way you make sure that someone's going to do what you ask them to do is ask them to do it. So if we want a town center, why don't we talk about issuing an RFQ for a town center with certain attributes? So I don't think this is really a tough call, because I don't think there's any chance it delays housing.
Can I speak up? And that's based on your experience as a developer? I mean, you're saying that you know that won't happen, but you've never done this. And you're an expert on the people on the ULI, but none of them have ever done homeless veteran work. And they just gave us a generic thing, this overview that they give to everybody. That was a boilerplate.
Hey, Jim, I'm not going to argue. Yeah, Jim, I'm not going to argue that the ULI study is sufficient. And that's why I think maybe putting this out to RFQ is more important, because then we'll really have people who have money at stake making decisions about whether it's commercially viable, as defined.
Okay, but then
but what I am saying, to finish the thought, is
go ahead.
as I look at both the phasing and the level of commitments, I don't see evidence that projects that are supposed to come online in the next 2 years are going to be delayed. That's the point.
Go ahead. No, okay, there's a lot of...
Let me just, I think perhaps we could continue talking about this for a while. So let me maybe offer my summary and view as a point to close out and get some closure here. So I've never heard Anthony, and I'll pick on Anthony here,
advocate anything but continuing the housing at all due speed. I've never heard him suggest slowing down the housing or doing anything that would slow down the housing. I think a read of this recommendation talks about assessing and assessing. So, and I will give Anthony credit for one of the things that I will always take from this board. And it's no matter what the discussion is about here with regard to the Pacific Branch, it will always come down to a land use issue. And so here we are with another of those land use issues. So with this recommendation, and I think the recommendation that follows, in my view, the principal developer is absolutely free and absolutely mandated to continue delivering housing homeless at all due speed. Nothing in his way, their way, to slow this down. The concerns are, first of all, is it within their purview, initially viewed to be in their purview, that they would develop not just the housing, which the EUL is specifically designed to do, but to do the town center as well, which, at least my understanding, you'd have to stretch or re-legislate the EUL for them to be able to do that, that particular vehicle. There may be other EUL uses that could work in there, but it is not covered by the EUL that they are working under with now. The slide that Rob mentioned with the money, I found a little bit, I didn't understand exactly how that money was gathered. And I would guess if it was given by a generous donor, then the donor must have had some understanding for what it was going to be used for. And it wasn't clear to me that what that was. But that really is neither here nor there. The bottom line is the focus has never come off, and it's not intended to come off, of delivering that housing with all due speed. The focus is on the scope of the work, and the town center is not included with the development of the homeless housing, and getting this town center as an element of this community as the best project possible is worth what we get from the ULI, and then making that review to see how do we do this. And it may very well be, and again, I have heard Anthony in our discussions, in our talks, he would be completely satisfied, for example, I shouldn't say completely satisfied, but if he would be satisfied if, for example, it is recompeted or it is competed for the town center. And if the winner of that competition happens to be our same development team, great, more power to them. But then I think we would reach that assurance that we have done the best or recommended the best with regard to developing housing and developing the community through this town center that's been part of this vision since 2015 or before 2015. So Anthony, it looks like you're dying to say something there. Don't die. I will offer one other thought for Jim Purley. It really pains me to think of somebody beating the crap out of you on the golf course, except for what the Air Force Academy is going to do to the mids from the Naval Academy in about 2 weeks.
I got to tell you, General Hopper, it happens a lot. It happens a lot.
Anthony, did you have something?
The last comment I would say is that this doesn't necessarily touch on the issue of how VA would go about identifying a potential operator for a town center. That's not the subject of this recommendation. I think we've heard in the past from OAEM, there's 3 different thoughts on how that could be achieved with respect to executing a town center concept whenever the community come to some sort of agreement to what we want to see here, whether VA builds it or potentially a principal developer or potentially a third party. That's irrelevant to this conversation, I think.
Right. Yep. Very good. Okay.
So there is no need to conflate this issue with the town center. Would that be fair?
Yeah.
I think it's an issue because, building 408 right now, if we started to put a shovel in the ground, I think it's murky at best with respect to the selection. When we have all these other parcels on the campus that we could potentially develop that don't pose any potential land use issues. So, we have more land. We don't have to necessarily start with 408 is my opinion. And maybe you all agree with it. Maybe you don't. And maybe VA agrees with it. And maybe they don't. But I think by driving forward with 408 right now, given the concerns for the past few months and multiple recommendations without getting guidance from OGC is a strategic mistake that I would tell the secretary boldly, don't do this here. Because time and time again, land use issues come back to haunt VA.
Okay.
Vote, I don't know if that's in the parliament.
That's the end of discussion. Okay, let's take the vote. I'm sorry? We already moved and seconded.
It's been moved.
Yeah.
It's been seconded, then you got to call for the vote.
Yeah, we're ready to have the vote. All in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
We don't need to take a roll call on that? No. Okay, the amendment, the recommendation passes.
All right, 2105.
2105. Hang in there now, we're okay. Hang in. Anthony, are you the reader again?
I am. Sorry, I was trying to get my mic to work like Jim.
Okay.
Center. So let me pull this up. So we discussed a potential alternative scenario with a couple of buildings. This is a recommendation that addresses that specifically. So recommendation 21-05, whereas Section 2B1 of the West Los Angeles Leasing Act, Public Law 114-226, authorizes the Secretary of Veterans Affairs to carry out enhanced use leases for the purpose of providing supportive housing as defined in 38 U.S. Code Section 8161, subparagraph 3, whereas 38 United States Code Section 8161, subparagraph 3 states, in part, the term supportive housing means housing that engages tenants in on-site and community-based support services for veterans or their families that are at risk of homelessness or are homeless. Whereas the Enhanced Use Lease Program authorized under Public Law 114-226 authorizes VA to house not only homeless veterans at VA West Los Angeles, but also veterans at risk of homelessness. Whereas on June 29, 2017, the Los Angeles Times published a story titled 1 in 5 LA Community College Students is Homeless, Survey Finds, which offers the following analysis. Nearly half the LA Community College students surveyed reported struggling with high housing costs. Of the 19% who said they were recently homeless, 8% reported being thrown out of their homes, 4% said they had been evicted, and 6% had stayed in abandoned building, car, or other location not meant for housing, the survey said. Whereas on March 7th, 2019, the Los Angeles Times published another story titled, Community Colleges Can Cost More Than Universities, Leaving Neediest Students Homeless. In the article, one of the author's subject was a Marine Corps veteran and single father who moved into a Chevy Silverado during the day, taking classes in the evening and searching out safe places to park at night. Whereas the Marine Corps veteran was quoted, "It just became a lot. trying to go to school, so I stopped going, he said. I don't think paying for classes is the issue. I think it's the housing, it's the infrastructure, support. If we want to lift ourselves up, if we want to produce a better set of leaders for tomorrow, we have to start addressing this. Whereas Master Plan 2022 states the principal developer was tasked with developing a community plan and at least 900 units of supportive housing for homeless and at-risk veterans and their families on the North Campus to reach the goal of 1,200 units. Whereas currently there are no planned units targeting student veterans at VA West Los Angeles. Whereas in 2023, the California Community College's Chancellor's Office issued a report titled Affordable Student Housing Task Force and Recommendations, outlining the system strategy to address California's housing shortage and its impact on students, stating, the California community colleges can no longer stay on the sidelines of student housing and must go a step further to prioritize affordability. In addition, the report reveals millions in taxpayer-funded programs to mitigate California's student housing crisis. Whereas on May 17, 2023, the Los Angeles County Veterans Advisory Commission received a briefing from Brenda Thurett, Army veteran and El Camino Community College veteran counselor, expressing concern about student veteran homelessness in Los Angeles County. Whereas it is the opinion of VCOEB that student veterans attending California community colleges throughout the Los Angeles region may qualify as at risk given the prevalence of homelessness in the student population and should be the subject of further study by the department. Whereas it is the opinion of VCOEB that buildings 413, 414, and 415 on campus provide a unique opportunity situated in a distinct cluster from the northern residential community for homeless veterans to provide housing for student veterans receiving VA education benefits. Now, therefore, let it be recommended on September 29th, 2023, recommendation 21-05 alpha, the Secretary of Veterans Affairs make a determination as to whether or not student veterans attending the California Community College system, particularly in the Los Angeles area, are at risk of homelessness and therefore qualify for housing under VA's Enhanced Use Lease Program authorized in Section 2B1 of the West Los Angeles Leasing Act, Public Law 114-226. Recommendation 21-05 Bravo, the Secretary of Veteran Affairs write a letter expressing his concern about the housing security of student veterans to the Chancellor of California Community Colleges and invite the Chancellor to discuss cooperation in developing a first-in-the-nation pilot program between VA and the system of higher education to build dedicated student veteran housing at VA West Los Angeles.
Do I have a motion?
Motion.
Motion. Do I have a second? Second from Ms. Marshall. Discussion. Dr. Bamberger.
Fantastic. Thank you for doing this. Wondering if it would be reasonable, Anthony, to amend it so it doesn't just include community college and where that could fit in. So it would be all veterans attending higher education.
Anthony Allman for the record. I would love to see that eventually one day, but right now the data that I have for the California community colleges, it's 1 in 5 students. We know based on California data from the various systems that the CSU system is seeing 1 in 10 students, and the UC system is seeing 1 in 20 students being homeless. I think the difference is that, particularly with respect to UC and CSU, they have produced some residence halls. Is it enough? Clearly not. But with the California community colleges, there are none. And so students are having to compete in the private market. And it's not to say that, you know, for example, all of the buildings need to be for community college students. I think that this is just a place to start. So I don't know if it makes the recommendation more muddied, if this is, if Boomer was here, smart, strategic, specific, whatever. But I leave it up to the committee.
I would say that too much again today. Josh Bamberger for the record. I would suggest that you change A to include all students and leave B as it is. That way, the process for the secretary to identify students as at risk for homelessness, there's ample data to support that that's a fact.
Right.
And then focus on the chancellor of the community colleges to get some practical step forward. I don't think those things are in contradiction.
So the thought is as to whether or not student veterans throughout California, particularly in the Los Angeles area.
That sounds good. Higher education.
Attending
Post-secondary?
Post-secondary education in California.
I trust you can wordsmith it.
Well, we have to agree to it.
Well, we can vote in expectation of your amendment like we've done in the past. Right, Eugene? No, you don't like that. All right, man. We did that once
agreement
before.
here.
Okay.
Well, we came back and got it online. Ms. Cohen.
Stephanie Cohen for the record. Dr. Bamberger beat me to it, but I do support that amendment. I understand that it's a pilot project or suggesting a pilot project, but if we don't leave open the opportunity for other students and institutes of higher education, we're probably going to miss a population. So I'd really like to expand it, whatever you want to call it, post-secondary education, institute of higher education, don't care. The CDC would prefer institute of higher education. Just kidding. It was just a COVID joke. Okay. Everyone looks tired. So.
Other thoughts? I mean,
Yeah, Jim Zinner and then Mr. Beglin.
Yeah, Jim Zenner. I was invited to a Region 7 and Region 8 meeting about a week ago over at, it was over towards Whittier, I can't remember exactly, Glendora, whatever community college that is. I'm blanking. Citrus, yeah, thank you. And so Region 7 covers most of LA County for community colleges. Region 8 covers 3 community colleges on the southeast border, and then mostly Orange County. And the purpose of my meeting was to talk about benefits, talk about VPAN, and how the county can support their student vets. And it came up in the conversation towards the end about veteran housing and not having enough housing for their homeless student vets. And so it's a very real conversation that just happened a week ago. And so I pointed out that there's a couple of assembly bills in the state, 531 and 1474, that do specifically put veteran language in those bills. So there is an opportunity to approach those 2 funding streams if those bills get passed. But that was a recent conversation. And then just when I graduated USC and started social work, what I did is I went to work helping Iraq and Afghanistan veterans that were literally 6 months behind me in my own recovery. And really what I got from them is, early on, I had conversations with veterans and they would share the land's been stolen, and if it was there for me when I got out, I would have been able to live there. And I'm assessing them. I'm thinking, okay, paranoia, PTSD, and then come to find out the lawsuit happens 4 years later or 3 years later, and I'm like, wow, I was really off. But that's something that I saw through my professional experiences in social work the first 4 years, is if these guys had a place to go when they got out of the military that was safe, close to VA care, and close to a couple of great schools of education, they would have been set up for success and not, to our point earlier, became chronically homeless. These gentlemen ended up being chronically homeless, abusing substances, and doing a lot of struggling. And so I really support this recommendation. Appreciate you putting it together, Anthony.
Thank you, Jim. Mr. Beglin and then Ms. Stanley.
Rob Begland. I think the suggestion that, or as drafted, it should focus on community colleges makes a lot of sense. As Anthony notes, the community colleges don't supply student housing. It is a need we know about right now. I mean, it's not even a close call. Whereas the UC system supplies an abundant amount of housing, and the Cal State Northern system has some, or the Cal State system has some. I also, I would appreciate maybe some feedback from Keith Harris on this. I want to make sure we're asking the right thing of the secretary. In other words, this is a request that the secretary make a finding that will have a legacy at the VA. And when I hear the number 1 and 5, that strikes me as a very compelling basis for a secretarial level finding. And I just need to know does going to 1 and 20, if, for example, we were to include all UC students, does that in any way dilute the admission criteria or the ability of getting the secretary to make that kind of finding? I do see those as different risk populations. To a layperson, 1 and 5 seems like a very different risk population than 1 and 20.
Dr. Harris.
Well, I certainly don't disagree with your math on that. 1 and 5 is a significantly greater risk factor. I don't personally, I don't know if you'd want to consider something like using a broader reference to students and then parenthetically note that in community colleges, the risk is as high as 1 in 5, something like that, where you kind of accomplish both. I don't know numbers between the systems. Is the UC, I would assume the UC system has quite a bit larger raw number, in which case that 120 could actually equate to similar numbers of homeless or at-risk veteran students, but I don't know that. I don't think it dilutes it significantly, no.
Ms. Stanley.
Christine Stanley, for the record. I would like to pose a question to the board. If we could also add potentially student veterans and families into this statement, just to be more inclusive of the population that is a student veteran.
General Hopper, Jim Purley, can I make a comment?
Yes, Jim, go ahead.
This is a great recommendation. There may be a fly in the ointment unless the rules have changed. Tax credits do not allow student housing. And most of the developments are funded by tax credits. So that complicates it. Doesn't mean that it isn't a great recommendation. But if all the housing is done by tax credits, then unless this has changed very recently, then there has to be more work, more things done to, similar to AMI type of thing to get this through.
Yeah, Jim, I think that's been acknowledged. Let one of the experts here explain it. Who wants that? Anthony, Rob, Anthony?
I thought somebody was raising their
hand. Dr. Relish, but I want to answer Jim's question.
Jim, one of the scenarios we posed earlier with regard to student veterans using their VA education benefits is they're offered a monthly housing allowance. That's actually more generous than a HUD-VASH voucher, and whether or not that could be used. In addition to the funds that are being provided by the California Community College system for the purpose of creating this type of housing. So that's, in my opinion, the reason why I would prefer to keep it specific is because we have a system of higher education that has been appropriated money and is motivated to solve the problem. And it's not that I don't think that CSU or UC has the same level of compassion. I just think that that given the fact that they already have residence halls, they'd be less motivated to do something like this. But again, Jim, to answer your point, the idea is that perhaps this wouldn't require tax credits. And again, it's up to VA to further the discussion with the California community colleges if they want to talk.
Okay, but I think, again, it's a great recommendation, Anthony, but for example, if you have it's much harder to do a building without tax credits, doesn't mean it can't be done. If you have a unit that you say, okay, we won't use the tax credits with the investor, you lose a tax credit on that unit, and it's expensive. So just as a heads up, but I think it's a great recommendation.
Thanks.
Dr. Welsh.
Yeah, LA Trade Tech, I think, is in the City College system, which opens the idea about vocational training. Why are we so elitist that we're just heading kids to the university? We can certainly put them into trades, and those are the people that need support even more so than the UC folks. And the other question I have is, how long would anybody be allowed to reside in one of these units until their training's over, or what?
Well, could I respond to that?
Yes.
I think, with regard to duration of stay and all that, those are details that need to get worked out between potentially, if this is a viable solution. Again, this has never been done before. It would be a pilot. They'd have to figure out what works. But I'll just say, anecdotally, through my experience coming back in 2003, having started in the California community college system, I think it's vital that those 2 years, potentially 3 or whatever, to provide stability where the veteran doesn't have to think about necessarily competing in the private market, and just give that peace of mind so that they can focus on their education is critical. And so for me, if the determination was made, you can stay up until the point at which you run out of your GI Bill benefit, fine. You could stay for 24 months, fine. It's not meant to be permanent. It's meant for you to get settled and focus on your education, because we know with higher levels of attainment, your income generally increases. And as your income increases, it's a protective factor against homelessness.
Very brief data point. A friend of mine runs the California-wide grant to house homeless college students, and I just texted her for some more up-to-date data. What she reports to me is exactly what you reported, Anthony. 1 in 5 community college, 1 in 10 CSU, 1 in 20 UC, but perhaps more importantly, or as importantly, 1 in 3 African-American students who are in community college are homeless.
1 in 3.
So with those data, I think we should stick with the recommendation as written.
Yeah, it's rampant, and it's just unbelievable to think about. And I think that we're in a position to do something pretty novel here.
Any other discussion? Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Discussion is complete. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Recommendation passes. Okay. Oh, is that Christine? Did you have something else?
I was just wondering if we're going to add comments.
I did not modify the recommendation.
Pass it as amended.
I didn't pass it as amended. So.
It was moved as written, correct?
As written.
Yeah, as written.
Okay, I think that's it. 2106. Oh, wait, there is no 2106.
I got one.
Final comments from you, Philip, sir.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, so as we wrap up this today and take a look at the way forward, I think most of you know that Mr. Beglin, you will have to suffer with him as your new chairman. And I know you'll miss me, especially with Rob in the chair, but I think frankly, you'll be much better off. He'll do a great job as the chair. The rest of the board, or the turnover, you will learn about soon. Those folks are still going through the vetting process, so we'll protect that process a bit, and Mr. Beglin will let folks know about the rest of the crew. For myself, Mr. Mangano, Dr. Bamberger, Mr. Aldman, I will not attempt to speak for them. I will offer them a short opportunity to, if they would like to make a comment. We'll bow to youth before we get to old age and treachery. So, Anthony, you get to go first.
Thank you, sir. It's been a pleasure serving with everyone. 6 years, 21 meetings, multiple recommendations. I just want to speak to a couple of the members who were around, I think, since 2015 from the very get-go, with Jennifer and Jim and Christine. You guys were around from the very beginning. You saw this thing evolve, and I hope that I've faithfully executed the vision that the veterans said they wanted throughout this process. And best of luck to you guys. I'll be in the public making comments. And thank you, General, for keeping me honest.
Is that what it was, huh?
And thank you, Phil, for the family-style debates. I appreciate it. And that's all I got. Oh, I'm sorry, one more thing. I did want to mention with respect to Senator Feinstein passing and obviously her leadership on these issues, today is actually the anniversary of the Leasing Act, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, and as someone who had interned for Senator Feinstein, what a great person in my experience. She took a lot of time for her interns and changed my view on public life in several ways. So I appreciate it, and condolences to her family and her staff.
Once again, I've stepped on it. Christine Stanley is also departing.
Thank you. I keep calling the microphone Anthony's best friend, so. Keep happy. I just wanted to say, I've completely enjoyed this time and opportunity, and just echoing what Anthony said, I remember the days of us just sitting together and having this conversation, and I always feel that this generation, we miss a purpose. Like, we don't have something to come together and discuss and fight for like the Vietnam era veterans did. Like, they had to fight for everything that we have today. And it was just giving us a purpose and a conversation starter and a reason for us to take a look at where we are now and where we came from and what our journey was like. And then providing an opportunity to make it better for the ones that come after us. And even the ones in the, the big broad picture of who is struggling. We have this senior generation that, there's no way that anything we went through could compare what happened. And, my podium is always women veterans, and, my soapbox is we don't discuss enough or even engage or contact or think of the women that served in Vietnam and how their life was completely impacted up until today. So recognizing that their boots are on the ground that made the footprints that we follow today. And then just having, the opportunity for this small input into something that's going to be, that outlives all of us, and looking back and, hoping that the people that we inspire or people, the new board members come on and, take the time and effort to review the minutes and look at what happened and look at the, the videos, to hear the conversations, to have the opportunity to create a better opinion and decision for how the community, how the land goes back to the home that was a gift to us, becomes a home again. So I am just grateful to have a moment in time to spend with you all and to share this part of my life with this. And I'll be with Anthony in the comments all the time. And so however we can cause a ruckus out there, just let us know. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Dr. Benberger.
Thank you. First of all, I just want to thank you all for tolerating me for these last 4 years, coming down from San Francisco, not a veteran. Why am I here? I really appreciate all the kindness and the brotherhood of doing this work together. Couple things I want to leave you with. I'm very confident that the people who are going to come on this board are going to be extraordinary and continue this process moving forward. Some of the things we've worked on, the AMI issue, I'm sure that Keith is going to continue that going. It's going to be wonderful. A couple issues that are probably not going to be represented since I won't be here. I think it's really important that we finish the deal about having nurses on site in at least a couple buildings. I know we have that recommendation, but please don't let that die. And we need to find a way to make sure that the veterans who need that service get into those buildings. And so far, those things aren't happening. There's a pathway, but I'm hoping that someone else will pick up the torch and keep that going. So I think that's really important. And the other issue that we haven't talked about for a while is finding this other level of care. Sally mentioned it. Veterans need to have residential care facility access. The entire system will suffer for the 10 or 12 people who won't be able to get that access unless you as a board continue to push the VA to find that niche, because it's very challenging. You got to bring in Medi-Cal stuff to make it happen. And last, I just want to, I'm sure we'll get to this, but General Hopper, John, you're such a classy guy. It's been such a pleasure to be here with you. So thank you.
Mr. Mangano.
I've had the distinct pleasure, actually, of working with and knowing multiple VA secretaries back from, had conversations even before Secretary Principi, but Secretary Principi, Secretary Nicholson, Secretary Peake, Secretary Shinseki, got to know Bob McDonald well. And in every administration, left or right, Republican or Democrat, there was a very strenuous commitment on the part of the VA secretary to do something substantial around the issue of veteran homelessness. And it's always been inspiring to me that in Washington, at the seats of power, there were secretaries who were strongly committed to the very work that we've set out to do on this committee. I'd say the one maybe failing in that was the last administration, where some of us suffered through 4 years of, I don't know, whatever that was. But prior to that and after that, that commitment to ending veterans' homelessness has existed at the highest level of the VA. And certainly no one amped it up like Secretary Shinseki. No one was smarter about it than Bob McDonald. And it's beautiful to see the current secretary continuing that emphasis in his work with, hopefully his continuing work with Secretary Fudge to get the job done. So I think that is the backdrop of our work. Without that level of political commitment at the top of the VA, what a struggle all of this would be. And that makes me just appreciate everyone around this table and the commitment that you've all made. Whether we agree or not on this committee, we've been brothers and sisters in the effort to get the job done. We've been consistent with what's happened at the very top of VA in terms of our intentionality in a particular geography. And it's been just an honor to serve with all of you. It's been an honor to serve with people who are committed. And of course, the greatest opportunity that we have in homelessness is unquestionably, in terms of the profiles of homeless people, is ending veterans' homelessness. HUD-VASH gives us a strong possibility, the best federal program on homelessness ever conceived, going all the way back to Jack Kemp in the 90s to try to get this job done, a HUD secretary to try to get this job done. So it is a great thing to try to serve homeless veterans with the level of resources that are available to them, with the level of political commitment at the VA, in the secretaries and carried on down. And I just think the continuing efforts of this group can be very important, not only in Los Angeles, but elsewhere. And I think that's one of the things the secretary was really alluding to in his remarks, that he sees something about this committee that is transferable. And the final thing I'll say is, I do hope there's an effort to link up with the general homeless committee. I think it's just shameful that we've not had communication with them. We've not had dual recommendations. Eugene has tried aggressively over the last number of months to make that happen while we were here in Washington. It's shameful that that did not happen, and it's not shameful on our side of the table. Our intention was true. Our intent was to do something that was coordinated. I do think moving forward on that would be a very wise thing to do for the future, and I hope that that can happen. So it's been an honor serving with you. Thank you so much. All of you have given me something. Appreciate it.
So let me just close this part with a couple of thoughts. I would echo what Philip said with regard to the leadership. Really kudos to Secretary McDonough and to the members of the VA staff that are in this room now and are normally with us. The Madam Deputy Secretary Bradshaw, got it. Yeah, I finally got it. Now I'm out the door. But alongside her, John Bursler, and the additions to the team, Dr. Harris, Rob Merchant, John Kuhn, just really some excellent folks, and the folks that they've brought on board, Ms. Hammett and Ms. Black, have really helped us move the ball forward. To my colleagues on the board, to you, and those that went before you, since we have sort of been here for the duration, there is no question in my mind I will miss this. My wife would sometimes ask me where I was going when I'd go to my little cubbyhole, and I'd say, I'm going to go do some work on some of the VCOEB stuff. She's still of the opinion that if you call it work, it needs to be accompanied by a W-2. But that, of course, was not the case. So it's probably not fair to call it work, because it was something that I came to love doing. I think our interchange, frankly, over these recommendations is emblematic, is typical of where the VCOEB has grown to. The discussion was thorough, without animus, with a fair review of all facets of the issues, and then reaching at or near consensus to move to the next level. And so that's a very valuable thing, and if you should be lucky enough to be on other federal commissions, you will see that you will not necessarily enjoy that same sort of focus of unity of purchose or collegiality, certainly. And to my friends, fellow members of the VCOEB that are also departing at this time, I will miss you as well. Again, my wife is concerned that I won't have anybody to talk to if Anthony is not involved. And Anthony will, yeah, that's what I'm hoping. But certainly I will miss you all. Philip.
I just want to say what a pleasure it's been working with General Hopper and just the integrity and the capacity to fairness of General Hopper has been remarkable behind closed doors and in these meetings. I think all of us would agree that General Hopper has been an extraordinary leader for us, and I think given us a lot of credibility at the highest level of the VA. So I think a little, And then one final person we wouldn't want to forget, we've mentioned John Bursler, and he's been great. And his predecessor was, and I'm reminded by Eugene, was Dr. Linda Davis, who was really great. She was very committed to individual veterans and committed to the larger work that we were trying to do. A very wonderful person. We've been blessed by such leadership. Dr. Davis, John Bursler, but I would say especially Dr. Hopper has, doctor, yeah, I'm going to make you doctor, why not? Why not? Doctor of Integrity has given this committee, I think, far more validity and credibility in Washington than most of the many VCOEBs. And I think we've been very fortunate in having Eugene, who's been very steady, who has gone with the ups and downs of this group and all of the different nuances of that all of us bring to this work. But Eugene has been steady and has been a real supporter of the work that we've done. So I think also for Eugene, a little,
Yeah.
And Chi. We don't know exactly what Chi does, but he does it well. He does it well.
Yeah, I would second that, not leave out Eugene and Chi, that's for sure. And our trusted colleagues, keeping the minutes, wrangling the call-ins, making the WebEx a friendly, mostly friendly environment. We appreciate it, what you all have done. And I appreciate being called doctor. Not for the record, please, I did play doctor once, but my grandmother spanked me for that. So that's the way those things go. But thank you all, and I will close out now, but before I do, Dr. Harris, any comments?
I would like to say just a couple of very quick things. I know we're late. It's all appreciation for the entire board, but particularly those of you signing off here with this last one. First, I'm pretty sure I owe most of the gratitude for my own position to you all, so thank you for that in terms of that recommendation. But much more importantly, I have immense respect for all of you. You just noted this, but I'm really impressed by the way you all interact with each other, by your ability to speak your minds, take positions forcefully, accept disagreement. It's a wonderful model, and I agree with you. You don't see that anywhere else, really, but also not on federal advisory committees typically. I think you have an immense amount to be proud of when you look at where we stand now. The number of housing units on campus, the quality of the services, the management of those services at GLA, you all played an integral role in all of that. So I hope you're walking away with pride and satisfaction. It's hard for me to imagine this board with what it's going to look like next. I mean, nearly this whole table is turning over. So I'll be interested to see that. Certainly look forward to continuing to work with the board, but we're going to miss you all very much, and thank you for your work.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Merchant, you have one other duty. Please give our regards to Steve Braverman.
I will absolutely pass along your regards to Steve. He's my next door neighbor. So I do see him frequently, and he is sorry he couldn't be here today. He had a family event planned this weekend. So I want to also express my thanks from the facility, from VA Greater Los Angeles. I've learned many lessons in my time at VA, almost 20 years, and many of them hard lessons learned while working in this building and dealing with any variety of national crises. And that's VA is at its best when we are working in partnership with others, and when we get into trouble is when we try to do it alone. So thank you very much in that spirit of cooperation. Locally in Los Angeles, we really do take our role as stewards of the land very seriously, and your good counsel and advice in helping us do that could not be more valuable. So thank you very much, and we'll see you in January in Los Angeles, TBD.
You all heard that. He volunteered for us to come to the facility in January.
It's funny how many visitors we get from the East Coast in January. So, but we look forward to hosting you. If nothing else, you will appreciate room 1281 a little more, having spent 2 days in this room. So thank you all.
Okay, thanks very much. We stand adjourned.
Amen. Amen. Amen.